Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got three things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, get ready. So we gotta move to the front.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
cards.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Just found in my house. That's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say that they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and he also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again, whether we're together or not. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help.
Arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire. And so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
I need you guys to understand that I get copyright striked on that Carmageddon clip in my intro every single show, and I still keep it in and just fucking trim out that section after every live stream because it's such a banger. I'm like, nah, we stealing it. I mean, you can't steal a song, but you know what I mean. YouTube thinks you can, and most Americans think you can, so whatever. I'm gonna be AFK. What does that mean? He's playing the FromSoft game, which is like it's like Elden Ring with a couple bosses from other stuff, from other products, and it's like a live service co-op game, but you can't play co-op. You can only play by yourself or in a group of 3, which is wild. As soon as they add like duo and like, you know, maybe reduce the price, I'll buy it. But I'm not doing it where I can't play with my roommate and I got to go find a random third. It just doesn't look that fun enough for me to play solo. I'm not a Dark Souls guy. Gotta switch my glasses out. So, I am a software developer. Many other software devs can't understand when I say that if I send out bytes to the public and they use those bytes in their computer, I don't own those bytes. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. The way that I look at it, Null, which by the way, your name Null Paradigm makes a lot more sense once you state that you're a software developer. I like the name. The way that I look at it is like this. If I write a book, right, and then someone else copies the book, do I own their printing press? I don't own your printing press. So how is it that I tell you what you can, like, I don't own your printer. If you print out, a manuscript of a book, or if you make a bunch of copies of a book in a printing press, I don't own your printing press. I own the idea so long as the idea is scarce, which is that the idea is in my head. But the moment I communicate the idea, then there are separate people with similar or near similar ideas out in the world building upon said idea. It's no longer a scarce resource. I think the techno lingo of like bytes sent over a computer confuses people, especially when you consider there's still probably a few boomers that think the internet is, quote, a series of tubes. Okay, games. I wouldn't know about them. I quit school because of recess. Oh, I haven't heard that one in a while. Everything should be open source? So I disagree. I don't think everything ought to be open source. And like, I have no problem with a company coming out with a game or something, for example, right? And not wanting to give you, quote unquote, the keys to the castle. But if you're able to take in like an executable and like determine what the source code is and then work with that source, like, that's fine. But I don't think it's incumbent upon developers to like showcase how exactly the code is working or just give it out to you. Like, if they want to keep that in-house and then other people happen to figure out, like, that's fine. I mean, I can see reasons why you wouldn't want like de novo or something, right? Like cheating software in a game. Why you wouldn't want to immediately open source things that are designed to keep people from cheating, right? Like, some things are going to be based around security, and it's best if you don't fucking just tell everybody how that works. That's about the limit of, I don't know much about coding and stuff, right? But like, I don't think literally everything should be open source. When I release my software, I'm not going to copyright strike. They're paying me to get my updates. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, shame about that bug. I figured out how that bug happened 2 days before I released the program. Everybody that bought a copy got the update when it launched that fixed that bug. Funny how that works. I'm not saying you should do that, but it would be funny if you like released a program that it had intentional things in it that only fuck up after like the third day you're using it. And then like, if you buy it, you get the bug fix. You know what I mean? Like, it stopped working after 3 days. Strange. Did you download the right copy? Oh, you got it from a friend. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Go ahead and pay me my $2.99 and that bug will automatically be fixed. I totally write code to F with the software if it's pirated, but hey, I won't legally pursue. Yeah, I'm just saying, just a little thought. Just a little thought that causes it to crash after like 72 hours. But only in the initial release, and then immediately put out a patch after the initial release. Just see how many people get fucked over because they got the initial release and not the update. Just as we don't own our press, we don't own theirs. Yeah. But yeah, dude, I'm gone for the weekend because I have children. I see them every other weekend. And like, I was prepping, doing some stuff for the kids. And fucking Elon Musk and Trump are going at it on Thursday night. And fucking LA's burning. Like, what is going on? Did you get a haircut? I have not gotten a haircut in like 7 years. I cut my own hair. And the way that I cut my hair is usually the top becomes unmanageable, the beard becomes gross, or there's a bunch of hair sticking out around the edges of my glasses. And then I go cut my hair. It's just like getting a haircut's a waste of money in this economy. It's like way too much money these days. Like if you tip your barber and you get a good haircut, like maybe before like a big date or something, maybe I'd consider it, but I don't really date. I already have kids. I don't really like, and most of the girls that would be willing to date a streamer ANCAP middle-aged guy with kids, I want them. Like I recognize that my standards are likely out of my league. And my standards aren't that high, but with the current fucking, when is LA not burned? Hey, look, sometimes LA takes a break from burning. Musk retracted all his posts from what I understand. Yeah, but it's like the largest account is tweeting out shit. It's like, can't really delete it and it really mean much. I mean, it certainly means something is like a mea culpa. Like, all right, my bad. I went off the rails a little bit. But nah, I'm still Team Musk. Like, I think Trump is fucking up in so many different ways. Even, like, I expected him to fuck up, and honestly, he's doing worse than I expected. Like, he's more retarded than he was last administration, despite having more people behind him, both in his administration and in the public. I'm hoping Musk becomes a libertarian from all this. He seems to be leaning that way. I mean, I highly doubt Musk will become a true libertarian, but, like, it would be nice to have somebody that is more liberty-pilled. And, like, economically, he certainly has a lot of libertarian leanings, but I highly doubt we're going to see, like, him be like, we need to abolish the federal government. You know what I mean? How so, Fabian? Is Trump messing up? I mean, I think the way he's going about these deportations is the dumbest way possible. I think the big beautiful bill is nothing but slop. It's supposed to have all these big cuts in it, but we'll see whether or not those cuts are meaningful. And it's a little over 1,000 pages of bill, just full of fucking pork. His tariff negotiations, we'll still have to wait and see how that pans out. But as it stands, Trump is set between his first term and his second term to be the worst president in American history in terms of the national debt and tax increases. And that's fucking impressive. Like, that is super fucking impressive to watch him increase taxes more than like any president in the last 60 years and to also balloon the debt. From a purely economic numbers perspective, he's on course to be the worst president in U.S. history. Maybe the 5D chess kicks in and he gets all these trade deals negotiated and the tariffs come way down, and maybe he implements Doge cuts later on top of all the shit he's instituting now and on top of raising the debt ceiling another $5 trillion. But it seems like he's totally okay with us being, $43 trillion in debt. So yeah, as it stands right now, comparing his first it's not a bold statement, it's just a fact. Like, if the patterns continue and he doesn't like get rid of tariffs and negotiate, and he doesn't put in any new bills to like make more cuts, he's going to be the president that has increased the debt more than any other president in U.S. history. His first term was the biggest increase, though it's hard to calculate exactly, right? Like, because like what percentage of like the shit he started that went into the Biden administration is his fault versus Biden's fault. And the same thing is true of like Bush and and George Bush and Obama, like what percentage of that was just like continuing Bush's shit, right? So like if you voice on the early Obama shit on to Bush, then like Bush might be worse. But yeah. Or if you do it in like relative increases, Bush is worse. But if you do it in nominal, claims, then like, yeah, he's the worst. What's going on with these LA riots? I mean, a whole lot's going on, but we'll see I have a lot to say about the LA riots, right? Like, and obviously that's the debate panel for tonight, so I'm not going to like spend a whole bunch of time in the intro about it, but like I also won't bury the lead. Like, I think mass deportation of non-violent, non-property offending criminals is just strategically stupid, as well as just stacking aggression upon itself. Like, it's aggressive. It doesn't really help anybody. The only claim that you can make is if Trump were to like deport like 20, 30 million immigrants, he could keep them from becoming citizens that vote in upcoming elections for Democrats. And if he doesn't get rid of them, they're probably going to become citizens, maybe not under his presidency, but under the next Democratic administration. The only real way to fix this problem almost requires like 8 to 12 years of Republican or like conservative or fiscally conservative presidents, because the only way to fix immigration is to abolish the state. The only way to make it better is to, reduce immigration coming in and to get rid of the incentive structures. Keep those people from becoming citizens. But again, as soon as the Democrat comes in, they'll just reverse that and allow citizenship to the 20, 30, 40, 50 million illegal immigrants that are already in this country. And then they'll all become Democrat voters. Not all of them, but a majority of them will be Democrat voters. So the Republican Party is done unless he can get rid of them. But the thing is that like he's deporting at half the levels of Obama, and there's massive riots and like violence. I said this before Trump was elected. I said, like, look, you can talk about mass immigration all you want, but the moment fucking people start going door to door and arresting Lupita, who's been here for 20 years and hasn't done anything to anybody, you're losing the strategic game. You might win on Twitter where there's a bunch of right-wing people being like based and you get a bunch of negative engagement. But in the actual electorate, nobody wants to see their entire construction crew fucking deported. Nobody wants to see their favorite Mexican restaurant shut down because half the people there were illegal. Like, it's not going to win elections. It's just strategically, it's not going to work. The best you can hope for is to get rid of fraud, waste, and abuse, and get rid of welfare spending that is out of control, and hope to God that you win enough of the electorate on those ideas that you can maintain the popularity of those ideas so that they stick around, so that there's a lot less incentive structure. Do I believe in deportations? Yes or no? It's not a yes or no question. Like, I think deportations are a violation of rights unless that person is a criminal. So no, but like I have no problem with them deporting Tren de Agua. It's two criminal organizations fighting each other. Like if fucking Tren de Agua takes over an apartment building in Chicago and Trump wants to bring in the Marines and wipe out the whole fucking gang of people and deport all the people with fucking MS-13 and Tren de Agua tattoos and shit, what the fuck do I care? Like these are violent terrorists, and then going out and catching violent terrorists, you know what I mean? Like they're like, I don't care. But again, like I don't think any form of it is a yes or no. It's not a yes or no question. Like I support deportations, yes, for certain people. I don't support deportations because somebody is quote unquote illegal. I think it's a violation of the non-aggression principle. The only thing I can accurately support is the abolishing the state. So then I have pragmatic concerns about, individuals and their guardianship or custodian of rights that they refuse to give up. So the whole entire immigration discussion, you guys have seen me react to the Dave Smith, Yeah, whatever, Nico. Deportations are a band-aid, treating the symptom, not the cause of non-productive immigrating to the country. Removing the welfare, don't give the parasites sustenance and they won't come. Yeah, I mean, like, we had new immigration, right, which was the late 19th century, early 20th century. 20 to 30% of all of the people that came over on Ellis Island went back to Europe. And then, like, another 20 to 30% went and settled the West. So, like, only like 40, somewhere between 60 to 40% of the immigrants that came over Ellis Island, like, stayed in the New England area or, like, settled in the American South. Right? Like, likely close to a majority of people either went back home or they went out and settled the West. And that's because there was no fucking welfare. And we had the legal right to discriminate against them. And there was a culture that said, you're not American. You're not like us. You have to prove that you're one of the good ones because you don't have our fucking values. You don't have our fucking culture. It didn't matter what their fucking skin color was. They were like, you're an Irishman. No Irish need apply. Or you're a fucking guap. You're a fucking greasy fucking Italian. We don't fucking want you here. We don't like your culture. Get the fuck out unless you can prove that you're worthy of being here. And some of them did. And some of them made the mob, but you know, that's part of the problem is fucking prohibition. I mean, there's other reasons for that. So yeah, like, I agree that if you get rid of like welfare, but the problem is that like there's still welfare in public schools. There's still welfare in roads. There's still welfare in the existence of public property, and there's still rights violations so long as the Civil Rights Amendment exists, so long as freedom of association is gone. So the only way to have like a nation state with a sound immigration policy that doesn't violate the non-aggression principle is to have quote unquote open borders. But in order to have that and it not increase other problems pragmatically, like you'd have to get rid of all welfare. You'd have to get rid of all public property. You'd have to get rid of everything, including the military. And by the time you got rid of all forms of welfare where money is stolen from people to support the people, you don't really have a state anymore. Right? Like, so there's always going to be incentives. Even if we got rid of like TANF, we got rid of food stamps, we got rid of public education, we got rid of infrastructure bills, we got rid of public parks, we got rid of Social Security, we got rid of Medicare, Medicaid. We get rid of all of that shit and privatize the market to its maximum degree. There's still an element of welfare in the sense that people move from a fucked up place to come move to another place where people are being taxed for the greatest military in the world. Some of them murdered 47 men and disappeared into the vastness of history. All right, fair enough. It's a fun little song. All right, but if you weren't here last time, guys, I said I'm starting streams a little earlier. I noticed that there's a big chunk of you guys that come in here because you want to chit chat. You want to have like a parasocial relationship with me and with the community, and you want to like talk about funny shit and look at clips and stuff. You're not necessarily interested in watching like a 4-hour debate panel or an interview, or maybe you'll catch the interview later. And so I've been starting stream an hour early. And so in that vein, you know, we still got an hour and a half before the before the panel starts, and so let's get into some stuff. Before I get into some stuff I want to talk about or go forward, we're just going to vibe it out. I have some stuff. It could be whatever it could be. Some of it's just going to be funny. Some of it's going to be some stuff I want to look at. Please like, share, subscribe. There's 35 of you watching. There's only 9 likes, right? It's free to like the video. It helps me in the algorithm. It helps a bunch. Subscribing helps me even more. But if you want to get notified of when the streams are going live, you can't trust YouTube and the notification bill because I do primarily political content, and a lot of times that political content doesn't get suggested to everybody, right? And so join the Discord where you can be a part of the bigger community, where you can put stream clips in to help me make YouTube shorts. That's a great way to help me without any money. And you'll always get the go live notifications in the Discord because I always let you guys know when I'm going live there. Lastly, if you want to support the channel with money, there's kind of 3 ways you can do it. You can super chat, Well, actually, there's 4 ways. You can get YouTube Premium. I think that's honestly one of the best ones. You don't have to worry about ads. Even if you have Brave browser, it can still cause problems, right? Like you get this weird loading screen, glitches out, right? So you can get YouTube Premium, or you can, super chat. And I answer super chats to the best of my ability. You can become a member for only $3.99, get some emotes or whatever, or you can just do direct donos. But I usually prefer the super chats and the other things because I think they help out in the algorithm more, which I think helps more in the long-term success than, your $3, that I get 90% of instead of 70% of. Share the stream on X. Hopefully some people. Oh, dude, great super chat, by the way. Love that super chat. Just straight up $5. No need to say anything. No need to do anything. Right? Just fucking. Just appreciate it, boys. What is this? Oh, sorry. All right, let me go back. I'm also like refreshing fucking CNN's updates on the. Oh shit! You haven't gone through this article? What is this article? This 43 extreme. Oh my god! This feels like BuzzFeed. This deeply feels like BuzzFeed, boys. Let me pull this back up. 43 extremely rare photos that will change your perception of the entire world. Oh, man. All right. We got BuzzFeeded, but we got BuzzFeeded with money, guys, which is awesome. Having premium benefits you? Having premium benefits you because you don't get ads, but a portion of the premium that you pay goes to the creators that you watch. Let me look it up again. What percentage of the premium goes to creators? It's 55%. So it's not the 70-30 split, but 55% of the money that you spend on YouTube Premium goes to whomever it is that you're watching. Right? It's like, and it gets broken down similar to like the ad revenue. So YouTube's only taking 45% of YouTube Premium. Yo, appreciate it, Nico. Scott's mom isn't in here. I'm calling Yahoo a scam. All right, let me look at this. We'll see if it's worth it. All right, so a weird looking dog. What is this, man? Yahoo, there we go. A chrome beetle. Mark, what did you do? Penguin eggs are clear. Thought it was 30? Hold on. It says 43. So far, my view of the world has not changed. UV light. Okay, birds have thin feathers and bones. This cat has a genetic disease. This tree bark is red. Fucking. Okay. That is wild. That is a huge shit. That is an insane log for a snake. I will give you the okay. That's disturbing. Like if a human being took that, we would all gather round. That's wild. Yeah, wolves are big. Knew that. Seen that a billion times. Hit by lightning. A platypus's bill is made out of bone. That's cool looking. I'll give it that. That's cool looking. So here's my thing about anglerfish. I learned how big anglerfish are, and it really changed my perception of like the terror of an anglerfish. Like, they're not bigger than your hand, like the biggest ones. And I was like, oh, that's a lot less terrifying than I thought it was. Like movies really made me fear anglerfish, but they're not really that scary. They're just ugly. And yeah. Two-headed snake. All right. You know, the stories of Hercules were exaggerated. Yeah, I've seen this. I don't know. I've been hunting before. This seems like some of this might just be like people that live in cities. Oh my God, who's that guy that started Justice Democrats and got Trump and Joe Rogan derangement syndrome like really, 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 really bad? He's older now. White guy. He might be a Jew. I don't know, but white guy. Oh yeah, Kyle Kalinske. Oh yeah, that is. He might be Polish. He might be Jewish. I don't really care. When he was like, this seems like the type of thing that would shock someone like him. That's like, why are there so many squares out in the Midwest on this land as I fly over? And it's like, oh, you don't know what a farm is. Got it. I mean, another genetic condition. It's cool though. Fish getting a CAT scan doesn't seem that crazy to me, only because I've watched a lot of documentaries on like Disney Plus with my daughter. These animal claws don't shock me. Nor does a leatherback sea turtle existing. Nor does a pretty scene somewhere. That's just crazy, but all right. I don't know why anyone did that. That looks photoshopped. That doesn't even look real. Seen a Japanese raccoon dog before. Seen knots in wood. Another CT scan. Seen snakes before. This is wild. That sucks for that caterpillar. But seen it before. Another CAT scan. Literally. I've seen baby sea turtles before. I don't know why this person is touching it, because usually those parts of the beach are locked off so that those sea turtles can go out. So this is probably some asshole that's somewhere he's not supposed to be. Yeah. In other news, number 30, plants grow. Yeah, that's not abandoned theme park. All right. Pelican having a big mouth. Who would have known? Yeah, mooses are big. They're not little. Vine snakes are little. This big old squishy octopus. Who got paid for this shit? Okay, that's cool. I mean, the fossilized scorpion turning into copper. That's cool, I guess. A snake. That's pooping out a live snake. That's kind of crazy, I guess. Tree branch in teeth. Not crazy at all. Cows existing. Not crazy. All right, so overwhelmingly, this did not change how I view the world. I want to see who this person is. I want to see who this dum-dum is. Of course, this motherfucker works for BuzzFeed. I've been at BuzzFeed since 2019. BuzzFeed News. Least surprising detail of this person. The snake poop was wild. What it do, dudes? We were just looking at something stupid that Mark sent me. To be fair, it could have been wild, right? It was a shot in the dark. But it was kind of fun. I'll show you something that is wild. This is the timeline we're living in. So this person says the menswear guy just openly admitted on here that he's here illegally. And then the fucking Department of Homeland Security, is out here posting fucking Spy Kids memes. If you would have told me that this is the type of shit that would be going down, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's fucking crazy. That this is like, understand, right? 2.5 million followers. Like, with honor and integrity, we will safeguard the American people, our homeland, and our values. Hashtag we are DHS. We're living in a timeline where DHS is out here posting Studio Ghibli memes of them locking up like fucking Latinas and deporting them, and like Spy Kids memes. And like, the fall of the West is fun. Blurst timeline, yeah, man. Like nobody told me that the fall of the American Empire would be so much fun, but it is. It's fucking hilarious and fun, but also what the fuck? Oh, god damn it! There we go. Does anybody else's computer just randomly like reset their taskbar behaviors so that their taskbar won't go away constantly? No, it's just me. All right, one last thing about the protests before we get going. Now, look, this is an important detail. Nothing says Black Lives Matter protest 2.0 than pallets of bricks showing up to the protests overnight for protesters to fucking mysteriously from NGOs for them to fucking throw out. But I think there's a funnier one, which is this. Brother, we got fucking We Are All Immigrants fucking protesters at the LA riots fucking doing the fentanyl lean. Like, we're doing the fentanyl lean while protesting. This guy looks real fent zombie protesters. This guy totally wasn't paid to engage in a protest by some NGO. No way. This guy, in between nodding off, really, really cares about illegal immigration. My bad. Sorry for walking in front of the camera with my big fat ass draped in a Mexican flag. Keep filming this fucking the fentanyl zombie, the fent zombie lean. Dude, he's still going. I mean, I've seen people do the fentanyl lean, like, I've seen it before, so I mean, this usually goes on for a while. And then they get up, and then they're no longer nodding off. Come on, dude. Come on. I mean, like, I guess he got enough money for you know, his thing, whatever it may be. Oh shit, man. Let me get some music going back again. He's out here grinding. He's fucking about to grind his face on the pavement. And that's not a violent threat towards anybody. In other news that I find also a bit hilarious is Laura Loomer out here calling out AOC for quote unquote has gained at least 50 pounds since getting into Congress. She's getting massive. And I don't know if this is something about being middle-aged or something.
I'm going to mute this because I don't care that she's endorsing Zohan, a socialist. It's a socialist endorsing another socialist. I don't know why we're offended by her getting massively fat and gaining 50 pounds. But is anybody else thinking like, I still smash? What is the problem here? Like, she's not that fat. Like, she's got chunky arms, a little bit of a belly. I think she might be pregnant, but who knows? We'll see. I'm just jealous he has Fent and he has Fent and I don't. Totes jealous. I wish I could get some Fent, boys. I kind of wanted to react to the Kash Patel interview. But, like, I couldn't wait because I was driving home. Hey, yes, close all. I couldn't wait because I was driving home. And from, like, dropping the kids off. And I don't know if you know. Oh, hold on. This music is not appropriate. Let me respond. Boys, don't have kids with a woman that, like, you're not 100% or at least 99% sure you're going to stay with her. Because, like, dropping your children off in the rain for a 40-minute drive to their mom's house while your daughter cries about, like, I don't want to go to mommy's, I want to stay with daddy, and you have to be like, well, there's a court order, see? And then, like, having that lonely drive back home. I had to put on something. To distract me. So I ended up listening to, like, the first, like, 30, 40 minutes of the Kash Patel interview because I can't deal with a silent car ride with just my thoughts after dropping my kids off for the weekend. It's rough, but it is what it is. I think she's been colonized. She does have a white boyfriend. I mean, I think AOC is attractive. I don't know about, like, super hot or anything. She's hot for a congresswoman. But I just think it's fucking hilarious that, like, AOC is, like, the same basic weight as Laura Loomer, who looks like fucking Jigsaw. And she's like, AOC's massive. And then, like, I saw a whole bunch of other people being like, ugh, fat. And I'm just like, I don't know, man. She just looks pregnant to me. And that's why she still looks beautiful, even though she gained some weight. I'm pretty sure she's just pregnant. But we'll see. I'm not into AOC. I'm more of a Nancy Pelosi guy. Oh, hold on. I got to see what Nancy Pelosi looked like when she was young. We're hag maxing? Yeah, she was never really that attractive. But she wasn't that bad. I mean, she looked okay when she was young. Like, hold on, here we go. She doesn't look that bad when she's young. You know? Ooh. She might have hit the wall fast, but, like, real young Nancy Pelosi was all right. She kind of got a mousy look to her, you know? Oh, it's an edited photo. Okay. I was like, yo, what's going on? Yeah, she quickly looked like a problem, though. Am I going to have riots on the background as I debate? That would, I don't know, man. That would be kind of funny if it was just live feed, but I don't know who would have the live feed. Like, whoever I put on will probably just, like, will just be, like, mostly peaceful protests and, like, do everything they can to, like, find out how peaceful it is. Let me get the updates. Are there any crazy updates going on? At least 50 people arrested. I don't care. union leader. They want to make me an example of me. Dispersal order. Union leader again. Yeah, the Marines are coming in. Is it the National Guard or the Marines? Or is it Marine National Guard? Is that even a thing? There's a National Guard for the Marines, yeah. Whatever. Nothing significant coming out. Nothing significant other than David, the union boss, like crying about being arrested and released. Being like, they want to make an example of me. Ah. Both now? Okay. All right. Let's see. So there is one thing that I want to react to something in a minute, but there is one last thing I wanted to bring up, which is this. It gave me an idea, right? And so I kind of want to talk about this. So there is this trend going on, right? So there's this trend with video games. And so what we have is Outer Wilds 2 has just been released for pre-purchase. And you'll notice it's $80 with no premium edition and $100 for a premium edition. And I'm watching Doom, the recent Doom that was mediocre, just flopped at $70. And we were watching, there's a few people buying the Nintendo Switch. Everybody that bought a Nintendo Switch is a fucking consumer slop idiot, right? Nintendo Switch 2 is a horrible product. It's got the same things in it, the same joystick drift problem as before. The hardware sucks. The games are too expensive. You don't even own the machine. Red circle of death if you try and mod anything. The EULA agreements are trash. It's a horrible system. Anybody buying a Nintendo Switch 2, you're shame on you. Shame. But one of the things I've noticed is this push towards games towards $80. And people are like, hey, man, that's just how the market works. Obviously inflation hits and these games, they require so much more. But the thing is that game studios like Sandfall, Larian Studios, these people are proving that you don't need to spend $60, $70, $80, $100 on a game to make a profit. The reason games are getting more and more expensive is twofold. And there's one thing that everyone's kind of talking about and another thing that nobody's talking about. And so the first thing that everybody is talking about is that the games are ballooning for the same reason that, the former CEO of Apple, Steve Jobs, talked about, right? Which is the marketing people get more and more power because that's how you make more and more money. And then the company becomes less and less about creating a good product and more about marketing, which balloons the cost and slows down innovation. And we're seeing that in AAA studios. And we're seeing because of Epic Games' Unreal Engine that a lot of small studios are going to be able to compete with very, they'll have to outsource some stuff, but they're not going to have nowhere near the investment that these AAA studios have. And so these AAA studios know their games are crap. And they're willing to increase the price. And the reason they're willing to increase the price is because under all capitalist systems, and actually under all we've seen this kind of go as a historical trend throughout all of human history, which is, that stupid kind of meme that rings true often, right? Great men create, strong men create good times create weak men create hard times create strong men. It's a lot of these companies were created by passionate developers and people that really cared about the product and cared about gamers. And now there's just marketing people kind of sitting over the desiccated corpses of these studios. And none of the same people that created those great games are in those studios, or a very, very small amount of them. You see this with Blizzard. You see this with Ubisoft. You see this with, Sony America. You see this with every one of these big studios is full of people that are managers and marketers. None of these people are none of these people crash Owen Benjamin's X Live. What? Okay. Oh, it's on the screen somewhere. Okay. So this corpse that's around. And so what they do is they increase the price of games. And the reason they increase the price of games is they know that there's a lot of stupid people out there that will buy a game not because the game looks good, not because they really even, because they have trust that the game will even be good, but because they have faith in an IP. They're a fanboy for the IP, and they're a fanboy for a studio because of great things that the studio did in the past, and they're hoping to have those same experiences again, right? Like, there's a reason that Assassin's Creed, the latest Assassin's Creed installment was $70. It's because they know that a bunch of idiots will go, Assassin's Creed in Japan? Oh, I'm going to buy that. Even though the game is trash, it doesn't look good, the systems suck, the way that they climb and things are like nowhere near as good as what they put out 8-9 years ago, despite they have a loyalty to the brand, and they have a loyalty to the IP. And they know that the general audience of hardcore gamers aren't going to buy their shit because it sucks. But most people will go, Assassin's Creed game must be good, so they'll prop it up. Now, that is something I've seen everybody talk about. I've seen all of the YouTubers that talk about games. Like, you see, like, any of the usual suspects that talk about woke AAA media, they all get that. But there's something that, like, I think that's a little bit more nefarious that a lot of people are not discussing in games pricing from AAA studios. And that is what I'll call, even though there is an actual term for it, I'm just going to call it the middle popcorn bucket. The medium popcorn, okay? Why does the medium popcorn exist? If you go to a movie theater, what you'll find is that there's a small popcorn, and then there's a medium popcorn that's like $2 more or $3 more, and it's barely bigger than the small popcorn. And then there's a big bucket of popcorn that's only like $1.50 more than the medium popcorn, and it's like this huge bucket of popcorn. Okay, who the fuck is buying the medium popcorn, despite the fact, I'll looking at your, talking about no butter popcorn, some mid-ass popcorn. No, right, the medium size popcorn. And the thing is that the reason the medium exists is not to actually sell the medium popcorn. The reason the medium popcorn exists is to sell large popcorn, because a lot of people will look at, it's called, like, they look at scaling, right? Apple does the same thing. They give you the base model of the phone, and then they go, well, only for $50 more, you can get a phone with, with more memory. I mean, if you get for $25 more, you can get the phone with better memory, and for another $50, you can get the phone that's thinner, right? And then before you know it, you went in to buy a $600 phone, and you're walking out buying an $1,100 phone. And the reason is because there's all these middle products that aren't really designed to sell. I mean, yes, you can buy those products, you can stop at any point, but they're designed to make the most expensive thing look like a good value. And so one of the reasons I think it should be fairly obvious, but I don't see anybody talking about it for some reason, is that the reason these games are being jacked up to $70, $80, $90, $100 is because they want to be able to sell a really expensive game to the hardcore gamers that will buy fucking anything, the whales, right? That'll spend anything just to get the premium edition, right? All of a sudden, the game is $80, so an extra $20 doesn't seem that crazy to buy the premium edition and get all the cool shit and own the game forever. So they're trying to sell premium edition for $100 to whales and like stupid neats that'll buy anything, that have like no sense of the value of money, either because they're super rich or because they live in mommy's basement and like they're forever children. And then the other thing is that this $80 game is also in part, it is the medium popcorn in two ways. Because what they want to do is they want to sell you a Games Pass. They want to sell you on subscription services. The more expensive AAA studio games that are slop, that are $80, that you're like, well, I want to try out the game, but I don't even know if I'll like it. The more expensive those games are, the less crazy it is to spend $15 to $20 a month to have a game on Games Pass. And that's why these fucking games release now on Games Passes. You notice how like Games Passes used to only have like games that were a year or two old, and now all of a sudden Assassin's Creed, for example, they never told you how much money it made or how many copies it sold. They told you how many players it had. It was all about how many players the game had. They're trying to price normal people out of the market so that you don't buy the game, because instead of buying the game and owning the game, you buy a Games Pass and then you're stuck on a subscription service constantly giving them money. And then they want to sell, they also want to use Outer Worlds, the regular price, as the medium popcorn that makes both the small and the large look like a better value. It makes it look like the subscription service where you get nothing except to rent access to games not look like a crazy deal, because you're like 15, 20, you're like, oh, $20 a month. Well, games are 80 months now. So long as I play more than one game every 4 months, this is a steal. It's like, no, it's not, because you don't fucking own anything. You used to be able to spend $50, $60 and own a good game that released without bugs and tons of content. And now you're buying slop that crashes your fucking game, where the graphics don't look as good as they used to fucking 10 years ago. And you think you're getting a good deal. And it's also for the whales to be like, oh, well, I'll get something that nobody else gets, which is the premium edition. I'll get this DLC and the soundtrack and like a bunch of other digital bullshit that's useless. Like, I guarantee you, if you look at premium edition for most of the games, what do you get? Oh, I get the digital soundtrack. Oh, you mean songs that will be uploaded to YouTube? Ooh, you get to download MP3s. Hope nobody figures out what LimeWire is. Welcome, or Napster. Welcome to fucking 1998 internet, where I can get music for free whenever I fucking want. Oh, thanks for that. For that premium edition, I spent extra money so I can, have it on my computer and not have, YouTube. Heaven forbid I ever figure that out. These people aren't selling art books. They're selling fucking horse armor and a fucking cosmetic and a fucking like starter gun. You're not getting anything out of these premium edition bullshit. You're not even getting a DLC. It is designed to get stupid, fat, neat whales to buy useless shit for $100. And the $80 price point is to make you buy their slop for $20 a month and you own nothing. Like, seriously, guys, stop giving AAA. Like people keep talking about the price of gaming, and it's like, oh, it's their bloated marketing budget and all this shit. Yeah, that's part of it. But the real thing here is to sell you on subscription services. It's, like I said, it's medium popcorn bucket. Nobody actually buys the medium popcorn bucket at the movie theater. Everybody says, I don't need that much popcorn, so I'll get a small, or they buy a giant tub of fucking popcorn. Because the medium popcorn is not designed to be sold. This game, Outer Wilds 2, guarantee you, it is not designed to be sold for $80. It's designed to be sold for $100 or to get you on a subscription service, and then maybe later. And here's another cool little tricky thing, right? Put the game on your wish list. What happens when you put the game on your wish list? Well, as soon as the game is 20% off, you get an email saying that game on your wish list is 20% off. Okay, well, what's 20% of 80 is 16. That's still a $64 game. They sold you a game for $4 more than for $14 more than Claire Obscure was selling for. Okay, and they sold it to you for $14 more than Oblivion, or sorry, $24 more than the Oblivion remaster was sold for. And they did that while it was on sale. That's what they do when they need to boost up their sales numbers. Then you have a fear of missing out because you're like, oh shit, I got to buy the game now that it's on the summer sale season pass. Let me buy it now. And then you still end up paying more than the actual fucking game ought costs because it is actually getting cheaper and cheaper to buy games. Like, this is all marketing bullshit. And it's like they're playing a lot of people But at the end of the day, I don't think they're going to be able to survive when all these little studios start coming out and selling better games for $50. Get yourself prepped for the debate, play the police simulator. That's funny. All right, so there's one thing I wanted to react to because I figured it'd be kind of funny to have me react to this. And I know you guys saw that I went on Timcast for a little while, and it was fun. But I haven't been invited back. That's okay. Maybe I'll get back on in the future. But I'm gonna risk it for a little bit. I think it's a pretty safe thing to risk. I don't think I'm gonna piss Tim off because I saw this shit. And it is Tinder releases.
Here's a story from the New York Post.
I want to talk about this because I'm willing to bet he gets this completely wrong. I'm willing to bet they all get this completely wrong. Tinder releases new feature to discriminate based on height. Short men are pissed. Now, obviously, I'm not pissed because I'm 6'5". And this is also a great way to let all the ladies in chat know that I'm 6'5". Come on, I've got some value, right? But also, I think everybody is getting this wrong. And I saw a bunch of people getting mad about this, and I was like, oh, I got to talk about this. Also, Tim is not short. I thought Tim was short. Every time I've seen him, I'm like, clearly Tim is short. I was there at the studio. Tim is like 5'10", 5'11". Yeah, dude, like Tim is like slightly taller than the average guy. I was like blown the fuck away because I like thought Tim was like a little manlet. No offense if you're watching this, Tim. But like I thought he was a man. Every time I see him, you know what I mean? Like I just kind of like I just kind of see him as like a tiny guy. Maybe it's because he's part Asian or something. So my brain associates Asian skinny skater kid with like short guy. Now he's not 6'2", but he is like 5'11", maybe. Maybe like. Yeah, I thought he was like 5'7", 5'6", 5'8" at the most, but he's like 5'10", 5'11". It was wild. Yeah, Mark was there too. Reclusive Solitude in chat. Like he's backing me up. Like I went there. Like I was like, what? Because I was there with oh my God, why can I not think of the grifter that gets paid DNC money and NGO money to act like a conservative? Connor points. I was there with him, and Connor's like 6'3", 6'4", right? And I was like, and once he sat down, I was like, oh, I'm so excited for the two of us to get in there and just like dwarf him. It'll be kind of funny. And then like, nah, he was like, I mean, he was shorter than both of us significantly, but like he was like an average fucking height dude, maybe a little taller than average. Funny story about the Outer Worlds release. There was artwork of the Moon Man that some legal team freaked out because the pants were too short. So the last minute we had to change the art. Oh my God, that's hilarious. But I want to talk about this. So before I get into this, I'm willing to bet everybody is like, oh my God, this is such a problem. This is why women are so narcissist, blah, blah, blah. And I don't know if they'll even know that this is a paid feature. Like this is a white pill. And the reason it's a white pill is because for the longest time, things like Bumble, Plenty of Fish, Hinge, Tinder, I don't know all the fucking weird interracial fucking dating apps names. Like I think like, is there like an Ebony and Ivory one? There's got to be one. I don't know what it's called. And I think there's like an Asian meat or something or Asian something. There's a bunch of fucking like Christian Mingle, right? Like all of these dating apps have been centered around trying to get men to pay. Okay, trying to get men to pay so that they can get some attention on these farmers only. Yeah, farmers only. J-Date. Yeah, dude. Why do you know these? And so, forever, it has been the case that like men, swipe for eternity unless they're like the top 100 guy in the city. They swipe for eternity. They get nothing but like whales and pigs and like crazy single moms and shit. Right? It's been trash. Right? If you're using a dating app with any level of seriousness other than just to like fuck around or like see if something happens, like you're wasting your time. And so. And it's been a whole horde of women that are, you know, the app is kind of like centered around hookup culture. And so it's just a ton of women who all think of themselves as 10s that are all trying to find like 6'2" doctors with six packs and like, you know, and who love to travel and have liberal politics. They're all looking for like the same 50 to 100 guy in every city. And that's what they think they deserve. And then they date that guy for one date and he smashes and he fucks them. And then they're like, oh, he left. I don't understand. Men are such trash. Right. And then they do that over and over again. They get run through by like 20 chads that ruin their fucking mental state. And then they're like, okay, I'll give a normal guy a chance. And then they swipe on a normal guy who's desperate and has been like, what the fuck? Why can I only get ugly bitches? And then finally a normal looking girl matches with them. And then they're like, what's your body count, you whore? And then they're like, fucking, I knew anybody that wasn't a 10 was a fucking creep. And it's because they have no fucking game and they're stuck on a fucking app and they're fucking frustrated and they'll swipe on anything. So they don't even really find you attractive. You think even the normal guy found you attractive, but he didn't really find you attractive. He just couldn't get anybody to actually swipe on him. The whole thing is fucked. And men have been paying money to try and for premium, for like extra features. And what nobody is talking about with this height filter is that it's a premium feature, which means they're now having to get women to pay for these dating apps because women are hoping to find the perfect guy and weed out everything. So now women are going to start paying for dating apps. This feature isn't about like, oh, they're catering to the narcissism of women and like short guys are mad. Like, yeah, that's true. But the real white pill here is that these dating apps are collapsing as a service because women are now at the point where like they've become like, it used to be men were the thing that were targeted to have to pay for these apps. Now they're having to go to women because they're bleeding money because dudes aren't on these fucking apps anymore. And because nobody's paying for this shit, because it doesn't get them anything except, if they're lucky, a meaningless hookup with a crazy narcissistic girl that's on the app every 6 months. They get ghosted, they feel like shit, as opposed to real, genuine human connection. Hello, sorry, 40K novel is more interesting than the intro. I mean, thanks. The money didn't have to come with an insult, but I mean, fair enough. You've seen it enough. But also the intro happened an hour and 15 minutes ago because the stream started an hour and 15 minutes ago. I've been starting stream an hour early here lately to try it out so we can have more fun and less like just the main debate or thing for the night. But I want to see what these guys say. But I'm guarantee you it's going to just be like red pill talking points. And I guarantee they're not going to see the economic thing. Because I find that most often libertarians are actually able to see like economic incentives and things like that.
Tinder tests out new height filter.
Hold on. Let me turn this up, turn my headset down, and speed this up.
To help people connect more intentionally. We know what they're doing.
How the fuck do you hook up with women on MySpace? Who's like, MySpace didn't suggest you people. MySpace there wasn't like a this person in your area. Like you had to know somebody's myspace.com / whatever the name of their page was. VTNum, maybe like towards the end of MySpace, there was some features. They contact me, LOL. VTNum, that sounds like bullshit. I'm going to be real with you. That sounds like bullshit. Because that's not really how MySpace, that's like, I used to hook up with girls for my phone number. Because girls would get my phone number. Like, who gave them your MySpace? That's not how that works. Not unless you had like a really cool MySpace in terms of music and you had like all the best shit. No, you could find people, bro. We're just going to type in random shit. Maybe there was like a website somewhere that I didn't know about because I was a little bit younger that like allowed you to find people's MySpace pages or something towards the end of it. But that sounds mostly like bullshit. I'm not calling you a liar. I'm just saying your story doesn't sound plausible.
New height filter to help people connect more intentionally. We know what they're doing. This is short genocide.
Yeah. Shortman, you're done. It's
Short genocide? It's not short genocide, it's short eugenics.
over for you.
Over.
It was over before because as soon as they found out how tall you were, but now they're not even going to let.
Now it's more over.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
More over. They say, is the reign of the short king over on Tinder? The platform has been accused of superficiality. They're testing out a new feature that allows users to screen potential matches based on height. This is part of a broader effort to help people connect more intentionally on Tinder. The new vetting function, which came to light via Reddit and other platforms, is located in the discovery section, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. The bigger complaint that I've heard is that trans...
I told you they weren't going to get that. Blah, 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 I don't care. I want to see the article. Let me see if I can find the article, because I'm willing to bet it's buried in the article that it's a premium feature. Tinder tests out new height filter, New York Post. It's hard to fucking type with like a microphone in front of me sometimes. Let me find the actual article. Hold on, let me see. Okay. And then Control F and put, or not height. Why the fuck did I put height? Premium. Premier. The function will only be available to users who subscribe to Tinder Platinum, a premium subscription tier that starts at $40 a month. I told you they were like, and I bet he didn't go through the article. He just read the first couple lines of the article. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Okay? You know better than this, Tim Pool. You know better than this. You work in media. You run Timcast IRL and you have your own news stuff. You gotta know that they fucking hide the important information in articles that go against whatever bullshit narrative they're putting forward. Like, you gotta be more dutiful when you do these things. What is this new points thingy? Oh, too long didn't read. If you click the community tab, if you super chat, if you chat, if you just engage in any way, then you get like experience in the chat. And it's kind of like YouTube's pilot program on some live streams to test out like kind of like how the point system works on Kick and Twitch, and hopefully they add more to it. As of right now, it's only based on the current stream and it's based off of engagement, but hopefully maybe they give us like API access and stuff, and then we can do like fun mini games and chat and other stuff with experience, and it'll be fun. But for right now, it's just like a crown so that I can recognize who's the most active in chat. But it's like, if I'm a streamer worth my salt, I kind of already know who my regulars are. I kind of already know who my active chatters are. But for other people showing up, they won't necessarily know. So really, it's kind of just for you guys to be like, oh, this guy chats a lot, which I guess is cool. It's fun. It adds another dynamic to the stream, but it needs more. It needs more to really make it like good, like Twitch.
And other platforms is located in the discovery section, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. The bigger complaint that I've heard is that trans women will list themselves as women on Tinder. And there are a bunch of dudes on X being like, when you load up Tinder, it'll show you.
Hey, thanks for the gifted membership. I appreciate it. $3.99, guys. You get access to some cool emotes and stuff. But really, if you really want to help out the stream, just like, share, subscribe, right? Join the Discord. That's where the go lives go. I appreciate everybody that's here. And congratulations to Leaving Marks, whoever that is.
Dude,
Leaving Marks sounds like a weird BDSM YouTube. Hold on, let me check this. But let me see what this guy's about. I can't look up Leaving Marks. I can't click it in the thing. Points? Yeah, I mean, like, I think you get just as many points for like chatting Modern Mage. Like, so I mean, I don't think you have to like gift memberships and stuff. But let me look actually. You are currently 26 with 50 experience points. So like, I don't know. I don't know if like it's not explicit on my end or your end exactly how it works. But I think if you just chat a lot, you'll get the badge. You don't, obviously, please don't spam my fucking chat, but you know what I mean. Get a free emoji just for participating. Oh, okay.
When you select for women. So what's to stop a guy from?
Yeah, I appreciate the funds, nevertheless. I do.
I'm just putting in a lie. It's just so dumb. They're like, if you're short, it won't let you pop up. Okay, so they'll just go in their profile and lie about their height.
I mean, you'd think that the simple answer would be obvious, but apparently it's not.
I mean, yeah. I mean, a lot of dudes are gonna lie. I mean, it's already bad enough. Like, I'm 6'5", right? And like, I've had girls at this point be like, "You're not 6'5". You're like 6'7", 6'8". And I'm like, "No, I'm 6'5". And they're like, "No, you're like 6'8". And it's like a lot of girls have like a skewed perception of what height is because so many dudes have been being like, I'm 6'1", and they're like 5'11", 5'10". And it's to the point where like a lot of girls have been gaslit into not knowing what 6 feet is. And it's fucking funny. I do think it's funny. Like, guys, just be honest about it. There's no point in lying about it. I mean, maybe. I mean, like, I guess there is some point if you're like 5'11" to be like, I'm 6 foot, because a lot of girls won't give you a chance because you don't meet the magic 6 foot marker thing. And I guess that's where that comes from. But it is just, I mean, it is just funny. Like when girls like try and argue with me that I'm taller than I am. And I'm like, no, I'm not. It's like, they're like, no, you're like 6'8". And I'm like, dude, the average NBA player is 6'6". You think I'm 2 inches taller than the average NBA player? Like what? No, I'm not. I'm an inch shorter than the average NBA player.
All of the people that I saw, I tweeted about this, and all the people that I saw responding, they were all just like, well, what about the weight filter for women? Which is, I mean, the obvious, you know, the obvious
I don't want any
question,
chonkers.
you know?
Agree.
You remember Homer had that shirt, No Fat Chicks? Well, he wanted that shirt. But of course, that would be offensive. They wouldn't allow that.
Yeah, well.
I mean, I've seen like people like Tinder is also, by the way, like one of the worst of them. Like Tinder has like this shit with like, you know, your vax status, and like I've also seen people getting like banned from Tinder because they said like no trans people. Like if you try and make it clear that you don't want to date trans people, you'll be like banned from Tinder. Like they have very left-wing politics. So I mean, like, but I mean, to be fair, if you're a centrist or a right-wing guy, what the fuck are you doing on Tinder? Like you're just meeting dumb, liberal, narcissistic whores. Sure, I'm sure there are good people on Tinder. I'm not saying everybody on Tinder is a narcissistic left-wing whore. I am saying that's what it's selecting for.
I mean, I think anything that the Tinder app does is inherently evil just because of their profit motive, and their business model is to keep people on the app. So, you know, they want the more superficiality, the better, because they don't want people forming genuine connections. Because if they're in a long-term relationship, they're not on Tinder.
That sounds like an anti-capitalist statement.
What? How is it anti-capitalist to say that a hookup app that was a hookup app wants to keep people on their app because it's a hookup app? Like, you know, matchmakers exist, right? It's a premium service, right? Like matchmakers have existed in like throughout all of history. like I mean, like especially but predominantly for wealthy clients. Like it's a free app. It's a hookup app. So they want to keep people on the app. Like that's not anti-capitalist to say that Tinder is a shit company with a shit app. Like there are apps that are designed to get people to actually be together. There's a bit of fraud and things like that. Like Hinge claims that they're not like that, but they basically are like that, right? But I mean, like you can like, especially like let's say you're like a wealthy guy in New York, like you can pay someone $5,000 and have a professional find people that like match based off of like what it is that you're looking for and what you want with other women. Now, I wouldn't use those services either because those women are mostly superficial, you know, attractive women that are looking for wealthy guys. So I don't know that that's necessarily what you would want. But like, yeah, like, no, that's not anti-capitalist to say that a company has a bad profit model. But it makes money doing thing I don't like, so capitalism bad. Exactly. Capitalism is value neutral. It matches the values of the people within the culture and society. It matches what it is that you want.
Yeah.
I mean, I would be, you know, this sort of idea that you can do whatever, you know, it takes to make money without any regard to morals. If that's anti-capitalist, then sure, I'm anti-capitalist, but I'm.
Yeah, right. Like if you're defining anti-capitalism as you ought to have good morals and you shouldn't try and make money off of bad things, then like, yeah, everybody's anti-capitalist, but that's not what anti-capitalism means. That's a fair point. Is eHarmony still a thing and semi-legit? I don't fucking know. I assume eHarmony is probably a thing. Plenty of Fish and Adult Friend Fighter are better for hookup. Hinge next. I mean, if you're using Adult Friend Finder at this point, like, ugh. The only people I've ever known that have used Adult Friend Finder are like problems with VD. Like, like that's a next level. I think Tinder and places like that are selling the idea of maybe you'll find the right one, but you're basically doing a hookup website. But like, yeah, I mean, like Adult Friend Finder especially is like just explicitly for hookups. As soon as bad things happen, people think free market bad, totally ignoring how the market will respond in the long term and only focusing on the short term. Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing is that like you don't do well in the market if you have a high time preference, right? Like high time preference thinking gets you, can get you money now, but not in the long term. But it's things like IP and government regulations that increase the market's high time preference, which of course increases the volatility of the market in the long term. But nobody wants to talk about that. Like if you get rid of a lot of regulations and you have a more capitalist market, and companies tend to fail more, and there tends to be more creative destruction.
Like communist.
That is the leftist argument, though. They misattribute corruption. They claim that capitalism and corruption are one and the same. Whereas most capitalists are like, no, you're talking about bad things we don't like. But I got to say, I do think the laissez.
Okay, so he immediately defeats his own argument, right? All right. Well, let's see what Tim Pool has to say after this.
Whereas most capitalists are like, no, you're talking about bad things we don't like. But I got to say, I do think the laissez-faire capitalists overlook stuff like this, and they're very dumb.
I mean, I've been on your show, Tim, and I've talked explicitly and deeply about welfare, and I fucking bodied Connor in showcasing how laissez-faire capitalism was better for pro-social human values and better for community and better for taking care of the sick and the elderly and better for gender roles and better for the psychology of a healthy society. But yeah, I guess we overlook Tinder and I'm dumb. Like, nah, like what? Like that's silly.
Pro-tariff, not universal blind blanket tariffs, but I think the American people can't compete with Chinese slave labor.
Oh my God, no, fucking tariffs aren't helping us with Chinese slave labor. Like we have an economic policy of creating the fucking US dollar as the reserve currency throughout the entire world and devalue the economic dollar within America as we did so. And like we didn't create a manufacturing base in this country. We let it go away, but we also didn't increase our skills because the government kept funding colleges thinking that we would get a better return on investment. But instead, what we got is woke schools and useless degrees because the state is maintaining our college system to not actually train people to be better workers and train people to have more high IQ jobs and positions, but instead train people to fucking believe whatever cockamamie bullshit and they'll go work at Starbucks with a psychology degree that doesn't help anybody do anything. There are a lot of factors that are involved in this, but tariffs are not this solution, this magical fucking Band-Aid for competing with slave labor in China. No, economic protectionism has just been a silly idea, and it's such a silly idea that it's basically the only thing that Austrians, Chicago School, Keynesians, post-Keynesians, MMTers, and every other branch of economics agree with, except for fascist theorists, MAGA populists, like conservative people that aren't even really economists, most of them. They're like pretending at being an economist, and Marxists. So in other words, extreme socialists to the extreme degree are the only people that agree that economic protectionism and nationalism are good. Marx agreed with that. He had a problem with international markets, right? And fascists agreed. And this is And like fascists, and even Benito Mussolini, who was completely against it, eventually had to bring in a guy who was fairly libertarian on his economic policies and made him the head of his economy for 2 years. I can't remember the guy's name off the top of my head right now, but made him basically the head of his economy for 2 years. And he got rid of rent control and he eased restrictions on tariffs and foreign imports. And then the economy bounced back. And then after the economy bounced back, he ousted the guy, and then the economy went back down. Like even fascists were like, "Ooh, turns out rent control and tariffs aren't a good idea." And then like until it was strong again, and then their messaging had to stick to that. Like tariffs are not this magical solution to slave labor in China. It's just not. It's a silly argument. It's a silly argument both on the merits, both on the logic of it. And again, if you're an empiricist or a consequentialist, just listen to literally any economist. Any economist that isn't a full-blown socialist will tell you tariffs hurt everybody. Now, if your argument wants to be, hey, China is engaged in non-free trade policy. They're engaged in currency manipulation. Everybody else is playing by the rules of intellectual property, but they're not. They're selling fraudulent goods. They're not playing by the rules of like customs imports that everybody has to play by because they're using a loophole so that they can ship in products from Temu that like don't have to go through customs. They tell us that things are fire retardant, but they're not. There's lead poisoning in things. Like their companies are agreeing to presumed policies by the World Trade Organization, but then it turns out that they don't follow those same policies and those same regulations, and thus we need tariffs to make them hurt so that we can make them play fairly by the rules that everyone has agreed to, so that we can get a return to free trade. Then that's an argument for tariffs that I can respect. Right? That's an argument that like has logic behind it. But like the idea that like tariffs good, economic protectionism good because slave labor exists in China, or that because wages are low in China is just I don't want to say an uninformed opinion. It's an ill-informed opinion. If we removed IP, would it help level the field? Yeah, it would absolutely help level the field if we removed IP, because China doesn't respect IP at all. And it's part of the reason that they do better.
Peasant labor, okay, let's be more factual. But there's these libertarians that are like, no, it's good. It's better that Chinese peasants are taking all the jobs and Americans are living in trailers and can't afford to buy food. So then we got to give them tax benefits and half of them don't get that. I'm like, yeah, that's...
Yeah, I don't think there's a single libertarian in existence that thinks that it's good that all of the labor market is going to China, and that it's good that like the wonderful whites of West Virginia exists, and that we need to give them fucking welfare. Like I don't know what magical libertarian unicorn this is that believes in that, but that's not true. Fabian Seth Rogen liberty. Oh God. Don't do that to me. All right. Like I get that I might have like a similar kind of funny voice, and that I'm a little overweight, and that I got a little bit of a beard in the same way. But like don't make me that. Don't do that to me. I'm way more base than fucking Seth Rogen. Okay? I'm not high smoking weed being like, me and my wife don't need children because cities are so good and our fur babies are our kids, right? Like I've got kids, right? I've fucked up. I've had some problems, but like don't put that on me, dog. Don't give me that energy.
That's all really bad.
Yeah. Capitalism only works with a moral foundation.
We don't have that's true. But
well, yeah, I mean, capitalism works like saying capitalism only works with a good moral foundation is kind of like a meaningless statement, because if your society has a poor moral foundation, it's bad no matter what system of economics you're using. Like socialism only works with a good moral foundation. If everybody was a good socialist, then socialism would work. Except for all the times socialism has been tried, it didn't work out. But that's because there weren't good socialists. That wasn't true socialism. Like what? Everything needs a good moral foundation. If your society is degenerate and has poor values and morals, it doesn't fucking matter what system of governance you have or what economic system, your society is going to rot. And this is the problem with socialists, is that they think that they can centrally plan morality into a society. And every attempt at it fails. Not only does it fail to achieve the outcome and the results that they had hoped for, not only does it cost money and thus economically depress the people in order to attempt to control society, but it always has unintended consequences, right? Centralized, as Frederick Hayek said in chapter 4 of The Road to Serfdom, centralized authority destroys spontaneous order. The attempt to try and use centralized authority to enforce morality onto people destroys the very systems within that structure in society that would actually impose good morals and give good structure. It's a net negative, not just because it costs stolen property and is unjustifiable, but also in its consequences. Capitalism is the only system that works regardless of your morals. No, I think you can have immoral people in a capitalist system and they be a net positive to society. But if the society as a whole is immoral, then capitalism's not going to work, right? I think a perfect example that I like to use is Mr. Beast, right? Mr. Beast, just look at that motherfucker's eyes. To me, he looks like a psychopath. I genuinely think he has antisocial personality disorder. I'm not saying he does. I'm just saying it is my personal opinion that he does, right? Like when I see him, I'm like, this screams ASPD to me. And yet he can go out and he can heal fucking people and bring sight to the blind, and he can give people jets, and he can make money off of making random people's lives better, and he can go and build water wells, wells for water and water towers in Africa because he's able to monetize content, and he is a selfish person trying to get money, and I think he's a bit of a psycho, and it doesn't matter because he's recognized that a society that at least has some moral value on healing the blind, and a society that has some moral value on, building water towers and wells in Africa, he can extract value by achieving the things that the society desires to see. And some of the things that the society desires to see is the blind healed and villages getting water. Like, these are things that he can make money off of because the society, obviously our society has a lot of problems, but our society does value good things, and he can make money off of good things despite him being a bit of a psycho and just kind of, wanting attention and wanting like those clicks and wanting to be rich. So I would say that an immoral person can achieve great and good things in a society, but under capitalism, but I don't think capitalism works if the society is like degenerate and immoral. It's all like that problem is unsustainable, and capitalism is not going to fix it. What I'm getting at is society as a whole, morals are always self-interest. Sure, the few can inhibit the others, but that's beside. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the end result.
I didn't realize that this would be Tim Pool. I kind of realized that he probably wasn't going to figure out that it was a premium feature or connect the dots. I didn't realize that this was just going to be an anti-capitalism section. Like, what?
It's just capitalism won't work then.
Right.
Like pure laissez-faire capitalism, I think won't work because, and this is always the crazy argument that I hear from ANCAPs. It's like monopolies form, evil people motivated by evil things will make bad products that hurt people, and they'll get away with it. And then
okay, like this is the crazy argument that I hear from ANCAPs. Well, have you genuinely engaged with an ANCAP that isn't Dave Smith? Or maybe Joshua, right? Like have you made this argument? Have you spoken to an ANCAP about these? Like, monopolies form under the state. The state creates monopolies, not fucking laissez-faire capitalism. Monopolies are far less likely to exist under laissez-faire capitalism. And even the term of monopoly is like a bullshit term about majority market share that like has nothing to do with like actual factual, tangible results, right? Because no product is in competition only with the widget itself. It's in competition for your time. It's in competition to fill a role in your life. Right. And we've seen over and over again where, Alcoa, the history of Alcoa, where even under monopolies, even when Alcoa had 100% of the market share of the distribution and sale of aluminum, the prices on aluminum consistently fell, and Alcoa never made more than a 12% profit. Okay, so they didn't jack up prices to get this insane profit, and their prices fell. Why? Because aluminum is in competition with a bunch of other metals. And so as the price on other metals fell, aluminum either the price needed to fall, or they were going to sell less aluminum. And it's about rate of profit. It's not about how much profit per item sold. If you want to make a bunch of money, then the best way to make a bunch of money is increase production and increase how many items you're selling, right? Like if you go to Walmart, most of the things in the grocery aisle of Walmart is like 1 or 2 cents a profit per item. And you're like, how does anybody make money when ketchup, Heinz ketchup Walmart's only getting like 2 cents profit per bottle of ketchup? And that's because if you go stand by the checkout, you'll see that thousands of items are being sold per hour at that one Walmart. And that one Walmart is making thousands and thousands of dollars of profit in one fucking, is like they're making like $500 of profit per hour during their busy times. And during their slow times, they're still making profit. Like it's not fucking like this idea of like, so he's taking a presumption that monopolies form under laissez-faire capitalism and that is bad. When most of the bad tendencies of monopolies are because they were aided in by the state. AT&T, state monopoly. It's usually state regulation that causes monopolies to cause bad problems, right? Like you can look at even the worst monopoly like Rockefeller, right? Our Standard Oil. And even under the worst monopoly ever, prices fell from $20 a barrel of kerosene to like $4 and some change in kerosene. And he was in competition with whale oil. He destroyed the whaling industry by creating a monopoly on kerosene. And at its peak, it dominated like 86% of the market. And he tried buying up his competition. You know what ended up happening? People started making kerosene refinery factories with the explicit purpose of overselling them to Standard Oil, which hurt him. Like monopolies in the long term just don't work under laissez-faire capitalism. The only time monopolies actually work and are actually real is when they're created by the state.
I hear from libertarians and laissez-faire guys that say, if the product's hurting people, people stop buying it. And I'm like, then explain all the chemicals in our food, all the weird garbage that we know is causing problems that's still there.
I can. It's called the Food and Drug Administration. People are stupid. That's true. People will buy shit that's bad for them. That's true. What you have is a void of information. There's a market void, but the government has taken over the kind of the means testing of what is or isn't safe food. And then corporations figure out ways to lie, and the FDA is incredibly slow to act and give accurate information. Go to the grocery store, right? Go to the grocery store and go to eggs. You will see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 types of eggs, okay? You'll see regular cheap eggs, assuming that we just assume that the sizes are all the same. You'll see regular cheap eggs. Then you'll see organic eggs. And organic eggs are only slightly more expensive. And it's like, okay, well, what the fuck does organic mean? Organic just means that they weren't given subcutaneous injections, which is mostly for fucking beef, that they weren't given, they were given some chemicals and some probiotics and some vaccines, but they weren't given other ones that the FDA says are the bad ones. So they're given drugs and shit just as much as regular fucking eggs are, except they're different ones, so they get to be called organic. Then you'll see free range eggs, and they'll be slightly more expensive. Do you know what free range means? It means that they're all in one giant warehouse as opposed to in individual cages. Well, guess what? Free range is actually cheaper. More chickens die, but it's easier to maintain the chickens. So they're in a giant room with no fucking sunlight being fed grain and bullshit, and it's called free range. But it invokes an image of like a bunch of chickens out by eating bugs and eating stuff, roaming free, when in reality it just means a slightly higher percentage of chickens die because they're not in individual cages, but we need less labor because they're not in individual cages. Okay, then you'll see oh God, it's not free range, it's not pasture raised, there's one other one. Cage free. Cage-free means the exact same thing as free range, except it also means that they have to, it's either free range or cage-free, I can't remember. It means that they have to have a certain percentage that is open to the sun. And so what does that mean? That means there's this giant silo, and then there's this little bitty area that can hold like 100, 200 chickens in it at a time in this like giant building that has like thousands of chickens in it, okay? And that area is open to the sun, and it's very often concrete, so there's not even any grass or any bugs or anything getting in there. Then you have this whole other section of eggs that are way more expensive, and they're pasture raised. And that's because the term pasture raised requires that the chickens actually go out into fields, that they actually have free access to fields in the pastures. Okay, so that's why pasture raised is like way more expensive. But then you look at free range and you look at cage free and organic, and all these eggs are basically the same fucking price as other eggs. And that's because corporations just go, oh, well, we won't say pasture raised, we'll just say cage free, which is technically true. And then the FDA is like this regulating agency on words, and then marketing companies just kind of say whatever, and those words have meanings that nobody knows. And so there's just a complete dearth of information on the products that we buy, and the FDA absolutely sucks at everything that they do of getting us accurate information or in accurately regulating the very corporations that give them money to regulate them. The entire thing is so fucking stupid. And it's the idea of like, but under free market capitalism, wouldn't it be good? Wouldn't it, the free market capitalism wouldn't have all these wonderful regulations we have that are working so well, except they're not. Yeah, dumb people will eat poison, and no amount of fucking government regulation is going to stop that unless you get rid of all choice that they have and only allow them to make the things the state produces. And you know what happens when that happens? People starve. That's what happens. Starvation and genocide. That's what happens literally every time a country starts taking over the full production of food. You're going to school them on eggs in the debate? Yeah, sorry. The debate starts in like 12 minutes. I'm going to give it like another 5 minutes of this. I had no idea this was going to piss me off so much. I thought this was going to be a fun segment of Tinder and laughing about the fact that they're not getting actually getting it, and that they didn't read the article. And it immediately just came into socialists arguing against capitalism and giving like the same tired arguments we've all heard 1,000 times from every right-wing socialist about why capitalism bad. But yeah, here in a minute, I'm gonna take a piss, grab another drink, and hop into the Discord to start the debate.
There. It's because the effects aren't immediate. So these companies get away with putting weird garbage in our food that we and our kids eat. It's causing generational diseases and chronic illness, and nothing's stopping it.
Yep. Okay, yeah, but that's true of regulation too. Like, regulation doesn't come in until the damage is already done from the state. Like it's of course it's true that like people will attempt to poison people if it's cheaper. That's true under socialism. That's true under mixed market economies. That's true under capitalism. But under capitalism, the market is quicker to respond to fix that problem. And under capitalism, when people poison people and we find out that they knew that they poisoned people, they go out of business and they pay restitution for their crimes. Under a mixed market economy and FDA regulation, they go, oh, well, the regulations weren't there. So, oopsie, I guess we'll tag a $50 million fine on Tyson. And Tyson made, $120 billion in profit off of this product. Bad, Tyson. Give us our $50 million so we can fund the next investigation that's 10 years behind what the market would have provided. Like, the idea that like bad people exist isn't fucking unique to capitalism. And this is no argument that like socialist regulations actually fix this problem. They don't. They're worse at fixing it than the market. The laissez-faire capitalist is the only one engaged in reality that says, yes, evil people will poison people. That is going to happen until human beings until every human being is like a good libertarian that believes truly deeply in their heart in the non-aggression principle, and no human being is ever born again that doesn't believe in that, which is basically never going to happen. But only the Marxist, only the socialist, only the statist believes that because that's evil and that exists in the world, it justifies the state regulation of it. And there's very little investigation into whether or not the state is even doing a good job of stopping these things. And then whenever the state fails, they go, well, if only we voted the right people in, if only we got the right laws. And the moment you start having that thought, realize that what you're saying is Marcuse is right. You're a Marcusian socialist. You're a Frankfurt School socialist that believes that if only we vote harder and we write more regulations, eventually we'll get the perfect regulatory state and we'll get closer and closer to God and the perfect government, and everyone will be happy eating their fucking bugs and living in their pods. But that's not true.
And the way you're describing Tinder is also, that's Big Pharma's whole deal, right? Just mask the problem. We don't want to cure anything. We don't want to give you a lasting, cure with like a healthy relationship or actual cure to your disease. We want to keep you hooked onto this medicine forever.
That's why they...
Yeah, and you know why that happened? Because the American Medical Association got rid of people that were actually curing people. They got rid of the Security Benefits Association. They got rid of the fraternal societies that were actually focused on lowering healthcare costs, that were negotiating with doctors. Instead, they created a pseudo-government organization and said that these people are dangerous because they're making medical care too cheap, because they're too efficient and they're too good at making people healthier. So we need the government to step in and regulate healthcare, and we need the government. And every fucking time, it's like, I hate to sound like an ideological broken clock, but I can point to you every fucking time that it's socialists that are causing these problems, not free market capitalism.
They endorse transitioning kids or young people because they they put them on a drug regime for the rest of their lives.
Yep, drug slaves.
So
they love it.
So I wouldn't put it.
Yeah, I wonder who's super about fucking trans in the kids. Could it be government organizations that invited Dylan Mulvaney to the White House and then invited them at OPATH and then created a trans individual, like the trans person in the cabinet for Health and Human Services Deputy Secretary, I believe? I can't remember what she was in charge of. Could it be the American Medical Association, the American Psychological Association, the American Counselor Association, all of these groups that are pseudo-government run organizations and not free market, that utilize that maintain their stranglehold on licensing in America on all of these things, and maintain their stranglehold on licensing of doctors and counselors and psychologists, but also on like K-CREP accreditation for schools, so that schools have to teach these values and these things. I had to take a multicultural competency course at a Christian university because the ACA demanded that diversity is our strength, and that I needed to learn about diversity, equity, and inclusion to be able to be a counselor. Like what? Like, it's the government doing this. It's the socialists. What the fuck? These people bring up the evidence, like, look at this bad thing. That's why we need government. There's no examination as to the logic of their thoughts. It is all just bad thing happen. This why we need good man come fix bad thing. And that's a fantasy world that you're living in. Is it true that I cut my own hair? Yes, it is true that I cut my own hair. All right. I'm going to hop into the I got to hop in and get ready for the debate. So I'm going to hop in the Discord and then I'm going to take a quick pee break and grab another drink. Oh, God damn it. Hold on. God damn it. Hold on. Whoopsie. All right. And then the Discord. All right, boys, I'll be right back. Let me throw some chill music on. Now you go take a quick whiz bang and grab another drink, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Oh, actually, hold on. Okay, I thought I muted it for a second. Bro, I hate the fact that the Army bred me into always being 5 minutes early no matter what. And then I'm like here by myself. Oh, Gibbs just showed up, but he's muted. Bro, I have no idea what is happening in chat. I just look over and it's just in all caps. Coom, coom, coom. He's got preservatives. Yo, what? What is happening? Can you hear me? Dope. I feel like this is one of the few topics where like I've had CNN open with like the live updates, you know, like where I'm like, Larry, let me refresh and see if anything new happened. Oh, some other shit burned. All right. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's how it is with all breaking news, right? It's like, I challenge anyone. It's like, look, you're an expert in at least one thing, probably. Whatever that thing is, right? Go and read news. Yeah, whatever, right? Go and read news articles about the thing you're an expert in. And then what you will see is that they have literally no fucking clue what they're talking about. Like, if it's the thing you're an expert in. And then people will know that, internalize that, and then completely forget that the moment they read any news organization, right wing or left wing, right? This isn't a specific issue to one side of the political spectrum or anything. And they'll be like, well, I trust Fox News and CNN on what's happening in Iran today. And it's like, dude, you just told me that you were an expert on this thing and every journalist got it wrong. But now that you're talking about something you have no idea what's going on, you're just expecting to be well informed by these people. And then on top of that, you add breaking news. So when people are like, breaking news, this just happened, and like the AP reported it, I'm like, okay, that's fucking meaningless to me. Like, do they have video proof of the thing happening with the context in it? No? Okay. Then, all right, well, we'll wait a couple days and see if that's true. You know what I mean? Like, well, I mean, like, yeah, right? Well, yeah, I mean, like, you can, certain things can be verified by video in on the ground, you know, developing situations. But the thing that can't necessarily be verified is context and scope, right? So it's like, and I think the media, you know, like, you don't know to what degree something is representative of the whole, just because you have individual anecdotal video of a thing, and then you don't necessarily know the context in a thing, right? So like, you know, I watched some chick on Hassan's show, right? Or on Twitter, and he, like, from his stream where he was like, I was shot in the arm because, you know, because they targeted me and my comrade told me, you know, to watch out. And then my arm's broken or fractured or something. I don't know. Ha ha. And it's like, okay, well, what's the actual content? Like, was she doing that? Is that just a lie? Like, where's the other video? You know what I mean? Like, so it's like, you know, was she crazy and like running up to people, or are they targeting people? Like, you don't, like, the context is missing, and then of course the scope is missing. Like, to what degree is that representative of what's happening everywhere, and then to what degree isn't it, right? Like, I think we heard so much with BLM, like, and we're hearing it again with like mostly peaceful protests, whatever, right? It's like such a hilarious thing. It's like, okay, right, it's like technically that's true, you know what I mean? Like, but that's true of every riot, right? That's true of every protest, right? And so it's like, it wasn't until much later that we got a mostly full accounting of the damage to know that hundreds of millions of dollars of property had been damaged. It depends on how you count it, but sure. We'll hold on to it. Hold on. We went away from what I was talking about. Oh, God damn it. Hold on 1 second, boys.
That's sort of are you talking about the video?
Yeah, well, I spoke to him about that.
Sorry about that. That
yeah,
should be
I was
fixed,
losing my
right?
shit in the chat. Did you see that?
No, but someone came in afterwards with brought in a third
Should be
person,
fixed,
and they
right?
mentioned you of
Yeah, sorry. Sometimes my
wrongly disagreeing with me.
Sometimes my shit. I just muted it just now, but like sometimes a Windows update or just like restarting my computer, it'll like restart all my shit in Streamlabs, and like this is like the third virtual audio cable, and so I missed it, and I apologize. So like it was just set to quote unquote default, which means I'm hearing it, but you weren't hearing it.
Tell your boss, huh? I was under 5 minutes late, right? Oh God,
That's what he tells the judge. Only late.
Yeah,
by
he tells
5
the
minutes.
judge. I'm no wonder 5 minutes.
I like that would be horrible to tell a judge. Like when I worked at a law firm, I remember this one guy, didn't show up to a place on time, by I don't know 2 minutes, and it was the one time the judge was like actually ahead of schedule, and he got reamed so hard, and then the legal assistant that like fucked up like the timing was immediately fired. Like it was just you're done, like no question. And,
yeah, and that's
never forgot that.
I think we should have a level of leeway, but whatever. Hold on, before we get into that, Corey, I think you'll be happy, maybe Gibbs too. It'll be happy to know that finally I've watched Captain America: Brave New World.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, because it came out on Disney Plus. Like I said, I have to wait till.
What do you think of the Japan being the big bad?
Japan
Japan
can't do
was not
spoilers.
the big.
Can't do spoilers,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, no, we can.
Everyone in the
It's
audience.
3 months out, so now. But Japan, how is Japan the big bad?
Well, I mean, I guess they were poised against like the American-led order in that one. So like it was like the not so big bad versus, the not so good.
They were never
good.
the enemy. I mean, like they were another party.
Well, that's an interesting take we could dive into right there. Like, who was the good guy in Captain America: Brave New World?
Captain America.
Yeah, Captain America.
Real shot in the dark there.
Captain America was the good guy. He was trying to promote American interests abroad, as he should.
Well, I mean, yeah, sure. Okay, and so was the president. Like, when these types of movies happen, like I have to turn my anti-imperialist brain off, like to enjoy a movie. Honestly, I'll just have to ignore all these parts and this is not how America acts at all. But beyond that, I have one complaint about the movie, but overall, and I'll share it with you in a second. Overall, I thought it was a solid movie, right? I don't think it was perfect, but I thought it was a solid movie. Great action scenes. The logic of the movie more or less made sense. There's stuff
it could have been better though.
I know. I'm not saying it's not perfect.
My biggest issue is they cut out. I would probably rate it like B somewhere in the B minus to B plus range. I would agree with that assessment. I do have my one big complaint is maybe it's just because I'm a big Seth Rollins fan, but the fact that apparently they cut a lot of scenes with the Serpent Society, and then what's his name came in and only filmed like his scenes, like after they'd already filmed a lot of stuff, and so apparently a lot of the stuff with like Seth Rollins is left on the floor, and we were gonna get a whole bunch of Serpent Society, but it was gonna lead into a Serpent Society TV show apparently. But apparently they cut all of this, and it's like no longer in the works, according to what Seth Rollins is saying. Which I get, and then so I guess the WWE gave him a big storyline instead. But I'm a little disappointed because I think he would have been perfect for whichever snake he was supposed to play. He would have been perfect for that role.
Marvel did announce a Serpent Society. I had seen like the announcement thing. They did announce a Serpent Society property. I don't know if it was a show or a movie, but in any case. And so they did seem to pull back on that, and I think was it Luis Esposito or something like that? I forget exactly.
Juan Carlo.
Juan Carlo. He's a great actor in general.
Excuse me. Yeah, he's amazing. No, he's amazing. I love him, but like I think he was wasted here. Like
he was like inserted in or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Look at
he didn't really fit his last Disney thing either. Like when they put him, like I enjoyed him as the big, like a bad guy for like in the Mandalorian. But like when you compare him to the bad guy for the first season, the client, which was Werner Herzog's character, like when Werner Herzog, which the director, he gives that played that guy or whatever, but he gives that speech at the end of that first season where he's like safety, security, economic prosperity. What metric? Like this is something I could see an actual guy giving, and the guy then he like turns and looks at the camera and then looks at you and say, "I like to see the baby." Like, holy shit, this guy's terrifying. And then to have like, Juan Carlo Esposito come in, I'm like, okay, this is a big bad I can believe. And he just kind of was like goofy as the big bad. And I was like, in the Mandalorian, I'm just like, man, I really would like to see him as like more. They didn't give him enough power. I don't think. I
disagree with you on this one. I thought he was great in that one, and he didn't read to me as goofy, in the Mandalorian at all. But I mean, I respect your opinion on this. I respect you guys' opinion. I just, I thought he was in that one. He was better, especially contrasted to this. I mean, like it just seems like he, like they gave him like a fight scene, and it was just like, well, Captain America can barely fight this old man, and I don't know. It was just like, it was kind of pointless. Kind of pointless.
I agree,
and I think an actual Serpent Society thing would have been more interesting. I don't know much about the Serpent Society. I'm not like they're not big into that level of the Captain America lore. But that would have just been like better. Like they just like threw a name. Like, okay, let's pull out of our IP bag, right? What do we have here? Oh, I guess it's the Serpent Society. So we'll plaster that on like the group. But it could have just been like generic terrorist group A, right? Has stolen the MacGuffin, right? And you got to beat them up. And that's as much as it had to do with that. So like it was completely pointless there. Like they should have really just changed the name to anything else, and it would have been better. Or not even have that group. That could like it was more of a distraction. Like there could have been more on like the leader, which is the name that it used in the within the context of the movie. The leader is the name of the.
Yeah, he's another one that seems a little underutilized. I think with that one is like he is.
Bro, I'm a nerd. I like nerdy shit. I just can't give any zero fucks given towards the new Disney movie, Marvel, Star Wars, whatever shit they're coming out with. Like, I was a huge fucking Star Wars fan growing up. I've read over 100 Star Wars books and played all the Star Wars games up until 10 years ago. And I don't give any fucks about Disney's Marvel shit. It's just like, I don't care about the goy slop. I just don't anymore. 40K for the win. I've been listening to some podcasts about it, but I got to start reading some of their books. Right now I'm reading The Ecology of Freedom by Bookchin. But after that, I think I'll read I'm listening to it on audiobook. But after that, I'll probably switch to a 40K book.
Get to see how incredibly smart he was. He just made some wild ass statements that on 2 occasions was correct. They'd be like, okay, I guess he's smart. I don't know. And then he bioengineered the president. No, so here's my big issue with him. Overall, again, I think it was fine. Like the things we're saying now, I think are notable, right? Which definitely keeps it from being an A, right? And the thing I'm going to say doesn't necessarily affect its grade, especially with general audiences, right? But like it's a problem for me. There's literally no point in putting the Red Hulk in if you aren't going to like have a Red Hulk fight. Like if people understand, right? Like, hey, the for Green Hulk, the madder he gets, the stronger he gets, right? For the Red Hulk.
Yeah. I would absolutely enjoy if you have like some preferences on like a good place to start in terms of reading 40K. I would appreciate that. That'd be dope.
I mean, you can see his suit start to burn off, right?
Yeah.
You see like heat waves coming off of him, but it plays no part in the fight, like not one bit. But like that's his thing. His temperature raises, and so like he's strong, but like not like Hulk strong for those reasons, right? It's a different type of fight. So like there's a lot you could do with that, right? To make it difficult for Captain America to fight him. None of that was messed with. So like, it might as well just it was like literally a recolored Hulk. Like literally, that's all it was.
I mean, I could mute, but like, and I am a little bit just because it's starting to fucking like. I'm waiting for like us to be done with this fucking nerdgasm on the Goy slop. I would really love it.
Right,
Well,
like
I think he's 83, 80.
yeah, he's 83. How many?
He's old, but
he's
not
old,
dead.
bro. Like,
Almost
I mean,
1,000.
Yeah, almost 1,000. This guy's ancient. Like now, I love Ford. How many movies are we going to get as Harrison Ford as the Red Hulk now going forward? And the Red Hulk, especially as Thunderbolt Ross, is somebody that's going to be keep going. Yeah, we're going to get no more. Like it's like you've locked him up, and this is going to be a character that makes a couple cameos over the years, and is just going to be gone again. And Thunderbolt Ross is like a major player, like in pretty much all these storylines they got going on coming forward, and especially when it looks like they're going to be going with the what is it? The Nazi, the Hydra thing with the Hydra fucking Captain America coming up in the first half of the whatever Avengers movie is what it looks like they're talking about doing.
They could just CGI him in moving forward, like technology's there now.
Yeah, but like I mean, but it like I don't know. You're gonna have like I guess they could like Tarkin him in, but like you're gonna have like a CGI Harrison Ford. Like why aren't you like why didn't we just do that with the original actor then at that point? Like I mean we could like
that's probably the direction we're going in at some point. Like
yeah, I mean like at that point they might as well just made it Peter Cushing and because they already have the rights to him and they could just use him to play Thunderbolt Ross in perpetuity at that point. I don't know why they like. I mean I don't know. I mean, how far? Honestly, that's a good question. How far are we from fully AI fucking characters in movies? Like that's gonna be...
that VO3 shit from Google is insane. So if that's any indicator,
yeah, I've been watching all these Stormtrooper like fan movies they're making with AI now, and some of them are like cinema quality. I'm like, holy shit! Like this is crazy stuff.
VO3 is really good. Yeah. Actually, stitching together those scenes can be very difficult to get. Like the full, like from point A to point B to point C, right? That can be more work than you think. But when you do get it to work, it's like I mean, it will fool you. Now it's to the point where we can't just make fun of Grandpa, right, for not understanding this image is AI. It's gonna be really tough, and I think the public hasn't dealt with the full ramifications of this technology until and I've said this before. I said this years ago. That until we have an incident happen, right? Maybe a significant part of the public is fooled by misinformation, something that otherwise there's no way they would have been able to tell, but they fall for it, and it causes some sort of disaster. Then we're going to deal with it, right? But blood basically has to spill before that happens.
I think something that's really interesting is with each successive generation, it appears that the incoming generations and millennials, right, compared to previous generations, are less and less capable of critical thinking or rational thinking, and less capable of reading, or being literate, but also more and more capable of recognizing fake content, recognizing AI content, recognizing when like a TikTok is like an ad for a product, even though it's sold like it isn't an ad. Like I like it's. I don't even know that like if you show really good AI or really like well thought out ads where it's like a story about some woman's life. I saw one recently about like her husband, and it was literally obviously just an ad for like sex candy that they eat, like spicy chocolate or some.
Oh God.
Right? But it was like, it was a 3-minute story and she only mentioned the product twice. And in the story, it's about like, you know, her being cheated on and like all this other stuff, and how her ex was controlling, right? And so like it almost got me. I was like, because I heard that, like I heard it popped up the first time. I was like, why the fuck did she bring that up? That's so weird. And then she brought it up a second time. And I was like, I just watched a 3-minute fucking ad for some sex candy bullshit. What the fuck? You almost got me, right? And it's like, I'm pretty sure that if I showed that to my little sister who's Gen Z, right, like she would immediately be like, why are you showing me this dumb ad? But like at the same time, if I show people from Gen Z, like if like they can't read third person omniscient, they can't. They literally cannot read, like they cannot fathom complicated concepts like regular ass fantasy literature written 20 years ago, because of like the way media and literature has been shaped to their mind, that like it's foreign to them. The same way that I think AI. Well, see, they hate it and they don't get it and they don't connect with it. I'm not saying they're incapable of it, but like they just can't connect with it. And I think it's the media landscape changes so that Gen Z is able to see.
Well, Scott, things. I think I disagree with that statement. I think, all right, so I'm trying to come
to be fair, most Gen Z can't fucking read. Let's be honest.
Well, hold on. So I'm trying to come to terms with this situation, right? Like, so I've been trying to educate myself on like the literature, like the literature crisis, the literacy crisis, I should say, excuse me. And what people have been saying. So like in general, I am quite skeptical when I hear like this next generation is in trouble because, right? That's like what we usually hear. Like each generation, like the cries, like how the next generation is in some awful crisis and things will never be the same and it's the end of society, right? So like I'm very skeptical of this. However, I'm trying to take this literacy thing seriously. And what it seems like is the problem is less that like media has changed, at least from what I'm hearing, from what teachers are saying, is that like with the advent of generative AI, a lot of kids, and with the interruption of COVID, that's also an important part. But
yeah,
like with generative AI, they are summarizing text, and they are having trouble like going through and picking out like the important parts of like a text, especially like a long novel. Some people, lots of kids, according to teachers, right? And I actually have a few articles on this. Maybe
I was trying to hold on. I was trying to be descriptive, not prescriptive, and like I delved into the prescriptive a little bit too much. But like what I'm mostly saying, let's get a social media landscape. Let's put that away, right? There's a million things we could talk about. Like, you know, we could talk about the fact that people don't read in school anymore. They read excerpts. They don't actually read whole books. Like they stopped reading. They stopped demanding any level of like thought from kids, and they're just like, regurgitate the talking points from the textbook. Like there's a billion reasons we can go into it. All I'm saying is that we are getting to a point where each successive generation seems less capable, or at least millennials and especially Gen Z and potentially Gen Alpha. It's hard to tell yet, right? Like the ship might be righted at some point, but that they're less literate. And at the same time, they're way more adept at being able to see through AI, or even be able to vibe out like when something's not right. Because you show like the most basic AI to boomers, and like they're like, oh my God, those poor kittens in the road. And it's like, we can look at it and be like, this is so obviously AI. And they're like, it's not real, but it pictured. And it's like, what is, it's like you make $250,000 a year at a large corporation, and you can't tell that these cats in the middle of a stormy weather with a car that looks like a cartoon and the license plate is in half English and half Cyrillic isn't fucking real, and the cat has 7 legs, one of them. Like, you can't tell this is fake, and they're like, oh, I didn't know. Whatever.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting though is like along with that, it's like I think it's 2-pronged, right? Like there's what you described with the AI, right? And then there's like this idea that like these that I see all the time where people like can't like digest content that's not like if that's longer than 3 minutes or a minute, right? And they'll tell you stuff like as if it's fact. And they'll be like, oh, and then you argue with them, and they're like, oh, no, prove it. So then I'm like, okay, well, here's an article that proves you're wrong, or here's an article explaining why this is misleading, and there's, XYZ factor, or like, hey, okay, well, here's one side, here's the other side, here's like maybe like the middle ground, right? And they'll be like, well, this video says, and I'm like, well, what's that video from? And it's like John Jameson's TikTok. Like, okay, why are you? Well, I trust what John Jameson's saying, and you're like, okay, why have you chosen to trust him? Well, I like his takes on food, and you're just like, okay, I'm not.
I mean,
it's
it's blackpilling, but a third of people are below 85 IQ, dude.
Yeah, but hold on, I get that, but like I don't know.
Like a third of all Americans are like 10 years ago we would have defined them as mentally retarded.
I'm not saying that like, hey, TV, at least with TV, they would sit down and talk about the issue or whatever, et cetera, compared to now. But at least with like television, they'd be like, oh, this is whatever. Here's the opposing side. Sometimes, most of the time, even like if it was a biased news story. Now it's like, here's one side. It's fact. Like, there's no more like discussion. And then when you like challenge them on it, there's no challenging because John Jameson says it. I trust John Jameson. Who are you to tell just me John Jameson? I was like, well, I got a degree in XYZ and I did this and this and this. And they're like, well, you don't have 1 million followers, so your opinion don't matter.
There's a really cool documentary on Buckley v. Vidal, and that really is the beginning of it all. And I can't remember the exact name of it. Maybe someone in chat will remind me. But it's a great look at like a historical, like looking back at like how things changed, because CBS basically could not get enough of the coverage, and they were like in danger of losing like going out of business essentially because they couldn't compete with other news organizations. And William F. Buckley, who's the father of neoconservatism, like the fountain, the guy, he started the National Review. Like the neocon movement basically begins with him, and they started doing like these series of like debates, and like they started getting a little bit more heated than like your typical news debates. And at one point in time, Vidal calls him a crypto fascist, and he loses it because he literally fought Nazis. And he loses it and curses on live television about
crypto fascist, but.
Sure, right, but in that moment, it was triggering.
To
be called a fucking fascist when you fought fascists, right? And he lost it, and he cursed on television and everything. And to the day of his death, he said that was the worst mistake he ever made in his entire life, was cursing and just getting a little mad in a debate, because that was the beginning of like, oh, we need to have this fiery back and forth entertainment of tribalism in politics on TV and in media. It all really began with Buckley v. Vidal.
I would have been there. It would have happened any which way.
For sure. But like to him, he thought that was like a big catalyst, and he was, with him being like the guy that was the neoconservative movement, and having so much respect and clout, and he went on to do like is it Crossfire? Or right, in so many of those famous interview debates and things. Like what we do here, that's where the roots of that began, right? Like we owe, if you're a political streamer, you owe your history to like William F. Buckley in a way, and the kind of the programming that he did, and the change in the media landscape.
I pray to him at my altar every day, actually. So I hear you.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, great, William F. Buckley! Can we please bring some more bombs for the military-industrial complex? We must fight communism with Lockheed Martin.
So. Gibbs, are you talking to us or your audience? To your audience?
Yeah, I was saying, yeah, probably just tell them it goes back to Socrates. There's Donald. That's what we can thank the fiery rhetoric today when they're committing suicide at panels right there. Nothing is more fiery than that, bro. What are you talking about?
I mean, he didn't. Okay, I get the joke.
Socrates was forced suicide.
Well, yeah, exactly. How base is
not
that?
Really.
A loser gets suicided at the panel.
Not really.
Sure.
Like it was literally a punishment that they knew wouldn't be enacted if he just left Athens, but he chose to commit suicide to make a martyr of himself.
His friends.
This sounds like framing. I like my
Well,
phrase.
it's basically banishment, and if you don't accept the banishment, then you're gonna have to drink poison, essentially. And he was like, "Fuck you, I'll drink the poison."
What he should have done is drank a bunch of poison all month and like got his body used to it, and then gone and drank the poison.
Or done like a Napoleon thing where you drank like so much poison that you vomited up, and then you're like, "I'm immune to poison."
Blackfoot is actually doing that right now. He drinks little bits of poison.
That is alcohol as a poison.
There's that guy.
That's true.
He's the universal anti-venom now.
I'm eating really spicy Pringles. But I wanted to say, I was watching a show called something about you're out in the middle of the woods and you gotta like survive. The fuck is it? Not Lost.
Survivor.
Not that one.
There's like 100 of those.
Yeah, okay, well, all right. It's one of these shows.
Man versus Wild or something?
No, okay. There are a lot
So it's a
of these
nature
shows.
show.
It is a great object for your memory, actually.
Yeah, no, for sure. I can never
Is it called Los Angeles Today?
No, it's definitely. Oh, nice.
Surviving out in the wilds, yeah.
Anyway, you basically get like dropped off in the middle of nowhere, and you gotta like it's like something like Alone.
Naked
the show
and
might be
Afraid?
called Alone. No, it might be literally called,
literally like it's one singular person, and they have to
I think it might quite literally just.
I think you are
called Alone.
correct, and it's gonna be pretty sad if I remember that better than you do. But whatever.
Well, I said it first. So you have this like basically everybody's alone, but they have like a bunch of different contestants at different areas in this giant wilderness, and they got to like survive. And there was like 10 of them, and there was one guy who was like from Mexico, and he grew up drinking the water there, and he was the only one who like didn't get horrible intestinal parasites and had to like get flown out because he was also the only one who didn't boil the water. Everyone else was boiling the water. He was just drinking the water straight from the river, and he's the only one who didn't get like the parasites and sick from the water, and he won. He won.
He already had the parasites in there.
Yeah. He was just used to it. Yeah.
Well, there was a Survivor
episode.
I've never seen a television show prove that somebody needs ivermectin more than what you just described.
No, you say that they had this Survivor episode that's like this. There was a 60-year-old. I think he was 64, and he was a former Navy SEAL, like Special Forces guy or something like that, right? And everybody's dying. They can't get the fire going, so they can't boil it. And they keeps coming back like, "How are you hunting stuff? And how are you like doing stuff? How are you fine?" He's like, "Oh, I've been drinking the water over there." You're like, "Oh, it's still water." Stuff. He's like, "No, it's moving." And they're like, "Bro, there's like all sorts of stuff." And he's like, "Watch, it's totally fine." And they're like, so like two other people do it, and they had to get like Halo flighted off the show because they had like got caught like dysentery like immediately. They're like, "How are you doing this?" Well, I was a Navy SEAL.
Because I'm built different.
He basically told me he was built different. So they immediately voted him out the next fucking round. They're like, "We're not gonna be able to beat this guy."
Well, he's the only guy. No water for anyone, I guess.
Yeah. I saw they made that thing that's going to turn all salt, like turn any salt water into drinkable water in like 5 seconds now. That you got that new filter they're talking about. They say it's going to end the world water crisis.
Yeah, I've seen that. They come out.
Really?
I'm sure they'll say that to the investors.
Yeah, they have like live straw. There's all sorts of different like survivalist things that they sell. People like me. But I wanted to ask Corey something real quick because he brought it up earlier, but then I had to like fix some stuff, so I never really got back to it. Could you remind me what your position was exactly again? Because when I was watching I think you finally got to the point where you were like, "Yeah, she's pretty awful," but like there was more to it. So go ahead and describe a little bit more what I'm talking about and what your position is.
Sure. She was pretty awful. I agree, not a good partner. But at the end of the day, okay, she has no obligation.
Could you a little back so other people can?
Okay, yeah, okay. So
your mom. No, go ahead.
That's fine. You can use her as an example. I don't care. But okay, so there was this clip going around on social media of a TV show. Okay.
Called Girls. The show is called Girls.
Yeah.
Whatever. Man and woman. Adam Driver happens to be whatever the partner. Not that matters. But okay, whatever.
Oh,
they're like,
no, hold on.
They're having whatever conversation on the couch. I'm like, Adam Driver's looks like he's trying to initiate some sexual relations. And she says, "No, can't have it because I just had an abortion." And that's news to him. And then he asks, "Well, was it mine?" And she said, "Yes." And then he freaked out and got, I would say, very angry.
And she was very nonchalant about the whole experience.
She was nonchalant. And then they went back and forth, and he said that, oh, these are things that you're supposed to consult each other on, and that you are evil for not telling me. And then she said, well, yeah, you don't understand why I didn't tell you. That's, in a nutshell, more or less what
She was
transpired.
smug
in addition,
and
again,
dismissive more than nonchalant, right?
in
Like she
addition
was
to
just
his
like,
anger,
why would you even care?
He was breaking things. He like cleared a whole table, and I think that's. And it was, I think, around, like a 7-week relationship. Okay, and so my position is at the end of the day, she had no obligation to tell him whatsoever, and I did not view it as a moral transgression. Wick, I believe, did, although I don't want to mischaracterize the position, but that's the impression that I got. Of,
I know he does, and I agree with him.
And he as far as I can tell, my understanding is like Wick understood that level of anger to the point of like throwing things off the table.
Yeah, it's a pretty reasonable crash out to murder.
Yeah, we're 30 minutes in, and I get the women ain't shit. That's what I'm talking about. We're only 30 minutes in.
I staunchly disagree. Both disagree with having that level of anger, or at the very least not expressing it that way. You can be however angry that you want. But yes, you should not ever be throwing things or punching a wall, unless you want to act like a toddler. That's totally fine. And then also, yes, at the end of the day, not a moral transgression in my mind, and she had no obligation to tell him whatsoever.
He's trifling hose, bro.
Since Wick even agreed with me in terms of, at the end of the day, it is her choice. And so if it's not going to affect the outcome, then it's like, well, why?
I mean, I guess it's okay for all guys to make sure they take women out on horseback riding after they have sex with them too. I guess that's what we're gonna have to instigate from now on.
Is that supposed to cause
you
abortions?
Elaborate?
Is that
it causes abortions. Okay.
Yeah. All right. But like just after having sex,
I don't know if that's
what he was upset about. Like, what?
Listen, no, we're gonna make it even.
Wait, hold on. I thought the horseback riding that had to do with like, the what's it called? The skin, like popping the hymen. The hymen.
Repeated jolts.
No.
Repeated jolts.
I don't think
horseback riding isn't like a fucking.
It's the same as falling down the stairs.
Tear the hymen. That's
yeah, you know
true.
that part. Yeah, but I'm highly confident that I'm sure it can happen, but I think on average it's highly unlikely that horseback riding is going to induce an abortion.
I would agree with Corey on that point.
Like,
yeah.
This woman,
unless that horseback riding involves
and he said after you had sex with them.
Yeah,
so, but just after, I'm not sure it has any effect at all.
Man, this woman has now justified sneaking Plan B into all the milkshakes you give them. That is what this woman is now justifying.
Oh my God!
You're welcome. That is the legal precedent going forward.
So what are you going on about?
Dude, he's just saying random shit. Like Plan B is a spermicide. It's not an abortion.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying.
He's saying if they don't have to tell you about the abortion, you don't have to tell them about the abortion either.
You hold on. You don't have to tell them about drugging them. That's the comparison.
It's the same thing.
No,
you're both taking proactive steps.
I don't think
it's an abortion in secret, right? It's an abortion in secret without the other person's consent. I don't know.
Exactly.
It seems 1-to-1 to me.
No, it's not 1-to-1. I saw that video and I got viscerally angry. Like watching that video made me at least 20% more sexist than I am. Like it was
20% more
right?
sexist.
200% now.
I'm like,
no, you know, 20% times 0 is still 0, Corey. Relax. Lactoid is the greatest misandrist of all time.
Yeah, it wasn't 0, but no, for sure. Like it made me really, really upset. And I saw you, and you know, I'll at least give you that you think that she's awful, okay? Because she is awful. In terms of like moral condemnation, though, let me ask you: do you think cheating has any kind of moral condemnation associated with it?
Yeah, assuming that you are in an agreed upon monogamous relationship. That is
what if it's not like explicitly agreed upon?
You just said cheating. Why do you get so weird like this sometimes?
Well, no,
what if you cheat?
No. We literally wait. He asked me a question.
These are the ones we need to know.
Can you be quiet for a second, Gibbs? Okay.
I'm quiet.
Because
I'm the libertarian here, and I'm less of a problem about definitions than you are. Like, relax.
No, we had this conversation. We had this conversation.
Well, assuming the cheating is cheating, then yes, cheating is bad.
No. Okay.
Molecules no count.
Quiet. I'm going to steel man Wick's position, okay? Because we got to this point of like, let's say after the third date, okay, you have sex, okay. In Wick's mind, that means you're boyfriend and girlfriend. And I said no, unless you're actually having some sort of conversation. You should not assume that you are in a monogamous relationship with someone. And Wick,
that's right.
on the other side, and I think you're setting yourself up for disaster. And no surprise that, like, yes. If,
Wait, so where was he wrong? Where was he wrong here?
You should never. I would say
you
should
were
never
100%
assume.
correct. Everything you just said right there.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
You think?
well,
hold on.
good
You
luck.
think that all these bitches that I fuck that I'm dating them? Well, that's crazy. I wouldn't date them if my life depended on it.
No, McGibbs. He's saying
That's what he's
agreeing with
saying.
you.
Yes. Okay. So
Yeah,
if
he's
you listen
absolutely
and stop,
correct.
if you listen for a second and stop talking, that you
I
might
was
actually
agreeing
learn
with
something
you.
for
I
once.
was agreeing with you,
I'm
Corey.
sorry, he got
you were making
lost
my
in the
say-
fucking definition.
I was
of what you were
consciously
playing.
agreeing with you, okay?
I was asking, what did you
Okay,
say that
It
was
just
wrong?
showed. It just showed in the way of an argument. That's all it was.
Hold on,
no,
you were just
well-
defensive, thinking I was coming at you. I was coming at
You've never
Lactoid.
agreed.
I was saying you
You've
were
never
right.
agreed with someone while arguing with them.
No, hold on. I'm not arguing with him at all. I was agreeing with him.
I'm still
He took
engaged
it
with
as me
Lactoid. I'm
disagreeing.
still engaged with
Okay, let Corey actually get it out. Corey, please.
Okay, so unlike Wick, I don't think you should assume that even if you had sex on the first date, the third date, you should not just assume that you are in a monogamous relationship. Okay, and that's why I put in the caveat of like assuming you've had some sort of conversation about actually being in a monogamous relationship. You shouldn't assume that you're just in one, and that's why I bring in like, yes, that is actual cheating to me. Of like you've established.
Assume she's hypergamous. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. super slut, absolutely. And so, yes, does that answer your question, Lactoid? In terms of in that context,
where was he wrong, Lactoid?
I view cheating as a moral transgression in that context.
A lot just happened, so just give me a second.
I understand.
Wait. You see no moral transgression with like not telling your partner or your sexual partner that, hey, like one of your spermies turned into a baby, right? Like I understand that it's in her body, but
that's
like
what we're debating.
Not in
but like cheating, there's a moral transgression there. What does moral transgression mean? Wait, real quick. What does moral transgression mean?
Sure.
That's a good question, actually.
That is a good question. That is totally a fair question. Obviously, it's going to lead you to deeper conversation in terms of like, at least I bake in, harm.
Define it.
Yeah. But I mean, that is a valid question. But like, yes, you are actively harming a person, and that does not necessarily include just hurting someone's feelings. And if you want to start qualifying what actual harm means, we can go down that road and fine with that. But the reason why, and I had this conversation with Wick as well, in terms of if there was a prior discussion of like, hey, before we actually have sex, if I happen to get pregnant, I'm going to have an abortion, or like I'm not going to tell you. Basically, if there's some sort of predetermined agreement, then like yes, that and she
obviously people
that.
don't have that discussion, right? People
had that conversation again with Wick of like if you're not having that conversation, well then you reap what you sow, and you shouldn't just assume that your partner that you select is going to tell you of whether or not they get pregnant. And if they don't, like I said to Wick, if you have sex with someone and they don't tell you that you get pregnant, that's on you. You chose that person, and
let me ask you. Wait,
real quick. But like, but in the context of the video, it wasn't that they didn't tell. It was just like they told them they got an abortion, right? So like they made it clear. She's like, hey, I got an abortion
after the fact,
right? And so
even if they don't tell you that they're pregnant, that's on you. Okay, you selected that person.
Them not telling you they got pregnant wouldn't be an issue if they didn't then tell you that they got an abortion. And so what you're saying kind of like in that regard is that like the receiver of that information isn't entitled to like a response or like a moral judgment on the other person who they feel they were wronged by, right? Like that's the issue. The issue is that like if she didn't say anything, no one would know that there is no harm caused, but she told him. And like you're kind of telling the person, I'm saying harm to the party who was ignorant of the fact, right? Like if I don't know you got an abortion, there's no harm done to you. But
there are some scary hypotheticals we can go down.
Sure. I'm just saying that like in the context of this video, guys, like but like if she told him, and you're saying like the way it sounds like you're saying that this person's not allowed to have like a response to that information, and like that's what the people are talking about, right?
Let me clarify then in terms of they can feel any type of way. They can be however angry they can be red in the face. But
they're justified for it.
But I would take issue of like how they express that. I take issue with the actions and behaviors. I don't care if they feel angry or sad or enraged or have a bloodlust. If they end up throwing things or like punching a wall, like I view that as more bad. But like you can feel any type of way about it.
More bad than like punching the person.
That's worse than the lie. That's worse than well, you don't even think it's a lie. To be fair, right? You don't think it's a lie if she doesn't tell you that she got an abortion.
I don't think a lie of omission unless they said that if I get pregnant, I will tell you. Then that's where the more transgression will come into play. Of like if they actually had a conversation beforehand of like before we have sex, if I get pregnant, this is what's going to happen. I'm either going to tell you or I'm not going to tell you. Something to that effect. It's on you.
So I think that's a weird standard considering like I'd assume like 99% of people don't really have that.
I want to get let Lectwood get in.
Obese like doesn't mean anything to me.
Let a clarifying question.
Yeah,
and then I'm going to follow up with
yeah, sure.
So the very first clarifying question here. So when you say it, I think quote actually harming people, but not necessarily their feelings. Can you give me an example of like what is the differentiating factor when like a moral transgression involves harming somebody's feelings, and then when can you harm someone's feelings without it being a moral transgression?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure I have a concrete example offhand. Basically, I don't think in and of itself hurt feelings is enough to cause. I wouldn't call that. Yeah, I would not. I guess.
I think it's probably better to define harm, to be honest,
right?
As opposed to hurt feelings, right?
Well,
like,
so
it's probably the differentiation.
Well, here, let me explain, right? So I was actually about to get into kind of where I see harm here, because I think harm is a multitude of different like avenues. We can go down that road. But here, so I think that she did morally transgress, like very viscerally. I feel like she morally transgressed, right? But I also agree with you that in of itself, like just hurting somebody's feelings isn't necessarily moral transgression. And so one of the comparisons when I look at this, I think about like cheating, right? If somebody, let's say you're in a relationship with somebody, I think 7 weeks of dating is enough. Where 3 days is enough. I think there's some gray area there. But I think if you're like pretty exclusively dating somebody for 7 weeks, I think it's probably fair to assume that you're in some kind of relationship to the point where you can't just go screwing the whole town. Okay?
What?
We can disagree.
What?
Okay. Yeah, fucking Dionysus in the flesh aside down here, okay?
No, I'm disagreeing with him.
I know, Gibbs. Yeah, Gibbs is crazy. So, no, you're gonna wait a second, okay? Because you got a lot of shit to say. That's all of it's degenerate. Okay, I know. But specifically to Corey, like, what if instead the video of her saying, oh yeah, I had an abortion yesterday, she instead said oh yeah, like I can't do anything. I'm pretty sore from like the gangbang that I did yesterday with like 18 guys
and girls.
And then and then he's like, what? And she's like, yeah, I did a gangbang yesterday with like 18 guys.
Yeah, I wouldn't be that. If
no moral transgression.
I wouldn't put that. If they didn't have a conversation, no. I would not assume that you're in a relationship. That's on you for not establishing where you.
Okay, here's where.
Quick question, Corey. If she did a gangbang, but she did not do proper testing of all 18 individuals for STDs before said gangbang, wouldn't her live omission be a potential harm to the individual because he's
sure the women you hang out with would say that
whether about getting chlamydia or something worse maybe chlamydia is not that high on the harm list.
Oh wait, so are you saying that her potential to pass it on to her other partner?
Did she say? Hold on, Gibbs.
We didn't hear a word from her.
We didn't hear one word of that.
She said, she goes, hey, listen, exclusive. It would be like if you've been fucking for 2 years. Here in San Antonio, 7 weeks is like nothing. Like that'd be like, oh, like
here
that's
in
crazy.
San Antonio,
the women you're with.
I'm just saying,
not a good. They're not a good metric. It's not a good sample size.
This is the average San Antonian, all right? This is the average San Antonian.
Have her put it on. Have her put it on.
Tainted sample size.
We can't hear her. We can't hear her. We can't hear her.
I don't know how else to put it, but I'm right.
Can't hear anything now. Like
you gotta have her put it on because we can't hear it. We can't hear her.
Oh yeah, just tell that again.
Yeah,
put him on. Put it on.
His headphone mic is a fucking condenser mic.
It was close enough, but like she basically just said the men are just as bad as the women here. It's like 7 weeks is nothing. 7 weeks is crazy. That's literally sick, like a month and a half. I don't even talk to some of these people for like in 2 week time. So you'll message them, you'll hook up. I won't talk to them for 2 weeks because I'll be working because I have jobs. Like what do you do? Like
he was saying consistent exclusive dating.
Consistent exclusive dating for 7 weeks straight.
Cool. Yes. What are you calling dating even? Like I could just be like, "Hey, I just got off work. Why don't you come over?" Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's fucking. That's what we call fucking.
So, okay, cool. So then I go, "Hey, let's go out to eat," and then like we go back to the house and fuck. Is that a date? Like, okay,
Yeah,
what if we go? What if we go to the bar? Is that a date? Like,
we were
this is
talking.
ridiculous.
Okay, so let's try to contextualize the relationship. So I didn't see this scene, right, because I dropped out of that show long before Girls, right? But like they were like 20 somethings, white people who were like have an apartment they shouldn't have, in the city they shouldn't be able to afford or whatever, right? So like they have free time on their hands to be dating. Like they have like a weird like close relationship even before then, right? So that's the context, right? It's not even strangers who started dating. There were like people who knew each other previously, then started dating, and had time to get to know each other, right? So we'll move forward with that.
Okay. Now, I think, and I have one more question that I think would consistency test Corey, but I don't know if I can ask it because of TOS. Maybe
You can type it to me in Discord if you want, and I'll. Can I?
Did you say?
I don't think it's that bad. So just clarifying question, just basically yes or no, and then I'll explain where I disagree with you. Should a passing trans person have to disclose to you that they're trans before they have sex with you?
No, I think that's on you to do that vetting.
Okay. So, well, hold on. That is no. Like, wait, what? Oh,
to blood? No, I'm asking
yeah. Okay, so here's where we disagree. I think that that honesty comes not only from following explicit agreements, but it also comes from recognizing people's reasonable expectations and clarifying if they're mistaken. So, for example, I think that in the cheating example where somebody had a whole gangbang, I think it's a very reasonable expectation that should be understood, okay, amongst a sane society, that this person would have a problem with that, or might have a problem with that. Very reasonably and rationally, this person might have a problem with that. Very high likelihood, because the vast majority of people would. I think this is also the case when it comes to the trans person. I think this is also the case when it comes to STDs. I think this is also the case when it comes to a variety of things. That when you begin to, or even with stealthing, we're seeing, right? If the woman's under the expectation or under the impression that you're using a condom, let's say you pretend to put it on, you never agree specifically that you're going to use a condom, but you make it kind of look like you're putting one on, but you're actually not putting one on. This is still stealthing because you created, even though not explicitly, you've created the expectation that
you're not
you are going to use a condom when you're actually not going to use the condom, right? In this case, I actually think that I don't know how you guys feel on the level of this, but I think there absolutely is an expectation that if you get somebody pregnant, they talk to you first before you do anything about it. Firstly, especially if if you know this person. You've been but definitely after 7 weeks, I would say I would actually even go less than that.
Maybe not a one night stand. Maybe not a one night stand.
I'm iffy on that, honestly. I think even a one night stand. I agree that one night stands a little bit more difficult, but I would say at all. I would say if you get pregnant with somebody's kid, I think you have an obligation, a moral obligation, to have a conversation with them before you do anything about it, because it obviously incredibly affects their life. What decision you choose to make legally, ethically, morally, in terms of their personal
and even for their own education purposes, to learn how to move forward, right? It's I think
emotionally.
Yeah, I think what Lactoid's trying to do is you should you either operate in good faith or you don't, right? And the assumption has to be that hey, if I'm doing something that the average person would probably deem immoral, I should probably relay that information, right?
Yeah, and one last sentence. To me, this video, it made me so upset to the point where I would rather a woman that I was dating go through a gangbang of 20 people than do this to me. 100%. 100%.
So I let Corey respond, and then we'll go to Scott, and then I want to jump in as well.
I think that says more about you, or I think that reveals information about you.
I wouldn't like either.
But I understand where you're coming from. But I brought this up before, actually, and you even alluded to it, Lactoid, in terms of the sample of people that are around Gibbs, and specifically the sample of women that are around Gibbs. And you recognize that he's selecting for a certain type of woman, not to, I don't know who they are, okay? And yes, if you select someone, and that's on you, you don't do the appropriate vetting, and you select someone who you have sex with who's not going to tell you that they got pregnant, that is on you, okay? And that is your selection bias. If you don't want to do any sort of...
Is it on a woman who goes into a domestic violence relationship?
Yeah, exactly what I was going to say. 100%.
And I would absolutely, yes, I have no problem saying that if you have a consistent pattern of getting into abusive relationships, that is on you, and your picker is off. I've had this conversation. We've had this...
Okay, what is your first time? The first time?
Even first time. That is on you. Almost certainly.
What if she goes? What if she goes to a sketchy party?
Well, you go. I don't go to sketchy party.
I'm not. No. I'm not saying you.
This just in: Corey Campbell doesn't party hard.
What if she was dressed slutty?
This is some real big brain takes.
Like I don't it's weird, Corey. Like
no. What do you mean? Like.
So I'm saying that like, my position... what if she, like, you're saying that like at some point, like,
people aren't vetting properly, even if it's
you're saying that like it's your fault because you didn't vet someone properly, right? Like,
no.
That's
you have at the end of the day, you have a responsibility to yourself to look out for your own well-being. No one's going to do that for you.
Sure, fair, right? But you also aren't have a right to not be abused, even if
you are not a victim.
Yeah. Like,
I'm not saying that. Where
no. This guy is a victim. He was morally aggressed upon. Now, do I agree that like you should generally be careful and avoid psychopaths or domestic abusers or situations where you might get assaulted? Yeah, you do. You should. You should avoid all those things. But if that happens to you, that doesn't mean that the other person's not a monster. The domestic violence dude, he's a fucking monster because you walked into his trap. This woman on this video, she's a monster.
Let's let Scott go.
A couple of things. First and foremost, I am an evictionist. I'm completely against the concept of abortion. I think abortion is murder, right? I think any woman that gets an abortion, it's perfectly acceptable to just say right to her, "You're an evil piece of shit. You're a murderer."
Okay.
Right, like no matter what, like you're a murderer.
Let me end the stream.
It doesn't matter how she breaks.
No,
I'm saying no matter how she breaks the news, it's perfectly reasonable crash out to get pissed, get angry, maybe not destroy property, but if it's her property, I mean, she can't really argue that you not destroy her property, right? Like she can't argue that she's a murderer, right? Like you could burn down her house, it wouldn't be anything morally unjustifiable about it, so long as you don't burn anybody else's property down in the house, only the murderer's property. Setting all of that aside, I do have some agreement with Admiral Gibbs, Corey Campbell here, right? And I think it's because I think Admiral Gibbs showcased something, right? Which is that there is a certain kind of blending together what Lactoid was talking about and Admiral Gibbs's choice of women, right? Is that there is a cultural context about what is presumed to be normal amongst people, right? When Jerry Springer first started, he was trying to do like a show that he thought was like interesting. And when he got into like the third season is when it all became like, that version of clickbait in the early 90s, right? And there was a woman on the show who her boyfriend found out after dating her for 8 months that before he met her that she had had sex with up to 15 men. And this was to the entire nation of America comically and absurdly the most slut thing you could possibly do. The idea, basically everyone in America understood that if you were like in your early 20s and you kept from a man that you had sex with 15 men, that you might as well just be any prostitute. Like you're over extremely just a complete and utter whore and worth very little. And there was a debate about whether or not he should feel bad about her previous sexual partners. And it was kind of like the conversation we're having a little bit now about like, is it justified to keep that information? Does it really matter? Is it aggressing?
It's the body count conversation.
It was the body count conversation, but 15 in your early 20s was comically high and absurd to the point it was ridiculous. And towards the end of Jerry Springer, they had a woman on that broke the world record of having the sex with the most men in a lifetime, and she had just surpassed 200. Meanwhile, today we have girls that are passing that in like the first 6 hours of a 24-hour challenge, right? And so I do think like Admiral Gibbs is like, to the girls around him, it's like, dude, we just have sex and spread STD and give AIDS and give HIV and do whatever the fuck we're doing to, hundreds of dudes. And then maybe
Not
after
exactly
2
what
years,
they're
you'll
doing.
lock
have
it down.
hella abortions and.
I mean, statistically
that's not
speaking,
exactly what
if they're just fucking dudes like every couple of days in the
Oh
week,
my
they
God.
probably, they got some problems unless they're using even
I'll
with
wait.
protection. But again, I do think that the cultural context has radically changed in the last 30 years. And so I do think a lot of us that are coming from more conservative backgrounds or from different cultures, maybe different neighborhoods, different communities, etc., have a certain expectation that like, yeah, we go on a couple dates. I'm assuming that like if we're having sex and we've been on like 4 or 5 dates, I'm assuming we're exclusive without having to say anything. And the general America, that used to be something we all obviously agreed to. And that is no longer the case. And so we now live in a hedonistic, destructive society where you do need to have these conversations because it's completely unsafe and at this point unreasonable to expect if you're dating some random girl you found that you're actually exclusive or that she's not actually having sex with these people or that she actually believes in the security of
Or
life.
that she'll tell you that she's pregnant. That's on you. This is how assortative mating works. That's just
No, I don't. I see what you're saying, Scott. Yes, if we live in a society where like nobody gave a fuck about like STDs, then yeah, it obviously wouldn't have the same level of like significance. You could say the same thing when it comes to like SA or like other forms of like assault, or a lot of the harm associated there comes from like the cultural significance of having that event happen to you, and the trauma, like the cultural trauma and the sort of social trauma that comes with having an event like that happen to you. My argument though is that even in this new world of depravity that you've described, that I agree is happening to some extent, and I was not raised like conservative. Even then, even now, I cannot fathom like this being acceptable amongst most men.
You're taking the inverse. I agree with your argument. What I'm saying is you as the man having sex with a woman and not having those conversations, that you're not acting rationally in your own rational self-interest. You exist in a world where all of this shit is, and then like
you're missing what I'm saying.
Completely surprised and floored
There's
by
a new normal.
You're
abnormal in the new normal.
Yeah, but I don't think
that's what they're saying.
I'm saying the normal is evil, and I agree with you.
No, but I don't think this new normal is that evil. I disagree with you. I don't think this new normal, like it's. I don't think women in today's society are so like fucked up in the head where they can't fathom the idea that if they get pregnant, they should talk to the person who impregnated them if they've been together for at all, in my opinion, but at least 7 weeks, I think, in the vast majority of men's opinions, right? To me, this is
but
like
again, I'm
so
talking about the
clearly
male
on one
perspective
side
in the position. I'm not talking about the female position. I agree that like she's not engaging in that she's lying to herself if she believes that no dude would like even care or that it's a nonchalant thing, right?
Yes, but
like,
that's what makes her morally evil because she
I
knows
agree.
that a guy might have a problem.
I agree with you. I'm just talking about from the male perspective. If you're having if you're having sex casually with a girl and dating her, the idea that you're just like, well, obviously she's fucking, monogamous with me and she's not doing all this other crazy shit in this brave new world.
It's just the expectation of good faith. It's the expectation of good faith.
Lying. They're just going to normalize lying.
I want to jump in here, and then we'll go to our friend Gibbs. So now I've moved back and forth, right, hearing you all talk. So I sort of agree with Scott. I think I agree with you guys all a little bit. Taking
Gibbs most,
here,
I'm
right?
sure.
Gibbs the most.
Prime cuz
he's actually moving to San Antonio next week.
Yeah, right.
Down, Brian.
Like I like what Scott said at least the part that our society is a bit more fractured, maybe, right? On these things, on our sexual mores, right?
Yeah, just look at the data, right? Like there's like 40% of Gen Z girls are essentially celibate within a year, in the same time that we have girls that are just out here railing every 9 on Tinder.
Okay, calm down. So like I agree that there's like extremely conservative people like Scott, right? And then there are people like me who are normal. I understand, but no, but I think what you're saying there like is something, right? Like I think you have to understand what your deal breakers are, and then like negotiate those with the other person, which I think is what Corey was saying. I think that's kind of what he was trying to get to.
It's a good summary.
That, like, yeah. So if like Scott said, like he has a problem. He wants his like sexual partners to have a quote unquote, hard quotes here, hard scare quotes, a reasonable number of sexual partners, right? If that's what he's looking for, well then he should like bring that up, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Yeah, like I think it's fair to like say that, and I think it would be unfair if like once brought up that the other person lies to you about it, right? Like, hey, like this is what I'm looking for in a relationship. Do you fulfill this, right? And then she's like, oh yeah, I only slept with 2 guys in my life.
What if lying becomes normal?
Well, no, I'm saying like we shouldn't lie though. I'm not trying to like.
Well, why? Well, hold on. If the lying becomes, because we lie, like we give each other white lies all the time. What if this is like? What if it becomes like normal just to lie about your body count?
Doesn't matter.
Well, but I think it is normal for a lot of people to do so. But I'm saying that like when asked, no, I agree. Yeah. So, but I think it's when asked directly, right? Like I think you as a partner, like you have the right to want to screen a person in that way. They have. What do I think? I think they have
and the
right
most moral action is to have sex with transgender people because there will be no risk of abortion.
Oh my God! Please, hold on. Let me get this out.
Straightest thing you can do.
So what do I think? I think it would be maybe wrong to lie, but I also think it would be okay to withhold. Right. So let me draw that out for you. So like Lactoid, he wants a woman maximum 4 body count, right? And he says this. Like if she doesn't want to reveal her situation, that's fine, right? Like, hey, that's my personal information. But like if she lied to you, then that's wrong. And if she doesn't reveal, then I think Lactoid is like is more than within his rights to like end the relationship. Like, okay, like you aren't revealing. I don't know what that means. I don't have any evidence one way or the other, but it sounds like we might not be compatible if you can't share this critical information.
Well, I don't think it's just on me. I think it's also if another person has knowledge that there is a deal breaker that I have, or that I know, like if something was the case that I would have a problem with it. No,
the person he's the party.
The person you're dating with. So like for example, let's say that like I'm with a girl and I never ask her if she's trans because that might not go well. But like I make a comment like I don't think I could date a trans person. All right, let's and I say like
trans? Fucking no, date over.
Okay, yeah. So
these
like,
Red Lobster biscuits are not fucking worth it, buddy.
if I said like I don't know if I could date a trans person, if she is trans and at that point says nothing and then goes along with dating me despite knowing that I wouldn't want to date her if I known that, she is being dishonest. She is being deceptive.
Pleading the fifth is dishonest.
I would
Wait. Do you think pleading the fifth?
Okay, I know what you're saying.
Wait. Lactoid, can I qualify real quick? What if she doesn't tell you during the date, right? You finish the date, nothing happens. There's no kiss. There's no nothing. But you end the date, and then she waits till after the date to tell you, right? She goes, "Hey, just
that's more understandable.
That's fair. That's like she's like maybe worried about like trans panic or something.
I just want to I'm qualifying for the bullshit.
Sure. And I agree with you. So I guess in that situation, I'm trying to work this out. It's okay if she doesn't want to reveal, but then like she knows that this is a deal breaker for you, and that she should like end this situation. Okay, even like let's say she doesn't tell you Lactoid, right? She's for reason afraid, doesn't want to reveal, right? That's okay on her part, but then like the relationship needs to end, right? Even if she gives you another reason, relationship needs to end. Because she might have reasons.
Wait, no, that's fine. That's why I said if she continues the relationship, right?
Okay.
If she continues this, then I think that's fundamentally dishonest. I also think that like when guys lie about their height on dating platforms, that's dishonest. Yeah. And Scott, to a tweet that you made before, to some extent, makeup is dishonest too. Maybe to like a lesser extent, but it's deceptive.
Okay, so
it's deceptive, but not to a lesser extent, to a more extent.
Let's put the makeup thing aside for a second, because that's going to throw us in a whole other thing.
Well,
Lactoid is wrong. I put it aside.
Lactoid. I like where your head is going. Maybe now you can admit to the audience you're only 5'11". Like at some point,
I am 6'2", and I find it morally wrong to lie about that. So
I have had so many girls. Just to interject for a second, I've had so many girls.
I know
tell me to my face that I'm like 6'7" or 6'8", and not believe that I'm 6'5". Because so many guys have lied about being 6 feet that are like 5'10".
That's
They're like,
fucked
no,
up.
you're like 6'7", 6'8". And I'm like, I'm not an inch or two taller than the average NBA player. Like, that's not what's happening right now. I am an inch shorter than the average NBA player. Stop. And they're like, no, you need to get measured again. I'm like, what?
And lactoid is contributing to this problem. Okay, so let's get back to the issue at hand, right? So I think all these things are context sensitive, and I don't think I'll get much pushback on this, right? So, like we talked about an abusive partner, but what if they're abusive in the context of like a pregnant woman, right? So like the father is physically abusive. I think we can all agree, hopefully we can all agree, that in that case, he's kind of like forfeited his rights there, right? If you're beating up on the woman, I think, you don't get to know at that point, right?
You're not operating in good faith, right? Like
if he raped her, if he straight up raped her, then I think obviously that he doesn't get a say in this, right? He doesn't get to get informed. Where otherwise, I would say that he should be informed, right? Like assuming they're not abusive. Emotionally abusive, I think, is interesting, right? Because it's like, what if this relationship is truly miserable, like miserable to the point where like you would otherwise have like leave the relationship, but now you find out you're pregnant, right? And that would trap you with this individual for a long time. Now they don't put your hands on the lady, right? They don't do any of that, right? They don't force themselves on them, but like they're being psychologically such a psychological detriment to her that if she did have this baby, like she'd be trapped there and have to deal with that forever. Like is that enough? Like
is she planning on
validate?
Is she planning on leaving otherwise, or is she going to stay otherwise?
Well, that's what she's like planning on
It's an
leaving
interesting
otherwise,
moral
right?
question, but also who here hasn't dated girls and been like, my last boyfriend was a narcissist? Like, if you ask women how many men are abusive, narcissistic controllers, it is like 17 times orders of magnitude above those that actually like, it's insane.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
In terms of the women that you go after if you're consistently encountering women.
Let me finish. I'm almost done. I promise. I've been going for a while, so I'm almost done. So what if the mother? Well, I've been only going for a while because you guys keep interrupting me. But I like to ask.
We're just having fun with this.
It's fine. I'd like to ask our friend Corey, right? What if the mother?
Poor Gibbs keeps getting.
No, I haven't gotten Gibbs. I'll wait. What if the mother gives birth and doesn't tell, right? Because before you were like, well, it doesn't make a difference. There's no harm. So like, when does that end, right? So like, can she do the exact opposite and decide to give birth to the child and then never tell the father? Is that okay?
That is the exact scenario that I believe Wick also proposed to me. And I said, yeah, that I don't view that as a moral transgression. And if they have
no, sorry, kid.
Unless
Sorry,
there's
Corey.
some sort of like, again, some predefined agreement, or you actually have some sort of.
Do you want fascism in America? Because this is how you get fascism. Takes like that. Dudes are just like, you know what? Women's rights done. The blacks gotta go. Fucking you're begging for it at this point.
Wait, let me just.
I'm securing my fucking lineage with power and violence.
Okay. Yes. I also mentioned to Wick that I am sympathetic to the arguments of like removing all of the legal obligations that men are required to have as a result of getting a woman pregnant. And so if that is set aside, like, does your position change? And if the answer is no, I'd want to know why. But yes, if you want to go, Ali.
Wait, so like, yeah, I know.
Oh, no. Gibbs has got to go. No. Gibbs.
Okay, go ahead.
So I gotta say, I think, I mean, all right. let's just start with a couple of things. I've heard some wild assumptions here. One, it's Gibbs dates whatever. I'm gonna make that wild statement. You fuckers are all terminally online, and my take is actually the norm. I think the closest take that was correct.
Around you and your
sure,
people.
that's fine. That's fine, Corey. That's fine. Hold on. I think the closest takes were Corey and Scott's here. Scott with the inverse of Lactoid saying the new normal's evil. He at least is acknowledging the new normal's a thing. Whatever. I want to break down something. Lactoid said, or one of y'all talked about Jerry Springer and 15 people having sex. Everybody laughed crazy. All right, cool. I don't know who said that, but that's interesting. That's a really interesting take because let's just examine this. Say you're in college for 5 years, you take a victory lap, right, to get your bachelor's. All right, in that time period, you date people semi-seriously. So you date people for about 6 months, and you figure out it doesn't work. And you date 2 people a year, that's 6 months, and you maybe have one one-night stand in that period. In 5 years, you've now hit 15. That's 3 people a year. That's not that unreasonable of a number, right? Like, okay, that's different to say, Gibbs.
You're saying they have a one-night stand at least once a year?
Yeah, like let's say they have a really terrible breakup like once a year, and then they go decide we're gonna have a one night stand.
Yeah, I mean,
which is
that
reasonable.
In like the early '90s, late '80s, that would have been slut shit. Yeah, nowadays, not so much.
Okay, maybe, but okay. I mean, maybe not. Who knows? I don't really give a shit. But here, okay, I don't think it's too ridiculous in 5 years for someone who's in college to go through like maybe 15 people in 5 years. That's not outrageous, right? Even if you say you get married and you get divorced, and you have sex with one person that year, that's your wife, then you fuck somebody else's rebound, then you have a date, and you start dating somebody consistently, now you're at 3. It's not that hard to get to 3 in a year, and over a 5-year period, I think that's not reasonable. So when you're sitting here telling me, Gibbs, it's all the women around Gibbs, yada, yada. Listen, I've lived in many towns. I've been all over the world. Right, and
brother, we were talking about not assuming exclusivity after 2 years.
Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. I didn't interrupt you. I waited patiently here. I've heard some of the craziest bullshit I've ever heard. 7 weeks ain't no time to establish exclusivity, even if you're going on dates once a week. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry. What if I go on one date a week with them over 7 weeks? But hey, I work all the time and never see him, and we spend 3 hours a week hanging out. What? Unless you talk to this person and say,
exactly.
You are insane to make that assumption, and I'm sorry that you have this work-brain online take where, hey, I'm terminally online, and this is going to be what I have to say because I'm this guy.
You're all going to hell.
7 weeks. School, I don't care. Anyway, moving on from that, hold on, because I got to hit everybody because I just waited 20 minutes, and then y'all turn it over, and I'll be quiet again. So that's crazy, and then you're going to go, Gibbs is just talking about all these whores around him. Well, no, sorry. Let's just go and look at something else. I'm sitting here going and listening to y'all, and I think here's the crazy take. Maybe because y'all are low ris men, and I could go get some Down syndrome guy that I know that goes out all the time, and he can pick up girls and have this problem and has no problems doing it. I'm sitting here going,
that might be rape. That might be rape, brother.
Maybe, but he goes out. He goes, I want to meet women. He goes out and he can pick up women because he's got riz. He works out. I don't see what's happening here. Whenever you're gonna go, these men are all so bad, morals that. I mean, bro, I go to church sometimes, and you know what I see? The Great Hoe Reformation. These women have been run through. There's 35 dudes have smashed this chick in the last 2 years, and now suddenly they're trying to settle down and get a man. I see this from the men too. They go to the church, they're like, I found God, I want to have a family. Hold on, I'm not talking about your moral projections right now. We'll get to that in a second. I got something for you too. Don't worry. So we're sitting here going through all this bullshit. This is the norm now. Now, whether or not that's a good thing, and we can talk about that in a second, is a whole different. But for you to sit here and go and act incredulous and go, Lord, it's crazy that people would have sex. I'm sorry, most people that are somewhat social don't want to just crank it out when they can just go on Tinder, go on Hinge, go to the bar, go to the library, go to the fucking gym and meet people and then fuck. It's not fucking's fun. And we got contraception, we got condoms, we got fucking abortion, we got all these things in modern society. Now, whether or not that's a good thing, once again, total different debate, but that's the norm. Now, it might not be the norm for some of these newer generations based on shit, but that's the societal norm. And for you to go, Gibbs crazy, he's just a whore, he's just fucking trashing women and hanging out with trashy people, that's nationwide. Now, I will admit here in South Texas, it's a little different because most people had 15 partners by the time they graduated high school, and a lot of people had kids by the time they were 23. That's a common thing. I'll get it. And that's somewhat cultural thing. You have the Latino culture. It's very big on the cheating. We have telenovelas. It's fiery, passionate. If it feels right, it is right. This is something that is in our culture. I'm not bashing it. It's just it's a thing. You have lots of partners. Like, that's what you do. So when you come and sit here and go, oh, you're giving this cultural prescription, and you're like, oh, well, whatever, yada yada. I mean, it's just outrageous. Now, I think Fabian's got the most consistent position, and Corey has the most consistent, because Fabian's saying it's the norm, but yeah, it's probably not a good thing overall. And Corey's like, well, who are you to fucking tell these people what's up? Well, that's very libertarian of you. I'm glad you're on there. I didn't know we had the socialist, fascist, communist party in the house. And can you tell me where the hose didn't touch you, Lactoid? Because that's clearly what's happening here.
So go ahead, Ali, and then back to Lactoid.
Yeah. Damn, bro. You can't really don't attack Gibbsy and his partners, because like it wasn't a little fair to, like, don't be calling the girls hoes. They'd just be chilling. But I think like Corey and
I didn't
Gibbs
use the word hose.
I know. I think Corey and Gibbs are Corey and Gibbs are showing a little bit of two extremes, right? Where like where Gibbs, you're saying that like if you are having sex with someone 7 times, that there's like no relationship at all. It's not an exclusive relationship.
It's a situationship.
But there's some type of relationship established, right? Fuck buddies, whatever it may be. You guys enjoy each other's company for temporary amounts of time, whatever it is. There is some type of like relationship established, and there is like some type of expectations out of these relationships. And I think the expectation is just honesty, right? You would hope that people are honest with you and operating in good faith for your well-being as far as theirs, right? If you're someone who fucks raw, they don't like to use protection, right? You maybe want to like be open with the people that you're having sex with, especially if it's multiple partners, because you're at higher risk for getting STDs, contracting them, passing them, so on and so forth. Not that it's intentional, but it happens. So there is like some weird, like some valid form of expectation out of the people that you are having sex with. Unless it's like kind of a one-night stand, I don't think there's much of a moral expectation out of a person you don't know at all and you're just hooking up with that night. That's fair. But then the other extreme, Corey, where you're saying, like, you're kind of saying that everyone has to be in like, unless you are in a contractual relationship, anything
Which
kind of goes,
wants.
right? Unless you specifically like outline in detail every aspect of like that could happen, right? Every if and or but, then you shouldn't be like kind of conducting yourself, or the expectation should be anything goes and it's the wild west.
And what you want before you start making adult decisions. Yes, that is absolutely what I'm asking.
So the fact of the matter is, most people operate in a way where it's like, hey, if we're dating, maybe there's no form of there's no expectation of exclusivity, right? You shouldn't, but there is some type of like good faith in operation, right? If I build some type of relationship with you, we're going out. It's like, a 7-week relationship. We're building towards something. Hopefully, there are going to be some like certain conversations in which you hear, like to Lactoid's point, you hear like a deal breaker or something that wouldn't necessarily affect you. There is an operation of good faith, right? And so like a lie of omission is still a lie, especially if like you it's a big thing. So once again, to like a one-night stand, if someone doesn't tell the person that they got an abortion, I can understand. But if you're in some type of relationship with someone, I think there is like some type of expectation of good faith and honesty from that person. And if that person isn't operating within that like frame, then they're being dishonest, which is the moral judgment.
Before Lactoid, like what Ali said, like shook something loose for me. I remember our conversations about marriage, right? You've talked about having a contractual marriage, right? Like one in which like you clearly lay out everything, like all expectations
that you can clearly lay out. Yeah.
But that's what you want. You think that is the ideal, right? And so if you're the type of person who thinks that within the at least the context of marriage, that you should lay out everything that you can conceive of, right? Like in terms of like how it will work and what lines should be crossed and that type of stuff, then it feels like you shouldn't be like so far away from Corey, right?
No.
That like, hey, you should, even though you may not go through the effort of like going through a contract with a person you're dating, at the very least, then you would check in and go down those lists, right?
So I think it's good to like go into detail about everything. Having like very open communication is a good thing, but I don't think it's like necessary to establish an expectation. Like the trans example that I brought up. Like, is it a good thing? Would it be a good society if every single time you sat down and you talked to somebody, you pulled out a checklist? Are you trans? Do you have any STDs? Do you do this? Do you do that? And then go down the list. Yes, that would be a good society in which like we literally have questionnaires, and maybe dating websites try to do this to some extent. Obviously not nearly as in depth because culturally a lot of people
imagine
as open.
the TikToks coming out from the ick.
Do y'all hear that sound? That's the sound of every vagina on Earth drying up as they
Yes, that's what I just said, Admiral Gibbs.
I understand.
Imagine the
This is
TikToks
literally
about the ick
I'm
that
saying.
would cause.
Yeah.
Well,
yes, it would cause a lot of TikToks about the ick because
I understand why you like the dead bodies now.
There are a lot of people. No, because a lot of people don't like that. Like, there's cultural reasons why they don't want to be that forthcoming. They don't want to be asked, even asked that. There's all sorts of reasons. Do I think it'd be like a good, more open society if that was like normalized? Sure, but that does not mean that those expectations don't exist. I still think that like you should have to disclose if you have an STD. I think that's like a reasonable thing to ask. I think the reasonable thing to expect, the other person might want to know that before getting involved with you sexually. I think the exact same thing when it comes to abortion, or when it comes to if they're trans, or when it comes to cheating. Let me ask you something. I'm curious as to your answer. Maybe you're just totally in a different world than me, Gibbs. You're telling me that this is to Gibbs. Gibbs, let's say you were dating a girl and you really got along with her, and you weren't spending just one day a week, because that wasn't the scenario in this episode. You were spending every day with her for just under 2 months, every day, and you were really into her. You guys were hanging out all the time. Except there was one day you didn't hang out with her, and that was like the second to last day of the 7 weeks. And then, like on the very last day of those 7 weeks, you're like, "Hey, what should we do today?" And she says, "Oh, I'm sore. I just got railed by 40 guys." You're telling me you're going to have no feeling of betrayal. No feeling of betrayal. You're not going to look at that and be like, "What the fuck?" You're going to be like, "Oh, okay. I didn't expect anything because we didn't say anything. We didn't say anything in writing. So I'm just going to go." No, you're going to be fucking pissed.
Well, hold on.
No, you shouldn't be. You have no right to be pissed.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. There's a twofold answer here. One, there's the I have a right to be pissed, right? Because of, hey, yeah, we've had whatever. But if I haven't sat here and talked and agreed it's a monogamous relationship, I don't have an actual reason to be able to be pissed. It's because it's not exclusive. Now, this is why I do break away with Corey here. I think that I fucking hate what I'm about to say. I fucking been yelling at somebody all week for saying this. I will absolutely say your feelings of betrayal and being mad can absolutely be valid feelings, and you can crash out, but that's because I'm a toxic individual, and women love that shit. So what I'm saying is, yeah, I am going to crash out, and I'm going to be like, "You fucking whore, you got railed out." Then I'm going to go and try to fuck all of her friends, and then they're going to tell her how great the dick was, and
Very
then that's
healthy.
going to come back. And yeah, listen, I didn't claim to be a healthy individual.
Good for
here.
society.
I'm just telling you that that's what I would do, because I'm honest. Now, finally, I think that you're, and lastly here, I think, yeah, your feelings are valid for this betrayal, because it is a betrayal, like, oh, you have gone under this thing where you're doing this assumption, oh, we've been hanging out with it, yada, yada. However, big words here, he's absolutely correct. Tough titties, you know what assumptions do? They make asses out of you and me, and guess what? She gave up that ass to somebody else because you were assuming.
Real quick. Admiral Gibbs and Corey, if you could let me know what you believe is the most comfortable cuck chair by hotel, I would appreciate that. Like, just in case I need to bring
I will.
Is it Holiday Inn?
Whatever chair you're sitting in while I smash your ex-girlfriend. Whatever chair you're sitting in when I smash your ex-girlfriend. That's the chair.
Okay, I got a super chat. So I got a super chat. It's from my main man Doobie, $10. He says, "Ask Lactoid about the coochie spreadsheet." If you could elaborate.
We're not going into that. No. We're not going.
I see your face got red, bro. Now I need to know right now.
That's a different.
Wait a minute. Do you have a spreadsheet of like the different women, their attributes? What it's like to sleep with them? Like the characteristics of their vaginas?
Are you Dennis? Are you Dennis from Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
He's got the Dennis system, bro.
You're Dennis from Always Sunny in. You know what, Lactoid? That's fitting.
He doesn't have a black book. He has a pink.
You'd have a coochie spreadsheet. Your face got red. Okay.
I just like to keep things organized. Okay.
Dennis is also
Actually, I'm not sure if there's anything wrong with that. I'm gonna put
There's
out
nothing
there.
wrong with it. It's just funny.
Thank you, Prime.
There's nothing wrong. It's just hilarious.
I like to keep things organized. Can I ask Gibbs a question though? This is relevant.
Sure.
Oh yeah,
Gibbs, what is your let's say, well, okay, you just say tough titties, okay? Let's say after a year,
Yeah,
okay,
get
'cause you
good.
said 2 years. So after a year, you find out the person is trans. Know it, like just get good. You got had.
Yep.
I would say, Dan, you got very good plastic surgery that I couldn't tell for over a year having sex. I'm confused now. I guess I thought I was straight. I still think I'm straight. I guess your surgeon did really good. What's their name and info so I can recommend them to some people?
What about STDs? What about STDs? Let's say like after like 4 months, you find out that like you have herpes now, or like some kind of incurable, relatively uncomfortable.
You didn't ask specifically if they had herpes beforehand, right? You know.
Well,
you didn't. You didn't ask.
This is how I know that you're not sexually active, because I go get blood tested once a month, and you find that shit out quick. So then you go, oh God, I got tested, I caught this. Who have I had sex with in the last month? And then you call them up, you go, hey, I caught this, so you gave it to me, you motherfucker.
Go to the spreadsheet.
And
and then tough titties though, because there's nothing there. Who cares? Like they gave it to you. They're like, I mean, I guess that's something you didn't ask me.
Well, sociologically, there's this cool thing called making money, and then you get insurance, and that pays for the bills that handle that. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Christ. I mean, listen. Once again, I operate in the world that Corey is kind of like describing. Right? I understand that the world is nuts, and that you should probably have a little bit more conversation with the person that with people that you're going to be sexually active with. Right? So, Corey, I agree with you in practice. Right? In practice, I do agree with you. I don't agree with you in I don't think it's that's how we should prescribe society to be, right? I think we should have like normal expectations. I think we should set up on like a normal expectation like standard, right? There should be a standard that we know that most people operate within, and if you don't want to operate within that standard, you kind of should make it clear. Well, because because me and you are probably a bit more like people that are doing these panels and having discussions are a bit more introspective, right? We're gonna think about like our actions. We're trying to defend them, right? We're trying to defend our ideas and our thoughts. The average person's just kind of fucking walking around being a dumbass, not knowing what's going on. And so like my prescription can't be, well, hey, you should really sit and think about what you want to do. Although like I think that's the right thing. I don't know if anyone's going to do it. I would kind of like to just establish some type of boundaries and norms for people that the normies can fucking just live without emotional turmoil, man.
Well, yeah, it's called having conversations.
Exactly, and that the adult thing to do. You can have any sort of expectations that you want. Okay, you have every right to do that. But then don't be surprised if life doesn't fit your expectations. If you don't take into account and look out for your own interests. And again, no judgment on any of the people around Gibbs. I haven't used any specific language about the people around you, but Gibbs has been very clear in terms of the type of people that he goes after. And it's to the fact that, okay, from what I understand, I don't know if it's actually true or not, he has to encase certain things in his house so that they're not breakable, given the fact of the women that he chooses. And that is on him, as in, given the fact that he makes those choices, and therefore he has those expectations. As a result of his choices, he has to be accountable for that, and that's baked into his life of like, well, I now need to put my degrees in bulletproof cases because I go after these.
But then there's people who operate in normal. Wait.
Let me finish my point. If you don't want to vet the people that you sleep with, then it's on you that they don't tell you that they're not pregnant. It's on you that they don't tell you that they got an abortion. Okay, if you don't want to look out for your own interest and you want to assume, that is on you.
Wait, I agree. I agree with you to an extent. Gibbs selects for the type of people that he's with, so then Gibbs prepares for the expectations that come with the people that he operates within, right? Amen. But when you're a normal person operating in normal society, so like in the context of the show, these people were not like two extremes of anything. They seem to be representative of like just normal people, right? If you're operating with someone and you seem to be operating on the same level, but then they do something out of the extreme, that expectation is fair to have that person because they're operating within the same realm that you are until they do this one askew thing. And this one askew thing is not something that you necessarily expect out of somebody, right? Especially if you have an assumption of who they are because of the time that you've spent, because of the time you've spent in the relationship you've built. So like you kind like they're operating within their own realms and within their own norms, so they are preparing for what they assume they should prepare for in their context.
Gibbs eloquently said it. If you assume, okay, that is on you, and at least to certain outcomes. Okay, as much as I disagree with Gibbs on many things.
Yeah,
correct.
I
Here.
think you should. I think you
know.
should.
Only you as a person know your red flags. Only you know what you can live with. If you don't look out for that,
Hold on. I agree with you. But then you say, oh, a woman can get pregnant and then like not even tell you, and then just like take the baby and like raise them like completely in secret, and that's like a-okay. Like that's a weird. I'm sorry, like it's a weird expectation.
I'm not saying it's a-okay. To me, that
no, you did say she's like not morally.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Then do I view that as, let's say, a moral transgression in terms of they never had any sort of conversation? That I don't view it as a moral transgression. Just like I said, I agree the person is awful.
That's wild.
But
that's
wild.
Not a
moral transgression. I made
that's
that
wild. That's wild. Of course it's a moral transgression.
Did we define what moral transgression was again? I may have forgotten or missed it. Did we moral transgression is just like morally bad?
I mean, honestly, we really want to get down to it. The most moral thing would be to have sex with as many people as possible and have as many kids as possible. That would be the most moral thing, because we're humans, and as a human, we're an animal, and our job is to procreate and continue our lineage. So those of you that are having sex, bad lactoid.
Would you say,
not
Scott?
moral?
So I was saying that like a moral transgression implies that you have done something immoral, right? But that immorality has affected or gone on to another moral agent or actor, right? So assuming that we're like let's set animals aside as like moral actors and not get into weird dog fucking scenarios type shit. Like what we mean is, right, like you've done something immoral that has affected another person, right? So from like a libertarian perspective, right, if someone lies about getting an abortion or something of that nature, it could potentially be fraud in a certain aspect. But if they do a lie of omission, right, it's not necessarily a violation of the non-aggression principle, right? It doesn't justify me harming them in return. But I could still say that it is immoral, and I could still say that it's a moral transgression. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm justified in like some just compensation, et cetera, right? Because like, the concept of an implicit contract is vague and somewhat invalid in terms of whether or not you can then kind of respond to a failed contract. But when we're talking about moral evaluation of something, right, we can look at it from multiple domains. Like I'm essentially an anarcho-objectivist, right? So looking at it from an objectivist framework, we would want individuals to act in their own rational self-interest, and they may be, if there's some fear or some like threat of coercion from me or something like that, then maybe they're justified in that means of like keeping things from me. But if I'm engaged in a relationship with someone and there's an element of fraud to it, even though it's kind of like a gray area, right? Then we're definitely dealing with a big moral evil. So like in Atlas Shrugged, for example, Taggart is his sister is the one that is actually keeping the railroad company afloat, and a young girl thinks that it's actually the CEO, the brother. And he lets her believe the entire time that he's actually the vision behind the railroad doing well, as opposed to Dagny Taggart. And eventually she learns throughout her marriage and, gains some rational thought and realizes that he's not the person that she thought she was. And it destroys her entire worldview. She runs out into the street and she commits suicide. Right? Now, he's not directly responsible for the suicide in first order consequences. It's not necessarily justified to kill him. But we can definitely say that what he has done by omitting information and letting her believe that he is somebody that he isn't, that he has frauded her. He is, you can even take a Kantian perspective if you don't want to look at it in an objectivist perspective, right? Never treat like the categorical imperative, right? You're denying a human being the information to actually be able to act in a rational way because they believe you're type A person when really you're type B person. And so I think there's something to be said about corollaries, right? And so You shouldn't have to ask a woman if she's pro-life or not if you ask a woman if she's Muslim. Because let's assume you're Muslim. If you ask someone if she's Muslim and then I'm Muslim, that would imply a set of world beliefs around that. And so if she has these differing opinions around abortion or around sex with other people or modesty, and she's wearing a hijab, let's say, right? And then you find out she got gangbanged by some other people, it's like, you shouldn't have to have a contract with this person that says we are exclusive and you are pro-life and you are these things, because she led you astray. She let you believe that she was someone that she wasn't when you said, hey, I'm looking for a Muslim girl. That's what I want. My family wants. Those are the values that I have, etc. And that should be like an encompassing thing, right? And so implied consent in relationships and interpersonal relationships is going to be a gray area, and people are going to interpret those things differently, and that's why it doesn't meet the level of justification of like violation of the non-aggression principle. But there's certainly, in those gray areas, we can have moral condemnation and discussions about why that's immoral to engage in obfuscating reality and keeping people in the dark about what type of person you are when all the signs are there that they don't like that.
So let's move on from this conversation. I think that we've like mined it. It'd be great if we had some women here. I would love to have known there. I did invite women, but
Gibbs literally has a woman there that we could ask.
But she would agree with me.
She's gonna disagree with you on everything, Galactus. I don't know if you want to bring her in.
She disagrees with me.
I won't be too mean to her, then I can ask her some questions. Okay.
I gotta be honest. I don't know that we want the Destiny Rose Lactoid combo. That would be Lactoid getting roasted for most of it. I feel like he would be able to like outsmart her, and then she would just cook him as Latina can. Only Latinas can. It's very impressive. They have this talent to like cut you down to your wick, your bone. They'll get you.
They are vicious.
So let's move on. I would like to have this if we can get some women on here. I would like to have this conversation again to see what they have to say. And like what like should and shouldn't be told. I think in our society is that a lot of these deal breakers, I think you guys are going to disagree with me, but a lot of these deal breakers I think land on women in a way they don't land on men. That there are some things that a man can do that are objectionable, right? And make them undateable or whatever. But like for the most part, these things tend to land on women. The emphasis tends to be on them, right? Their sexual history, their
they should raise their standards then to meet ours.
Wait, hold on. You think it's easier? You think it's easier to date as a man than a woman?
I think he's saying the standards. He's like the standards seem to be more imposed on like women than there are like standards that are on men. Like what is like really a standard for men? Be like make a little bit of money, be relatively strong,
money,
and be
height,
tall. But
like
for women, it's
fitness.
like personal. It's like personal choices, right? Like we don't really get judged on like the personal choices that we make, how many women we sleep with, like the type of attitude we have, being cavalier, so on and so forth. Women seem to get judged on like their past, their partners, so on, and that's what he's saying.
They judge you on how few people you have.
That's hilarious.
We judge you. We're like, oh,
that's what he's. That's why. I was like,
no. That's what I'm saying.
Agree,
that, like, it's especially when we're talking about like personal choices. Like, now I'm not saying it's easier to date. I think it depends on what you mean as like ease, right? Because that does a lot of work, right?
I too took a gender studies, women's studies class.
Okay, all right, calm down. If it means like, hey, can I like get people to go out on a first date with me? Well, then women have it easier, like without a doubt, right? But is it like
land an
like
actual
the expectations within within the context of a relationship and of the context of our like sexual mores, right? Like in that realm, it's a much harder when you're a woman, I think. But like
women are sexual selectors and men are relationship selectors. I mean, that's kind of that's the gripe, right? Is that women are like, hey, we can get guys to fuck us, but we can't get guys to like actually want to like date us or marry us because they're too busy trying to just fuck. And guys are like, hey, we can't get girls to fuck us because like
takes now. we're going to like 4chan beginnings of Red Pill at this point. Like,
okay.
Well, the lock and a key are different. Right.
And I'd also like at some point to like revisit the whole sleeping around. Like I would actually. Okay, so we'll have to make it a separate conversation because that comment about the 15 men I actually want to engage with. But some other time.
But also keep in mind this way: like women can just hide that from you and just lie to you.
Oh no!
But when it comes to your income, right? Can't really hide that.
You absolutely can.
Of course you can. Yeah,
for a little bit
in a relationship.
For like a little bit.
But they have access to your bank
long.
accounts? Wait. Are you letting women check your like stock holdings and your bank account?
Your ability
we
to
almost went to the
purchase,
topic. Then
your ability
Lactoid
to
had to
purchase or
fucking
provide
burn it down.
anything, right? Like,
well,
like if you don't have a good car, you can rent one for a week or a day or whatever it may be. But you're not gonna be able to.
He's like,
this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
Here's my checklist. Here's
but
Here's
actually, let's
my
not move on.
checklist. Here's stock portfolio.
Scott, we don't talk enough shit on the women, okay? We very rare opportunities to do so. It's important that we do it every once in a while, okay?
Okay. Yeah, I think
you'll get no argument here, I guess.
There's plenty of ways to lie about your income. Yeah. I think there's lots of ways around that. But
not for a prolonged period of time, right? It's going to be for like a short period of time that you can lie about how much money you have. It's just like,
I mean,
like if you're with someone.
Yeah, but you could also be like, I'm extremely frugal, right? That like I have money, but like I'm frugal.
But that's not what the argument. The argument would be that like you're acting like you have more money, which means that you're kind of showing it, right? If someone's frugal, but then they're lying and they say like there are people the extreme cheapskates like that you've seen on like TLC or whatever it may be, which is like that's someone who is broke but is also living like that. It's not like typical that someone's gonna be like rich, boast that they have money, but then live like this. I don't know what the appeal would be dating that person.
I don't know about necessarily the boasting part. But honey, boasting is adding too much, right? Like you can simply say I am up a certain tax bracket, right? But then you don't prove it, like because you're saying I am frugal.
I think what Lactoid and
Christian Bale still drives a 2003
we're saying
Toyota
the person who's putting on the perception that they have a lot of money and they don't actually have a lot of money. Sure, you can be rich and lie and say like, well, you're frugal and so on and so forth. But the idea is that like there are people who go down to Miami, rent a Lamborghini for the week.
Yeah,
right?
I know what you're saying.
They take the pictures, and then like that's the lifestyle they portray that they have. You can sustain that for like a week, a few days, but like eventually, if you're in a relationship with someone, you're not going to be able to lie about that.
No. I hear that, but I'm saying no. I'm responding to the base statement that you can't can keep it up.
Let me rephrase this.
I think the implication was the lifestyle one that I was talking about.
Prime, you should deport the next person that tries to continue this topic.
I thought I did.
You can perhaps misrepresent like your exact income, but you're going to be like within a certain bracket that you're not going to be able to misrepresent. Meanwhile, you can just say like, oh yeah, I've only had one partner when you slept with like 80,000, not 8,000, but like 80-90 people, right?
Okay, sure. All right.
That's the new average is 80-90 people.
Okay.
That's the next norm that Gibbs is going to want.
If
they're doing the twist and swirl, they probably have to bid with more than one person. All I'm saying.
The twist and okay. All right. Okay.
Next topic, please.
We will move on. Hey, everybody. If you enjoyed that conversation, hello, hi. This is Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We got a great group of guests here, and excited to talk about the real topic. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun. But if you've enjoyed that, consider supporting the channel, subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. we definitely could use your help. So consider doing that. Subs to the channel, give bits, or give subs. Also to the follow button. You're not so yet, right? If you just stopped in here, this is a lot of fun for you. We definitely wasn't planned to talk about about slut shaming, but here we are, and I guess it's not too surprising this group of guys that we would start that.
Call me Tectone.
Use your Amazon Prime says Prime Gaming if you have one, right? Use that here. Support the channel, free for you. It does a lot for us. Use that here. Support this community. We do need your support. So if you're out there, help us out. Super chats. We're out there, super chats. So like our friend Duba gave a super chat earlier. We'll read your super chat. It'll be great. Maybe it'll cause us to laugh. Maybe it'll cause us to gasp in horror as we dig down into the farthest reaches of Lactoids persona. But consider supporting the channel one or the other in however way you like. Okay. So let's get to the topic. All right. The topic is, over the weekend, demonstrations broke out in multiple cities against Trump's immigrant mass deportation policies. At least I think it was multiple cities. Actually, I'm not sure anymore. I thought it was, but maybe it's just the one. In response to the large-scale protests, Trump deployed the National Guard in Los Angeles. This was quickly decried by Democratic politicians, such as California Governor Gavin Newsom, as an unnecessary escalation on the government's part. Clashes between the protesters and the security forces have, in some cases, turned violent. Do you think deployed federal troops are necessary? This move was also condemned years ago during Trump's first presidency as the BLM protests were happening. Was such a move called for then? When should the Fed step in to quote-unquote maintain order? Do you think, in general, that the government should take a hands-off approach until the situation actually gets dangerous? Or should a police step in beforehand to ensure we never get to that point? Biggest story right now is the situation in LA, where it was started off because there was rumored ICE activity, and I think it's been confirmed that there was ICE activity there, that they were going to, do their Gestapo thing and raid some areas for undocumented immigrants, terrorize them, and so the community came to confront them, and this we had a conflict between them and the police. Then the police declared an unlawful gathering, and tried to disperse them. And then there was a lot of clash. So then after that, right as this is going on, Trump deploys the National Guard over the objections of the governor, Gavin Newsom. He deploys the National Guard. Technically, they're just around federal buildings, right? With the orders he gave. Basically, they're just protecting federal targets. But it's been, a lot of people considering this an escalation and unnecessary, maybe inflaming the crowd. And so people are thinking, what should we do? What should the president be able to step in? Should he do this almost unprecedented step about using the National Guard of the governor's objections? Where do you stand on all this? So we'll go around. You can do your introductions. So Lactoid.
Yeah, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. As of, if I'm reading this correctly, as of 20 minutes ago, the Marines are going to be deployed as well.
Mm-hmm.
There's 700 Marines are going to be deployed into Los Angeles to support the National Guard there. My understanding is that, and this was sort of alluded to, the National Guard and now, I guess, U.S. Marines are going to be deployed specifically to protect federal assets there, not only the federal buildings, but also ICE agents as they conduct their job, more or less, rounding up people for deportation or further hearings. I guess where I stand on this is that rioting is bad. I think it is interesting how you see the left's language on this shift back to the language that they were using before January 6th during the BLM riots. Now we're back. Now that the left has their kind of riots, now we're back to the whole riots, the language of the unheard. This is like important, resisting fascism, resisting evil, etc. And I think it's bullshit, right? They're attacking innocent people, innocent property that has nothing to do with this. It's bullshit, and it shouldn't happen. And I like the fact that innocent people and innocent property is being defended and protected. I would like for it to be defended by anybody who can defend it, whether it be civilians, whether it be law enforcement, whether it be the National Guard, or I guess Marines might be a little bit excessive. But I mean, if it's seriously that bad, then I'm okay with using force to protect innocent people and property. I don't like the ICE raids, just to be clear. I think that they're pretty. I'm pretty against mass deportations in general, and I'm pretty against what's happening now with ICE just going into workplaces and picking up people who are working and otherwise contributing to society and not being, gangsters or drug dealers or whatever, not being just like bad on the world, and they're just trying to, work, sell, work on roofs or sell tacos or whatever they want to do. If it's like pro-social, I mean, I'm not wrong, all right? Like this happens, and they're doing a lot of that work that I think is good. So I don't understand why we have to throw them out of the country or put in a whole bunch of money to throw them out of the country when they're not doing shit that bothers me or really any other American. Kind of dumb. Seems like a big waste of money, especially when we're talking, rightfully so, about the fact that we have this massive deficit and how we're burning through way too much money. We got to cut the budget down, and we got to cut down how much we're spending. Seems like spending money throwing away productive people is probably a good place to start.
Selling tacos.
That's all they do. Ron, did you know?
I know. Look, I know multiple taco trucks, and not all of them are going to be legal.
You know what? I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, Lactoid. That was a great take. All right, I'm not going to let them shit on your take, Lactoid. Good for you.
Well, Lactoid wants them. He's happy if the citizens defend property, the government defend property. Some punk kid from 2 towns over, right, coming to be able to defend a store, right? He's happy with all types coming to defend property. But shout out to you, Lactoid. Let's go to our friend.
I mean, Scott. A hero kid, but go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, so I think many of the protests are an example of like how the left is sometimes accidentally based, right? Because they don't have any moral foundations for most of the things that they believe. They kind of just shift into the current vibe that's happening, right? Like, Palestine and Israel is a big deal. And then they just kind of, like that meme of Homer Simpson go into the bushes and now it's no human is illegal because this is the cool thing to do in the moment, right? I mean, they don't give a fuck. Most of these protesters don't actually give a fuck about the deportations because Obama was deporting twice as much as Trump is, right? Trump's really bad at deportations. He's not getting nowhere near as much done as Obama was. I think the Trump administration's a bit in a rock and a hard place here because there is a recognition that the next Democratic administration is likely going to push in anything they can to give citizenship to people that have been here for 5 to 10 years, right? And so the hordes of immigrants that came over, that were brought over, forced integration via, welfare and taxes and given hotels and cell phones and shipped around the country. Those people, when the next Democratic administration comes in, they're going to attempt to give them citizenship, and a majority of them are going to vote, for the Democrats and even push for more progressive politics and socialism. And so, I think Republicans are rightfully scared that if you don't get rid of 20 million, immigrants, then we're going to kind of lose, the kind of the liberal democracy American kind of like, the last vestiges of what the Republicans that are, center left socialists are they're going to lose, and we're just going to get progressivism. That being said, I've said on this panel before, even before Trump was elected, right, that, mass deportations is a policy that will never work. It's way too expensive. It's not something that is feasible. And I said before, like, look, you want to go into hotels and you want to pull out, or apartment buildings or bad neighborhoods and pull out Tren de Agua. I don't give a fuck what happens to Tren de Agua, right? They're terrorists, and so are ICE. But you want to grab Lupita from your apartment building, who's been here for 10 years and is like not done the right paperwork, but has a job here. Number one, she hasn't really aggressed upon anybody intentionally. It's the state that is the aggressor by creating the welfare systems that she's used. And so it's a violation of her rights. And so, the only way to solve immigration is to get rid of the state. There is no right non-aggressive action of immigration policy. The only non-aggressive position is private borders. Open borders is a violation of our rights. Closed borders is a violation of rights. Deportation of people is a violation of rights, unless, of course, they are criminals that have done property damage. So, I think in a way, some of these, I think much of these protests, like I said, are kind of based. But it's a shit show. I think, Karen Bass is probably trying to make it more of a shit show. I think, all the Democrats are pouncing on an opportunity to say Trump is the evil fascist dictator because he's doing the same thing we supported a few years ago. I think it's hypocrisy. It's media narratives putting out something. But at the end of the day, do I think the state ought bring in the National Guard to protect ICE deportations of people that are nonviolent, that haven't violated anybody's rights? No. What I think they ought do is they ought fucking stop these ICE raids, only target gang members, and actually focus on shit like they promised, like Doge cuts and reducing the welfare state and reducing some of these incentives. But instead, we have the big, beautiful bill with a couple of fucking slapped on, we're not going to stop Social Security payments to states that have illegals. And it's like, yeah, sure, that's a start until you raise the fucking debt limit by another $5 trillion and fill a bill up with nothing but pork. Trump is on track to be the worst president in U.S. history when it comes to increases of taxation and when it comes to increases to the budget deficit. Like, if he doesn't fix this tariff thing around, then he will be the worst president that we've had probably since FDR. And that's the reality. And I recognize that Republicans are afraid to engage in that way because they know in 4 years it's likely a Democrat will be in charge and everything that they got done to reduce the size and scope of the state will be reversed. But it's really the only way to actually fix this.
Ori.
Okay, I'll try to be brief, but I do want to clarify one thing with Lactoid. How big, do you have a family size of Pringles? Because you've been eating them for like 2 hours.
Yeah. They're really good. It's the hot ones. They're really spicy.
That you're only eating one tube?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's only eating like one or two every few minutes, usually.
They're thin. They're really thin.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
By the way, this is that white people definition of spicy.
No, I eat Mexican food. This is like actual Mexican food from the trucks where none of them speak English. And I'm telling you, this is spicy.
Okay, but either way, I actually largely agree with Scott. So definitely damaging people's property, not good. And like actual protests, good, that don't destroy people's properties.
Yeah.
And like, yes, also the ICE raids seem to be largely inefficient and generally like going after people that probably almost certainly should not be targeted, pretty much just like everything that Scott said. And just like, yeah, pretty much like a waste of money. And also, from what I gather, if I remember correctly, I think there's an explicit clip of Trump saying that like, you should only call in the National Guard if the governor requests it, unless he's changed his position. It seems like, yes, he's actually doing, or like, yeah, he's pretty much, either he lied or he never actually meant to say that. And so he seems to be pretty much, not surprisingly, being hypocritical. I'm like, yes, this seems to be largely an escalation, maybe a distraction for other things going on, and just a waste of money. And I'll leave it there for now.
Yeah, thank you. Let's go to our friend Grid. Grid, nice to have you here. I haven't seen you in a bit.
Yeah, good to be back.
Yeah.
Good to be back. Been a minute. Been traveling and whatnot. You can find me at An Unreasonable Man on YouTube, and I do cool stuff on the YouTube every once in a while. So I have kind of a different take on this. First of all, as near as I can tell, and nobody's shown me anything different, the ICE raids are targeted specifically to people with existing orders of removal, past felony charges, multiple immigration violations, so on and so forth. They're not targeting Lupita from your apartment building, trying to make fajitas down at the local taqueria.
Hey, but you're roboting. You're
I'm roboting?
Is that only for me? Yeah,
I think it's only for you.
That was just you.
He's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, that
You're the robot.
Give me a second. I'm gonna leave and come back.
Go ahead, Grid. I think.
Oh yeah. Sorry. So with the ICE raids targeting, people in targeted removal, I'm okay with that. That's fine. Matter of fact, every one of you said that you were okay with that type and not broadband. Just go in and get whoever. So let's just the ICE people were doing their job. A bunch of malcreants decided they don't like the job, and they start interfering with federal operations. I think Trump is correct to send in federal aid in the form of whatever he feels necessary, whether that's the Army, the Navy, the Marines, the Space Force, whoever the fuck, it doesn't matter. I feel like that if we're going to, I'm actually really interested to see how all of the people who had their nuts on fire so hard over Jan 6 are now like, no, it's cool. It's cool, guys. It's cool. It's cool. They're just protesters. So this will be a great conversation, and I can't wait to get into it. You guys have some a variety of views, and I can't wait to hear them and go, give some feedback.
Okay, am I roboting you guys? Testing.
Nope.
He did do a weird thing there for a second. I thought it was my headphone, but I didn't hear the first one.
Okay.
Sorry.
Let's go to our friend Ali.
What's up, guys? I go by Sociologic. Right now, you can just find me on X. I'm on other things, but I'm working on a different name. Anyways, so the whole January 6th thing, I think the difference is going to be one was on like the building, and I forget which building it was, but like it was an actual like government building. This is against ICE, which I think the average person doesn't even know like what ICE is. I mean, to me, I feel like it's just like some dudes they rounded up that were like failed cops or failed army, and they're like, hey, do you want to do deportations? They're like, okay. So like I don't know if anyone's like gonna respect ICE in the same way they respect like a congressional building or whatever. Riots are bad, right? I don't want riots. But once again, when the average person hears mass deportations, they're not necessarily thinking that it's just going to be criminals or like gang members. They are thinking it's going to be Lupita. And so when people think that this is what you're gonna like, you're gonna get these riots, you're gonna get protests that lead to riots, and especially when it's like mass deportations of people. I think the way that we're doing the rhetoric around this it's like I don't know what you expect other than this, right? When people are calling for like mass deportations of people, half of the country is like, well, we voted for it. Well, the other half didn't vote for it. The other half is against it. And if the other half is against it and it's like it's in their principled beliefs, then they're going to fight against it because they believe that their country is being lost. So I just don't know what you expect out of it. And I don't believe that the ICE raids are just targeting criminals and gang members. I do believe it is just like a mass deportation effort.
And finally, our friend Gibbs.
Yeah, I think it's pretty crazy that, once again, we have the Dems making the states' rights big cotton arguments. It's like, hey, don't send the federal troops in, 1861, 2000, whatever, in 2025. It's crazy, but hey, whatever. I see this akin to when the last time we did this was when Lyndon B. Johnson sent in troops to protect the civil rights movement in a college in Alabama. I feel like this is a similar moment in history. Trump is absolutely morally justified. I actually want to call for the government to take action and charge, what's her name, Bass with treason, because she is actually aiding and abetting foreign nationals in an invasion on our land, destroying property. It's crazy. I think she should be punished to the fullest extent of the law for treason. Maybe even consider looking into doing it to Governor Newsom. It's atrocious what they're doing. We literally have foreign nationals destroying property on our land, and then we have people like our friend Sociologic here saying things like, oh, hey, they're destroying their country. No, bitch. You know what? This is a cool thing. They have foreign national citizenship. This isn't their country. This is our country that they're destroying. Fuck these people. This is exactly why they got to go. It's outrageous. We can sit here. The Republicans have a problem with like Elon Musk. You know how many Teslas were keyed in that time? Not a single one. But you know, one thing happens. We enforce the legal rule of law because they broke the law with being in this country legally. After that, everything they've done is fraudulent. So that, you know, if they buy something, you know, we got tax fraud. If they sit here and do something with fake ID, that's fake identification. That's probably crime too, I believe. You know, every single thing. Then they're taking taxpayer dollars with social services. All of this is just crime on crime, and these people are standing up for criminals. And it's outrageous. They're destroying law-abiding systems. I bet if your name was Jones Abood and you owned a gas station in this area, you would be really excited for the National Guard to come and protect your place whenever the LAPD is running like a bunch of idiots because Karen Bass has told them to, because she's committing treason and allowing a foreign power to invade our country. It's outrageous. It's disgusting. You could say, oh, these people didn't vote for this. Yeah, you're right. They didn't vote because they're not citizens. 54% of Americans, according to a recent poll, said they approve of Trump's deportation efforts. This is part of that. We're going to sit here and go, hey, this is bad. It's bad. No, I'm sorry. We've seen what's happening in California. California is the third world. We might as well just call it goddamn Somalia. I can't tell the difference between Somalia and LA right now. They look exactly the same. It's fucking crazy. I mean, and then people are like, oh, it's no big deal. Oh, like I saw Wick this week and I challenged him on it on Twitter this week. And he's like, oh, this is just, it's so peaceful. It's an insurrection. It's not an insurrection, all these things, yada, yada. And I'm like, yeah, bro, I don't know about that. It looks pretty insurrection-like when they're taking over buildings and doing things. Like, there's a reason why Obama wanted to call in the National Guard on the Bundys. I don't remember if he did or not, because the local police were overwhelmed by these rednecks that had too many guns. Same thing when the Michigan Capitol building got taken over. These rednecks had too many guns. They're too, people for the local PD. We have the same issue now, except they're not using guns. They're using Molotov cocktails and bricks and sheer massive numbers to destroy things. They have the police. We have videos of the police hiding under fucking bridges as these people burn down the area around them. And we're going, nah, it's fine. It's fine. Mostly peaceful. It doesn't matter if it's mostly peaceful if the city is fucking burning. It's outrageous. It's disgusting. And anybody that supports this, you are supporting treason. You're supporting insurrection and the start of the Civil War. That's what this is. And it's just outrageous because literally ICE, even if it is Consuela that's just doing nothing, they're supporting the rule of law. It's a law. I got told this week that migrant alien was the proper term, and you can't use the illegal alien. And even though I'm Latino, by using the words illegal alien, I'm using internalized racism. That's what I got told this week. And I go, it's internalizing racism to say the words illegal. This is the kind of lunacy we're getting from the left. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. It's totally outrageous, and you'll sound like Big Cotton from 1861.
Yeah, just real quick. If 56% of voters wanted this, that would mean that 44% of voters didn't want this, and those were the people I'm talking about when they're going to rise and look at their country. So it is half of people, right? We're going to do a 50-50 split. There are people and if you just want to consider all of those people as treasonous, I mean, sure, but then they're going to do the same to you, and we're going to get nowhere.
We have done that. We have done that for the last 16, the last 20 years, I think, or something like that, or 12, the last 16. We've had Democratic presidents, right, except for Trump, till the one little exception. And Republicans have been sitting there going, "Oh, it's terrible." How many times did Republicans have fucking riots that destroyed towns to the numbers like of LA's numbers or the BLM riot? We've never done that. And then you'll go, January 6th. Listen, that was on one building, and it was like 200 people, and y'all rounded them up, and you tried them to the purest extent of the law. Now, y'all can argue over the pardons later, but it was a small targeted area that happened. Whether or not that's destroyed, these fuckers are destroying $20 billion worth of damage by some estimates in BLM, and this, who knows what this is going to be by the time it's done, because this looks like it's just kicking off. We're barely with the first round of raids.
So make it high, so have higher standards for police, right? Like, don't just hire anybody to be a police officer and just give them a gun and like the law, the orders, like, hey, control the law.
Look, one last thing here.
And they can't handle it, right? No, we gotta get the Marines involved.
This is a crazy argument. They're saying, "Oh, you're the ones escalating it by sending the National Guards and Marines." You know what? If I was a business owner, I'd really want them to fucking escalate it, because I looked at the LAPD running like a bunch of little scared bitches because Karen Bass is telling them to do nothing while they're burning down my business. I think, I would like them to escalate, because you know what escalation really is? Them doing nothing and watching them just burn down their shit. Not everybody's got insurance, bro. You're in California; it's $1 million to buy anything, and you can just let them burn burn it down and say, "Oh, well, we didn't escalate it. It's so good the National Guard didn't go in." I bet you would like. What's your address? Let's go over there.
Honestly, it's better than Marines than
and you
rooftop
tell me if you want
Koreans.
the. Yeah, if you why don't you give me your address and we can burn down your neighborhood
directly to my address.
I mean, I'm just saying that's what you're okay with.
So
you don't want the National Guard to come to your house?
I don't think that's
I think-
analogous, but sure.
It's absolutely analogous.
I think
it's not your backyard. You don't care.
I think the thing here that like strikes me as like, I guess maybe because I'm a libertarian or whatever, I don't fucking know, but it's the hypocrisy of the entire situation is just very interesting because, I mean, at least if you're a libertarian, you know, you have a basis for like what is aggressive and what isn't aggressive. But, you know, I see so many on the left that are, you know, oh, I'm pro-democracy. And it's okay so long as we win the election because that's the will of the people and the social contract. And that's what we have to do. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, I believe in democracy. I believe in the will of the people. I believe in the social contract so long as my side wins and I get what I want. And then if the other side wins, well, all of a sudden I care about individual liberty and human rights. And, you know, we have to talk about the people whose rights are being violated in this instance, et cetera. And all of a sudden, property damage doesn't fucking matter, you know, vandalizing taxis and shit. Well, that's just the will of the people. That's just the unrest. That's just because fascism has come to California because Trump has, you know, gotten rid of migrants at half the rate as Obama. So, I mean, obviously we like, it's insane, right? It's a vibes based, you know, I pick my principles whenever I want, right? Like, I think attacking cops isn't the best way to make your movement look good, but they're fucking cops. As far as I'm concerned, they have no justification for the safety of their lives, right? Like, I'm sorry, a cop killer is just one criminal killing another criminal. Like, that's just what it is. I'm not saying you should do it. I'm not saying it's morally good to randomly kill a cop. I'm just saying
Mr.
that there's
Abood and his gas station?
Lactoid cosigns
but I think a private property owner, as you're describing, right? Someone who owns their property, or the people that own the fucking all of the, you know, the self-driving taxis that were destroyed, right? Or the you know, the Telemundo van, who's clearly on the rioters' side, getting fucking busted up and like tagged and all this.
They
other
busted
shit, right?
up a Telemundo van.
They did. It's fucking hilarious. And it's like, yeah. And I think there's something also to be said that this isn't organic either. This isn't just the left, collectivist left, you know, picking a new issue. Like, you know, we see the same shit that we saw on fucking BLM. We're seeing pallets of bricks randomly show up in the middle of the night. I wonder who bought those. And like, we'll never get answers to those questions.
That's escalation.
Right. I mean, I do think it is an escalation, obviously, but you would say it's a justified escalation.
Well, hold on. I would even argue the opposite. Actually, if you go in with overwhelming force and put it down, that's going to eliminate the you know, escalation, right? Like, you're going to go in there, you shut it down, it's done, right? No more escalation. We're calm.
You murdered them all. Yes.
Sure, I'm not saying going out there and massacre them, bro. I'm not saying that. I mean, we can flood it with enough people.
I mean, you could make the argument. I think you could make the argument that it's like a reasonable escalation of like, right, but like that's necessary.
If you're a regular business owner there and your shit's getting burned down, I don't think you think it's an escalation at all. You're going, holy fuck, why do I pay taxes if my business is going to be burned down and they're going to attack me in my home?
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that you believe that it's a reasonable escalation to reestablish order.
It's just semantics.
Right, like I'm not saying.
Hold on, guys. So back in the original LA riots, the Rodney King riots, you guys may I remember those. I don't know, maybe I'm old. But,
you're the only one. I'm the second oldest here, and I was a fucking like toddler.
All right, so back in the Rodney King riots, they were burning things, looting things, and the LAPD did exactly what they're doing now, which is nothing. And so but the government didn't do anything. They didn't send in the Marines. They didn't send anybody. But you know what happened? You know what? Who stood up? Rooftop Koreans. They were literally armed on top of their roof, going to shoot people if they came into their neighborhood to loot them. There are pictures of it. It's a real thing. So either you have the government coming in and restoring order and protecting people and property, or you have people take it into their own hands. It's your call.
Yeah,
wisely.
so the feds.
I mean,
did
there's a
come
third
in
option.
during-
There's a third option, which is
did
stop ice
eventually,
raids
yeah.
unless it's only on
And the riots
fucking
stopped
gang
immediately.
members and things, right?
Yeah. So like the government did come in during the LA riots. That they did show up
At the end, and then the riots stopped
At the very
immediately
end.
as soon as they showed up.
Yeah, so the government took action and the riot stopped.
So
Yeah,
it worked. Yeah.
Oh,
so,
I haven't
Korean
stated
shops
my
didn't get
opinion on this at
riot
all.
looted because rooftop Koreans.
You're the
hold
on.
on. racist ass Koreans. But in any case,
Was it racist?
I wanted to.
Why were they racist?
I wonder why they were racist. I wonder what made them racist.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So lactoid. I've been reading into posse comitatus, the Posse Comitatus Act, which, in case you guys don't know, limits the use of the armed forces in the United States. Now, at first, it only applied to the Army. Then they expanded that to the Army and the Air Force, and then they further expanded that to the Army, Air Force, Marines, and Navy. So, like, they can't be used to enact domestic law unless otherwise authorized by Congress. As far as I know, they haven't been otherwise authorized by Congress. I'm trying to I'm looking through it and trying to see if there is.
Well,
I don't understand. Please,
I'll read more. I'll read more into because it's been a long time since I've looked at this. But
sure.
My recollection is that they generally they shouldn't be enforcing like state law, like law enforcement, but they can protect federal assets and persons. So, and that's what they're being used for, is what the administration is saying. So, like, for example, it would be arguably a violation if the president ordered the Marines in to like go start arresting people who are like committing like property damage, right? But it would be okay for the president to send Marines to walk with ICE agents who are enforcing valid deportation orders or like taking illegal immigrants, and then having those soldiers defend the ICE agent potentially with lethal force if necessary.
Okay, so as long as they are assisting in federal and in the execution of federal law enforcement, then it's fine.
Protecting federal property.
It's specifically protecting federal persons or assets. Like I'm pretty sure that's okay. They just can't like go enforce state law. But immigration is federal. There's been a ton of.
So that means they can't have a direct. So in that case, they can't directly respond to the protesters / rioters. They can't unless the rioters actively endanger.
That's probably correct, and that's why, by the way, when you read through all these incidences where like you tear gas or rubber bullets are being shot, they're all being fired by LAPD.
Yeah, that's my understanding. LAPD. So people keep characterizing LAPD as doing nothing. No, they're doing a lot actually. They actually are. They're the ones responding. So when you see the video of them, of the people directly responding to the protesters, right? That's LAPD. The feds are like the ones surrounding the federal buildings, right? They're protecting those buildings. That's.
Well, I think there's some nuance to this a little bit, and I don't know if like this is what most people are catching up on. Probably not, right? But there is an accusation that Karen Bass took over communication between the LAPD and other organizations, which is like completely violating like their own like command structure during these events, which is slowing down LAPD's ability to respond to different situations, to places. And yeah, I mean, if it is true that she did that, I guess it would technically.
I'm not sure that would be treason.
Yeah, it's absolutely. It's
no. It might be breaking the law, but I'm not sure if it's treasonous.
Well, I mean, treason. Well, I can tell you exactly why it'd be treasonous.
But the pragmatic thing there, right, is that LAPD isn't necessarily doing nothing, but it is hampering LAPD's ability to do their job effectively. And as you know, minutes can be a huge difference in potential riot scenarios between like calming down a couple of agitators or like them having to defend and hold their line and do nothing because they don't have the numbers yet. And so then mob psychology can very quickly take like one or two people destroying a car, but they can't move from their line because they don't have the numbers to stop those one or two people. And then all of a sudden it becomes a mob that's uncontrollable because someone else is interfering, I don't know if she's trying to get some glory or if she's trying to do it intentionally. If she's trying to do it intentionally to slow down LAPD, that would be treason. But if she's just trying to get like the glory of like, I'm in charge or whatever, I don't know that that's necessarily treason. Maybe Admiral Gibbs has more information on that.
Well, I'll tell you why. Because first of all, Mexico's president has already called for more avid and resistance to be called for happen in LA and other cities. That's basically
so did
call to
fucking
arms.
Kamala Harris.
Hold on, but hold on. Well, there's an important difference. Kamala Harris is the president. This is the President Sheinbaum of Mexico. This is a foreign power on our southern border, calling for Mexican nationals in another country to resist, and protest and be violent if needed. Right? These are.
Hold on. Did she say be violent?
Hey,
Claudia Sheinbaum. No. Don't do that.
It's up in the air, man. It's up in the air.
She might have said resist.
If you want to disprove me, you can find this stuff. But she said,
no, because you're saying bullshit now. I'm saying you're saying bullshit. She said violent resistance.
I didn't interrupt anybody else.
You're bullshitting us.
I'm not. Violent.
Yeah, you are.
Extreme resistance.
No, I'm not going to prove the negative. Like you're bullshitting us.
You're proving the negative. I've already made a statement. You can prove the negative. Now here's the point.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm not proving the negative.
She's already made the statement.
Bullshit. She hasn't made the statement.
She's made the statement.
You said. I'm sure she said resist. Right? I can believe that she said resist.
It's a foreign resistance. Hold on. Let me talk.
Yeah, real quick. Quote, it must be clear we condemn violence wherever it comes from. Quote, we call on the Mexican community to act peacefully and not fall for provocations.
Yeah, listen, okay, Trump didn't ever say anything the first time either.
Okay, so you were wrong. You're wrong, correct? She said the opposite of what you just said.
This is a direct equivalent to the peaceful. No. Actually, what I'm doing here, Prime, if you're catching on, is I'm making a direct equivalency to January 6th, where y'all are saying, oh, so you're admitting y'all were lying about the peaceful and patriotic.
You're lying. You're lying.
Because this is a direct equivalency. No, I did not. I'm trying to make a point here, and you won't even let me make my point. You just
because you lied, and I had to deal with that first.
Hold on, Prime. First of all, this is the problem. If you would let me finish a point, then you would know that I wasn't lying, because the whole point that I was going to make was that this is the direct equivalency to President Trump saying peacefully and patriotic, and y'all called this an insurrection and treason. That was going to be my point, but since you interrupted me, as happens regularly, I know that y'all are excited. You have to let people finish points before you can object.
No, oh my God. Buddy, you already made the point that I was objecting to. The second part doesn't invalidate that. I gave you plenty of chances to actually take it back, right?
I said, I didn't take it back. I didn't take it back because you didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish.
Yeah, no. No, you keep saying that. Hey, Gibbs.
Literally in the middle of making a point. Prime, I'm literally never interrupt you when you make all your points.
And it's not going to work. It's not going to work. You keep saying, hey, people just keep interrupting me, right? Then you say some bullshit, right?
How do you
complete that statement?
How do you know?
And then afterwards, you're like, well, the next thing was going to completely validate the first statement. Even though you said,
how do you know? This happens all the time. This happens all the time. I made a point.
You say bullshit all the time.
Hold on, Prime. It's not bullshit, because what happens is when I'm midpoint, you all interrupt, and you, specifically you in this case, don't let me make my full point, and then you're going to sit here and go, oh, Gibbs was doing this, when I was about to call y'all hypocrites, because, hey, guess what? It's the exact same thing. Oh, and you act like this is out of character, because I literally call y'all hypocrites all the time, and this is exactly the point I would make, was about the hypocrisy stemming from the left. So, back to my point, thank you. She made this comment, which is direct equivalency, that the left has already set the standard. This is inflammatory language. It's the exact same language Trump used, which was going to be my point. Thank you very much. So, if this is the standard left wants to use, we have a foreign power making an inflammatory statement in the same manner, then by their own metric, this is a call to war in action. And thus, if Karen Bass is going to sit here and aid these people and allow these people to destroy American citizens' properties while being foreign nationals, that's treason. Not only that, she should also be convicted of charges for being so incompetent during the LA fires. So we're seeing these, and now I'm wondering if it was actual sabotage for a foreign power. She probably softened up LA for this beforehand by overstretching city resources, and now we're allowing to see the full evil, nefarious actions of her game plan. It's crazy. First she depleted the water rivers, then she burned down the air. This might be some nefarious attempt by the Uniparty here to try and take over land. I don't know. It's terrible. It's literal treason in every regard. It's outrageous. And then you're going to sit here and go, oh, it's peaceful. When we see videos of guys on call, socialite posted in the group chat and said aura farming. It's a guy holding a Mexican flag while the city burns behind him, and cops are going, oh, holy shit.
It's called aura, man. I'm just saying.
It's called terrorism and insurrection.
Well, the terrorists have a lot of aura. I don't know what you guys keep getting the sickest shots of them doing the most insane things, and you want people not to rally behind them.
Well,
I
yeah,
don't
because
fucking know. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, they get the best shots when you have an evil, illegal person that's sitting here working for a foreign power treasonously to help set them up with the biggest
They look like
publicity stunt on
Marvel
America.
villains. It's
Yeah,
like-
because Karen Bass is helping to make it look like Marvel villains because she's being inept and just making the police do stuff. It's terrible. I call on you, if y'all the lefties have any integrity, after y'all said all this bullshit about Trump on January 6th with his peaceful and patriotic thing, same thing that Scheinbaum did, by the way. Once again, hypocrites. Thanks, Prime, for interrupting before I can get to
That's
that.
the Mexican president?
Hold on. If y'all are going to hold Trump to this standard, then y'all have to hold the Mexicans to this standard, specifically Mexican nationals, and do what the president's saying. And we need to hold Karen Bass.
I condemn the Mexican president for making insurrectionist statements at America. I don't fuck. What the fuck? What are we doing? What are we doing? Listen.
I'm just saying it's awful.
Right now, the only thing I heard is that like we're like earlier is that like this is like where you get civil war. Kind of, right? Where you have half of the people that voted, right, that are siding with half of the people that are illegal according to you, right? Where we're siding with half of the people that are illegal according to you. Like this is how you get. Like, do you want the Habibis and the essays to come together? Because this is how you get the Muslims and the Mexicans to kind of just.
Do you agree? Do you agree? Whenever your side wins
against mass deportation, against racism, all the Semitisms, whatever all the antis. This is what you're gonna get, right? It's the rhetoric. Or like, I don't care if it's Lupita. You want everyone because if you want to consider people
your side
illegals,
wins, it's fine. Hold on. Dr. brought this up. When your side wins, all right, you're
who's my
perfectly
side?
fine. Whatever side you voted for. Okay, when you vote for that side, hold on. Okay, well, then that's your problem. Right? When this one side wins,
not my problem.
Okay, hold on. When the left makes it wins, right, and they enact the laws, we don't see mass burning down of cities like we do on the right, right? Like with the right.
Because you guys have no reason to. We're not deporting you.
Right. Okay. Cool. Right. Listen, we don't. It can be for any reason. It can be for any reason. There's all sorts of reasons. We don't see this activity.
Bring up the reasons why cities are being burnt, right?
Then we come
if you want to bring up the BLM riots, people are saying that there's violence coming from the police towards like black communities. So they fucking rose up and fucking decided to take some type of stance. Now, did it become bad? Yes. It's always going to happen when you have people who feel like you're being selected, right? So like right now, who's rioting? Right now, we see political violence coming from the pro-Palestinian side, right? Why is there violence? Is it just because these people are fucking like?
Let me just ask you a question.
There's reasons why there's violence. You don't want to address the reasons, and you just kind of want to go just violent people.
Hold on. That's not what's happening. So here's my question. I get where you're coming from, and you're saying we have this moral high ground. I see this as a moral wrong, and then we're taking action, right? Okay, I get that, right? Now, what I'm saying is, by your own metric, if that's true, when the right loses, they have every right to do what you're saying because they're going to go, oh,
what are you writing about? What's the moral wrong that you're writing about?
Okay, I'll just pick a random one.
Pick something.
Okay, let's just say, I don't know, a school decided that all middle school kids would be, I don't know, encouraged to wear pride colors, and
go protest it.
Okay, well, so when they go and decide they're going to burn down the city hall, they're going to burn down the public school like head facility, and they're going to tear up all the neighborhoods. Now, you're going to hold on. You're going to say that's fine because they see this as morally wrong. Oh.
Watch.
You're not consistent.
This is the hypothetical. I'll engage with the hypothetical. I'm actually really good at engaging with hypotheticals.
Okay.
If there's a school in your district,
ridiculous hypotheticals. Go ahead.
I've done it. Listen, if there's schools in your district, right, and they're like, hey, everyone has to wear a pride shirt in June, right, and the members of that community protest it. And then,
City Hall,
right, protesting is fine. You start with a protest. I'm okay with starting with protest. You don't just go right to fucking burning Capitol Hall, right? You start with a protest. If that protest is met with counter protests, right? BLM starts as a protest. It's met with ALM, right? Now you have counter protests. When things bubble up and they get big enough,
ALM counter protest. The fuck are you talking about? All lives matter was like fucking old people.
The counter protest about Black Lives Matter.
Where was the counter protest?
But this is insanity. This is literal insanity.
Drawing an example, dude. It's not like I'm.
Your example of a counter protest. Okay, so you mean anybody disagrees? It then means we go further. Is that what you mean by counter protest? Is just any group of people disagree with our protests? Or do you mean like because when you say counter protest, you mean like clashes and shit? But like there were basically
counter
none.
protest doesn't have to be counter protest doesn't have to mean like necessarily clashes. You can counter
Right, but the way he's using it is like an escalation of things. Like basically the entire media and state apparatus was saying that COVID couldn't be spread by BLM because BLM has this magical property. Unlike you, dare going to the gym, you're killing grandma if you go to the gym.
I mean, all I was trying to get
there
to
was
is eventually
basically no counter to BLM. Like they ran rampant on their own.
I'm saying if there's a group of people who feel like their rights are being infringed upon to a point and no one's listening, and you go through certain processes and it gets to the point where even your protests aren't being listened to, and a riot happens, I'm going to be understanding of the riot happening. I'm not going to say it's good. I'm not going to say you should do riots. Riots are bad, right? Like riots do not solve anything. But like for people to just like not have any understanding of why a riot would like arise and just kind of blame it to just like violence for just violence sake is kind of stupid. Like you should
we have a word for that. It's called inconsistency. That's what the word is you're looking for right there. You're not being consistent.
No, it's just the right doesn't have anything to necessarily riot for. Of course we don't. We don't have anything to riot for. The big thing. Once again, I don't necessarily know what insurrection even fucking means, so I don't go around like condemning J6ers for doing that. I was like, whatever. I don't personally care about what happened during January 6th, right? Whatever. But if people consider it a riot, they look at what it took. The right felt, or Republicans or MAGA felt like the vote was actually stolen from them, right? They were like, hey, we don't agree with the election results. So then they rioted. And that's kind of, I'm like, all right, if you believe that the election was literally stolen, I mean, I guess I can kind of understand why you'd want to raid a building. That's not like that crazy to me. So like when you're talking to me, like, I don't necessarily, I'm not a big.
Okay, so let's just use January 6th. How many gas stations got burned down on January 6th?
I don't know, probably none. Is that
okay? So here's my question then, right? Like, so if you pay taxes, do you pay taxes? I'm assuming you pay taxes, right? Don't answer if you don't. So we all pay taxes here, right? and like if we're all we're all paying taxes, right? And they come up and you own I don't know Sociologic's gas station, and everybody in your neighborhood's gas stations get burned down. Hey, listen, whatever. Gas stations. I assume he's such a classy businessman like Amaranth, who owns a bunch. Anyway, I'm just saying that he owns this gas station, and all the gas stations, the CVS's, the Chick-fil-A's, the Walmarts are all getting burned down because people are mad about.
I'd start putting up Mexican flags all over my gas station.
No, but yeah, it's just cool. But they're mad because the taxes.
I'd give out free water to the protesters.
Hold on.
Right, like I'd support.
Taxes got raised by 3%, and the Republicans are rioting, and they're burning down everything in the neighborhood. Would you like the National Guard to be deployed in front of your gas station to protect it from being burned down by the Republicans? Yeah, you're a liar. You're a liar.
No. You want to know why? You want to know? Because now my community is a community where the fucking Marines are walking around, right? For I don't know how long, right?
Bro. It's better than you dying.
One of a few things has to happen when like the Marines are coming into town, right? Martial law. Everyone has to go home, or we're gonna kick out a lot of fucking people. A lot of people are going to jail, right? My business probably isn't going to be doing so good. If you were a smart business owner, right? You notice the riots happening, you see the rumblings happening, you put up mad Mexican flags, and you buy cases of water, and you put them outside of your business, and you hand them out to fucking rioters and protesters. Give them a Red Bull if you have to, but then they avoid your business.
They destroyed a Telemundo van. I don't think that plan's working too good.
I don't fucking know. Why'd they blow up the Telemundo van?
Because they're destructive.
Because they're
rioters.
We don't.
They're not good people.
They're insurrectionists, bro. That's why they're terrorists.
Lactoid. I keep looking into this law, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot because you obviously weren't prepared for this. But it doesn't say anything about like making discrimination between federal and state law. It just says exercising it just says domestic laws, executing the laws except in such cases under such circumstances as such employment of said force may be expressly authorized by the Constitution or by act of Congress. So like I'm just like trying to figure out like where does it expressly say that it can do those things? Like the Marines.
I'll have to look through. I know that you can obviously use like federal employees to protect federal employees, right? Like ICE are federal employees, and so if you can send them in, you can also use like other federal assets to protect.
Who is ICE? What is ICE like? Like
it's a
is it just some dude that gets enforcement? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
No, is it just some dude like
ICE are
Are they
federal
like? Are
agents.
these
They're-
like? Are they
go
like
to
trained
like
like
anybody
people, or is it just like
Yeah.
security?
It's similar to
No.
similar to the FBI. Like I don't the left.
Oh,
has
actually,
this
like
new-
these are trained
like,
people.
the left
Yeah.
has this like new weird thing where like I guess they do this shit where they just kind of throw out things hoping that like something will go viral with the collectivist left, because they'll kind of just latch on to any bullshit if it like matches the vibes. But like one of the new things they're doing on social media is pretending like ICE agents are like these kindergarten
Gestapo.
mall cop people as well as like Nazis.
I thought
and it's
that's what
like
it was,
they're
yeah. I don't know the
they're,
Nazi part,
they're,
but yeah.
like they're not as well trained as, let's say, field agents in the FBI, but like they're federal agents.
Are they like
they're
better
going to
trained
be
than cops?
Yeah, they're better trained.
Well, they
than
have
like
to
your
go to
typical
FLETC,
police officer,
just like every FBI agent.
Once again, I actually don't know, and I was just
I'm
asking
getting a
because
robot
I don't
brain,
fucking
too.
know FBI. Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck? How am I supposed to know that they're akin to
Let's
FBI
see.
agents? I didn't fucking know that. In my mind, they were just kind of security guards that got round up. I don't know.
No. They're actual federal agents. They go to FLETC. They have to go through selection. They have to do all of those same things.
I'm gonna leave it.
Oh,
and
no
rejoin.
different.
I'm getting a robot shit. That was fucking weird. Were you guys hearing the robot shit too, or was it only on my end? Because I know Prime was having a problem with it.
I'm sure about the Marines, because you're going to get some Lance Corporal that's been out in the fucking desert raking rocks for the last 6 months. He's going to be jacked up on Monster and have like a row of Zen in his lip, and somebody's going to say something to him. He's going to light it off. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah,
I missed something, but Marines are usually better than cops and other people at de-escalation techniques.
Yeah, because they call in the bombs.
I
Hey, listen, you either stop or I blow your ass up.
So like, okay, my question is, do you see a world where the protests and the riots like lessen, or do you see them as ramping up? And like, what's the response? Are we just going into martial law for all the towns that we're going to be raiding to get to get these criminals out? Like, we want 20 million people out.
Martial law being declared.
I know. Yeah. Well, obviously, yeah. But like, if the Marines are coming into town, right? Like, and things escalate, you would assume things are going to only get like worse, right? Like, I don't think it's going to get better.
Look, this is a symbolic thing, okay? Because obviously Obama, obviously Trump is not deporting at very high levels, right? Like many Republicans are rightfully, I guess, if you subscribe to might makes right like you do and everyone else but me on the panel does, right? Rightfully, upset that Trump isn't doing the level of deportations that he promised, right? Because he's not even close to Obama's numbers. Like people voted for mass deportations. They are not getting mass deportations at all. I'm against mass deportations, obviously, but like this is a symbolic thing. This has become a Trump goes into California and he's ramped up the deportations a little bit in terms of symbolically, right? In numbers, he's not ramped anything up, but he's moving in on people that have have evaded immigration courts and things like that. Things that are you would consider non-violent crimes, but are certainly violations of immigration laws in our country beyond just coming here, right? And but he's not going after like the people that came in under the Biden administration and like got the CPB app on their phone, right? He's going after people that have been evading.
It's a bit more than that. Right? So we've seen a pattern of ICE going after people going to court, so like showing up to an immigration hearing, a federal immigration hearing.
Yeah, that shit happened under Obama all the time. Like this isn't anything new.
They go in.
That's how that works.
They go. No, that's not how this works.
It's been working that way.
I don't get why.
Let me finish the thing. Let me just finish the thing, and then you can respond to it, right? So
there you go. Tell them.
They go into their court, right? For their court date. And then the ICE, the federal government, whoever that representative is, I'm not exactly sure who, they dismiss the case immediately. And then as they're leaving, then they're grabbed.
Yeah, this happened tons of times under Obama administration, and that was
we know.
And part of the argument under the Obama administration was that because the court, because they were, especially people that were going to federal courts, they were like, well, even in your sanctuary city, we have jurisdiction here because now you've shown up to a federal court hearing, so now we aren't technically violating your sanctuary city thing because they showed up to immigration court in a federal court, which then they were like, this isn't a violation of your sanctuary city things. Now, again, this isn't anything new at all. It's just the outrage is new, and it's the outrage from the left that's new on this. Now, again, I'm not for mass because it's fucking Trump.
Because more people know about it, and because people were there's probably people more politically engaged this time around versus when Obama was around, and all these things. Right? It's not just because people were okay with it when Obama was doing it, actually they're not okay with it. Right?
I will agree that 2010. Listen, I will agree.
Deporting the most people,
no,
right?
Yeah, you're interrupting, but I will agree that 2010 is a different world than 2025. I'm not disagreeing with you on that, right? I will agree that social media has made things more public and more people are seeing things, and that is part of it. Is that it tended to be 10, 15 years ago that only the most politically engaged people were aware of a lot of things, but at the same time, right, Obama was clearly was named by the media and by many people that were upset the porter in chief. And now we have a Democratic administration just before Trump that is bringing in more immigrants. We don't know because it's hard to know when you kind of have an open border and you're not funding people and you're fighting Texas from protecting the border and you're fighting Arizona from protecting the border. But definitely bringing in more immigrants relative to population and in absolute numbers than any other president in a single term ever. And so again, the hypocrisy is a serious problem here, and it's just the current thing, but it is a symbolic move by the president. The reason he's bringing in the Marines, the reason he's bringing in things is that he's saying, no, this is what people were voted for, fuck you, back down. Whether or not that's good or bad, you know what I mean? Obviously you have my opinion and others have their opinion as well. And my opinion is the right one, but it is less about the actual raids themselves and more about we're not backing down just because you guys want to riot and burn shit. We're going to get this mission done. Of course, he's not doing it very effectively.
So,
right. Well,
just one quick thing, and then I'll go straight to you. Could you give me a source on this Obama thing? Now, I'm not calling you a liar.
I can find one, but I lived through it.
To be clear, I'm not calling you a liar or anything, right? It's just that I haven't seen this. And I know Obama was deported chief. Obama deported a fuck ton of people, and he was awful because of it. Fuck Obama. Another reason why I say fuck Obama. But I just haven't seen this particular thing. So if you could provide me that, then that would help me give further context to this current moment. I'd appreciate it. But all right, let's go to our friend Grid.
Yeah. So just to kind of also address some of the things that Scott said is Trump is really doing this to draw more attention to the fact that he is deporting people, because there for a while we didn't know that he was at all, and he was doing all of the if you leave voluntarily we'll pay you and all of this, which was not really helping his image with the base, if you will. And while Obama actually targeted people who were not necessarily in violation, as Scott kind of illustrated, that they would go, or Kai's actually you kind of illustrated, where they would go to court, the case would get dismissed or continued or whatever, and ICE would catch them on their way out and deport them. Trump is being very targeted and almost surgical in how he's deporting people. I don't know why. Honestly, it's a new look for him. It could just be the people under him are doing it this way because that's the way they want to do it. But they're only targeting people who are felons, who have actual outstanding deportation orders, and or are here provably illegally, and they're not just going willy-nilly after people harvesting lettuce in Kansas. That's not what that's not what's happening, which has happened before, and where most of the criticism of deportations come is deporting those people. So he's going after the gangs. He's going after the criminals and the people who need to go away. And the fact that you guys can't get behind that and see that for what it is astounding to me. It's like it's beyond TDS, right? It's beyond anything I've actually seen. And the fact that and it's just a fact that you should honestly, this should be an issue that Trump does that you should all be behind, because he is being the most surgical, the most precise in deportations of any president in recent history. And he's getting a lot of complaints from his own party about it, because we would rather him just do the boxcars, right? I mean, to be honest, a lot of us.
I'm not gonna lie. This just sounds like It just sounds like Hasbro for Trump. You guys just took IDF talking points and applied them. He's the most surgical. Bad. He's dropping pamphlets before he deports them. Like we're gonna get.
Lactoid, would you prefer boxcars?
Literally already have deportation orders.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Lactoid, who's pretty.
Loading people on the boxcars ain't good. Well, that's a pretty awful thing. That's like, I mean, that's one of the most disgusting things. Yeah, put them in the boxcars, send them out. You want to do that?
Yeah, I'm not trying to send them to
Auschwitz. It was from the last time we did. Yeah, the government should load people on the boxcars and send them out of the country. Right? It was great the last time that happened. Right? A really smart guy came up with that. Worked out well. Sure. All right. Well, anyway, back to what I was saying before. Go ahead, you guys.
Yeah. So like, Grid, do you think? Okay, so it's just like you're saying that he's surgically removing these people. It's just like the problem is that like most people don't believe that, right? I don't know how you show convinced, because like even Lactoid, who like once again, it's not he wasn't like MAGA headstrong, right? But like even he came on, who like and was like, hey, I'm not necessarily pro this. If they were doing it more surgically, I'd be like for it, but it doesn't seem like they're doing that. So like, how do you contest with that? Someone who is like voted for this, wanted this, but is also disagreeing with you.
Yeah, because the facts are the facts. The facts are that the people that they're deporting are people who actively have deportation orders. That means they've gone to court. That means they've shown up, and a judge somewhere has said, "Get out of the country, kid. You don't belong here."
Okay? Why didn't they deport them right there and then?
I don't know. You can ask the courts. Our court system is not the best. To be honest with you.
Does anyone on the immigrant side have a counter to that? I don't necessarily have a counter to say that they're not doing this surgically, right? I don't believe it, and that's kind of my that's bias.
Well, you don't have to believe it.
I'm asking for a counter if there is, right? Like, are they doing this surgically? Is it true, or is it Fabian and Scott both said Lupita were getting kicked out?
From what I understand, like they like rated going to a Home Depot doesn't sound surgical to me, but that's just like my subjective opinion.
Yeah, no, they made it so like the claim was that, and at that I would go straight to our friend Gibbs. The claim was by the Trump administration originally was that we're going to go after the criminals, right? Basically, what our friend Scott was saying before, right? Like we're going to go after Chende Aragua, and then but they expanded it past that, right? Like as people predicted, that wasn't the scope of. The limiting scope of what they were doing. They're going after people who are innocent, completely innocent, who only have a immigration violation, which does not make them a criminal. We have to tell conservatives this all the time. That actually doesn't make them a criminal. They didn't violate the criminal code. They violated it's a civil violation. They're not criminals if all they did was come to the country illegally. And even then, among those people, there might be those who came without undocumented, but like have gotten themselves or in the asylum process or have some other protected status, and that those things are being revoked now, right? So protected status is being revoked, and then those people are now up to the people who lost that status are now up for removal. So like these aren't criminals, not criminals. The who I'm discussing aren't criminals, but they're up for removal as well. So no, this is not surgical, absolutely not. But go ahead, Gibbs, please.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say put them on the boxcars. Let's just go with that. But I do
feel
like,
even Gibbs won't go that far. Amazing.
I feel like that's bad optics. Maybe we give them parachutes and we shoot them out of a plane or something. I don't fucking know.
Buses.
Buses. I don't know. Well, I thought it froze for a second there. My bad. I do know that I'm one of the more extreme on this panel in regards to the immigration. Because it is immigration. It's home to me. It's home to me. I've had friends die in the cartels. I've had whatever. And okay, I'll even grant. Let's even say I'll grant what Prime is saying with the. Oh, did I freeze?
No, you're good.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I'll even grant what you're saying with
Freeze.
that.
Okay, yeah, but we can still hear you, Si.
Okay,
we
that's
can
fine.
still hear you.
Yeah, so I'll even grant what you're saying with, hey, these people are are civil, whatever, not actually whatever. I would prefer them starting with I don't know, like the Abrigo Garcias or whatever, this guy that's got 100 fucking criminal charges that's coming up apparently, right? That's a good guy to start with. Let's start with those guys. Sure, and I actually think there is something to be said for what Grid's saying. I don't know that y'all like memeing, oh, he pulled up at Home Depot. Yeah, what do you think these guys work? They're outside. These people, yeah, they might be on here for charges, but a lot of these guys got day jobs. I don't know if you know any people that are actual gangsters. A lot of them have day jobs, and then they do hood shit either at the evenings or hood shit when they're free, or they sell stuff out or whatever. If you have actual charges, cool, let's go and get those people. But what's happening is we don't know even what some of these people have, or whatever, because they're just in the process of arresting them, and we're getting cars attacked, and they go, oh, well, hey, this is an unmarked car. That's sus. That's Gestapo. Well, okay, why are they doing that? Well, they're doing that because if you pull up with a Border Patrol car, they're going to run. It's obviously, it's just obvious. I don't know how else you describe this. You're ready, we're going to get them, and you pull up, and you get a Border Patrol, and then, oh, now these people are throwing rocks at us. Now these people are attacking us. And they're like, oh, well, they pulled up in this car. Oh, this is just Gestapo time. It's just blatant hypocrisy and bullshit, and anybody that's in America can see this. And this is why I'm saying this is a bad issue for the Dems to die on this hill on. 54%, we keep talking about this 46% that thinks that there's morally justified whatever, but 54% of people are saying, hey, shit's got to change. This is literally what he campaigned on. He's implementing it, and going about it. And now, since he's going about it, the idea is, oh, we're going to riot, and we're going to just frame everything so badly that if you try to argue about this with anybody, suddenly the next response is boxcars. I don't know. It's concerning. It's concerning.
He said boxcars.
Yeah.
To be clear, I haven't heard Trump say boxcars yet. That's we're going to leave that to our friend Grid here.
So I just want to clarify something that was said earlier before.
Sure.
The reason why you could have a deportation order and not just get deported right from the court hearing is you could have a deportation order come down later after your court date. You could also have a lot of people simply not show up to their court date, which is relatively among, this group of people, relatively common. And so they're just,
then they aren't assigned deportation, right? They weren't. I mean, if you don't show up to your court date,
it's something like
80%. No, you can get a deportation.
They actually regularly do show up to their court dates. Now, not that they all do every time,
first
but
time.
more than they don't. Sorry,
right. Well, I think it's first time court date, right? But then I don't think it's 80% for the ones after that.
First time court date, 80%. Okay, well then I haven't seen that. If you have more detailed statistics, when you can, when we
sure.
can, yeah.
But like I said, it's going to be some mix of people who get a deportation order following their court date that they do show up for, or it's going to get some mix of people who just never show up to their court date, which maybe it's only 20% don't show up for their first one. I think if there's talking second or third one, I think the percentages from what I've heard do grow, but I'll look into that. And so that's normally what's going to happen, right? And so at that point, they have a valid deportation order, and they just they can't be found until, of course, ICE finds them and deports them.
Okay. So yeah. So I think the raids. So I haven't actually said anything, right? So I guess I'll try to take a stand here. I think it's perfectly within the legal rights of anyone to protest anything. And so when we're talking about the raids that were happening or rumored to happen, my understanding was that they were happening, like the information was correct as to what ICE was about to do. But maybe that was just a rumor. I don't know. But in any case, it makes sense that they should be able to protest that, to show up, and to even interfere, right? Now, if you interfere, you face consequences. But at very least, one protesting should be able to protest. And if you want to interfere, like I've seen people stand the way, right, of ICE getting through. And like ICE now has to remove them. You link your arms or something, and then they have to remove them to get to their target, right? Anything you can do to slow down the machinery of this brutal regime, then yeah, you should do that. If you're, of course, willing to pay the consequences, because you might get arrested for doing that. So I think all that is fair game. Now, do I support the violence that's happening? The out-and-out violence? No, I don't support that. I think it's kind of funny what's happening to Waymo. Where they're, in case you guys aren't following that part of the story, they are calling Waymos, right, the taxi service, the robot taxi service, to the protest, and then just burn them. They're destroying them.
Waymo pulled out now. Yeah, Waymo pulled their people out now too. They're not.
Well, they're people. No, there are no people. There are people to pull out. That's the thing. That's why it works.
I mean, they're pulling their car. Yeah,
they stopped operating.
So I looked up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The ICE training. ICE agents just go to it's a specialized training thing where it's like 12 to 24 weeks of training to like become an ICE agent. I don't know if it's like. You guys are kind of making them seem like FBI.
I think that's all. I think there's a larger problem with law enforcement.
That's like 3 months to 2 years.
Yeah, like what are you talking about?
That's like pretty on par with like police training, right?
Well, let me make sure I got the numbers right, because I am a little dyslexic sometimes. Just want to make sure I got the
boot camp for the
those
Army,
numbers right.
Boot camp for the Army is like 12 weeks.
Oh, I'm sorry. 12 to 24
and that's for like
weeks.
infantry.
12 to 24 weeks, not months. Sorry, I am
I
am illiterate sometimes.
No, yeah, but
you may have
like,
said that.
if you go basic
misheard.
training for the Army is like 10 weeks. For the Marine Corps, it's 13 weeks, right? So what you're saying is, bro, all they do is double the training that a soldier goes through in basic training, right? Like
yeah, but basic training. Wait. Basic training doesn't like prepare you for deportations and also like these are two. Yeah, like that's not enough training to sit here and say, like, we're going to have a deportation and then compare them to the FBI, right? And liken them to the FBI. On. That's what you were doing, is likening them to FBI agents. Which I was like,
hold on.
I literally said,
wait. FBI training apparently is like 16 to 20 weeks.
Wait, yeah. So wait, I just want to know how many weeks do you need to learn how to like
Quantico is still is like a little bit less or roughly the same depending upon what you're doing than ICE.
Like becoming a cop 9 months.
No, FLETC takes it's like 12 to 24 weeks, but that's literally just to become hireable. Then you go to your specific training. It's not one training. It's not like you go to FLETC and you come out and you're junior G-man 1000.
Yeah, but calling them like FBI agents isn't like this can't be. This
is silly. This is like a silly hill to die on.
It's stupid. It's I don't even think I'm dying on it. I'm just like, it's just like, I don't know. I don't know if like we're gonna call them FBI agents.
They're federal agents that go through a similar training. Now, yes, you have special FBI agents, right, where they do like crazy shit, right? But you also have different groups that do different things in ICE, right? Like in ICE, you're gonna have some
go to Quantico, right? That's like the whole thing.
But like some people at ICE, some people it's just like the CIA, right? Like, think about it this way. There are a ton of people that work at the CIA that have, there are a ton of people at the CIA that just have desk jobs and they do like intel analyst shit. And they still work for the CIA, but they still have to go through this training. The same thing is
because they're for intelligence.
Yeah, but some people, at ICE are just going to be HR.
I'm just saying, I could become an ICE agent tomorrow. It's not like
no, you can't. You'd go to a 12 to 24 week course just to be hireable, and then if you wanted to be an ICE agent that was like carrying a gun and like going on raids in a restaurant, you'd have to go through several other months, and you'd have to go through like combat training, and you'd have to go through the shooting range, you'd have to qualify, you'd have to go through fitness tests. Like, listen, I'm not saying that like ICE are fucking Army Rangers or Navy SEALs or fucking Marine Force
security
Recon.
guards.
Okay. This
They're
is
not
so
security
dumb.
guards.
This is so dumb. They are not security guards. This is just
Security
this
guards
is
don't
just
get training
the
at
left
all. What are you
trying
talking
to make fun
They're
of
doge
ICE.
employees.
You got to get certified.
Yeah, it takes watching a video. Come on, get out.
They won a lottery and now they're ICE agents. That's how
I'm
that
just
works.
saying, it takes 9 months to become a massage therapist.
so yeah,
I think
it's
it should
like an online
take a
course.
little bit longer to become an ICE agent. I don't know.
I think
think
hireable. It takes you 24.
I think law enforcement in general, right? This is not directed at ICE specifically, but domestic law enforcement agents in general should have a lot more. Should have years of training rather than what we have. Like we see that in other countries, they have years of training beforehand. Some of them require them to have a bachelor's degree. That might be too much for us. We might not be able to afford that because we just have too many cities.
Well, I
and too
mean,
many
for
jurisdictions.
most federal agents, most federal agents, not all, but most, right? You have to pass a battery of tests just to be considered. Depending on the agency, they're all different, but just to be considered. Once you're accepted as a candidate, there's no guarantee of a job. You go to FLETC. You pass. If you pass, which not everybody does because it's hard, then you go to your individual agency and you receive some specific training depending on what job you're going to do. If you're going to be an investigator in the FBI, well, you're going to get some science classes. You're going to get, you're going to follow an agent around for a while and that kind of thing. I don't know what all. The FBI is really unclear about what their training is, but I actually have one of their old training manuals somewhere around here. But this is not. It takes years. It can take years just to be hired.
Scott, I'll look at your. I'll look at your.
It was. I was having a hard time finding stuff just because Google is fucking trash. Even when you do the year thing, like AI sent me articles, but then I couldn't find the archives or whatever. I need more time to look into it more, but. That's I found something right from the Obama administration, and it was like the letter that Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton signed condemning Obama, like while they were running for election and stuff. And in that, there are witnesses talking about ICE showing up to their court hearings to immediately deport them when they had like other when they had other court hearings and DUI courts and things of that nature. But like I said, I need more time. But like. I lived through it. Hopefully Grid can back me up because he's old enough to have lived through it too. They were definitely showing up at courthouses and arresting people during the Obama administration.
What I want specifically is immigration court. But again, I'm not trying to call you a liar. I'm just like, I hadn't heard this and I'm looking for it. But yeah, I know. Like, I'm asking a lot of you to like.
Yeah, what I'm saying in this is like this isn't the best article. Like, there's like other things have paywalls, and so finding articles from 2015 and 2016 behind the paywall while I'm live on stream is a pain in the ass. But at least in this article without a paywall from 2016, they're talking about people showing up for DUI hearings, and ICE is there at their DUI hearing to arrest them and deport them.
It's similar to what we're talking about. Yeah, at the very least. Yeah.
Well, the thing that was significant under the Trump administration, right, that wasn't per se common under the Obama administration, and this isn't occurring now, but this was occurring during Trump's first presidency, is like they were showing up to domestic violence hearings to deport people, and like there was like are people going to be afraid to call out their abuser because they're worried about being deported? And it's like, if you're a statist and you believe in the will of democracy, then, you don't really have a leg to stand on here because that is the will of the people to deport people that are illegal under the Trump administration. But if you're like based and you have moral principles like a libertarian, then like you can say like there's a real issue here with like people showing up to domestic violence to report abusers and then being arrested by ICE. I don't remember that.
Both of those things can be true, right? You can say that like there's a will of the people, and like as a matter of like the functioning of government, the government should follow the will of the people. But it can also be a problem, right? The will of the people can be utterly wrong, right? Like people could have voted for something.
Well, there's a contradiction because you believe might makes right. You believe that the people can lose in their ability to have their rights violated and taxes and things like that. If you believe in democracy or liberal democracy, right? You believe in might makes right. So you believe that force is always justified against a weaker opponent.
I don't necessarily believe that at all. You've been stating that, but so I don't want to get distracted with that. I'm just saying that you can. All right, you know what, we're gonna just disagree on that. So let's go to. I think Gibbs might have had his hand up before, and then we'll go to Lactoid. Did you have your hand up, Gibbs? I didn't want to skip you.
No, he could be after Lactoid. No.
Okay.
All right. Well, it's good because mine's very temporally relevant. Question for Corey, real quick. Using Scott's example of the domestic abuse victim who doesn't want to testify because they might get deported. With this person, would you say that they're doubly responsible because not only did they choose to be the domestic
Oh my God!
abuser,
You brought it back to the.
but they also did so while being an illegal immigrant. I mean, such a dumb decision, right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, all right. You get what I'm referencing?
Yeah, I know you tried to tie it to the original.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I'm just
no obligation. No obligation.
No obligation. Okay.
I guess bringing it back a little bit to what we kind of discussed, I'm really struggling with this concept of like, I'm not going to go do the Fabian route here that you just did, where it's like the might makes right thing. But I am confused.
Well, you unironically like say that.
I know.
You're kind of based for that.
I know. I know that, but I want to
bite
talk.
the bullet.
Listen, I agree with you on that part. I just want to take this a different route a little bit, though, right? So whenever we do here have this idea that okay, one side loses, they get to make the laws, and then the other side wins, they get to make the laws, they enforce it, and like okay. So let's just grant the world that sociologic and Prime have kind of like talked about where you can protest whatever yada yada, right? And I'm gonna go further with like more of sociological argument, like oh well these people are wronged, they feel wrong, they should like fight. Now I remember coming on these panels with I think almost everybody here except maybe Grid, and being told how crazy it was that Texas. Who all voted for their people, decided they were going to put their troops to stop the government from coming and like tearing down the walls that the state had built to stop the immigration. Now, they were sitting here following these laws, and I heard, oh, this is crazy, this is outrageous. I heard from a lot of people here, I think, about how that was just outrageous. And then now, like, instead of like a group of people that were elected by their constituents, which at least Texas is, y'all want to do this double standard and suddenly go, states' rights, Governor Newsom is this saintly guy, and Karen Bass is just fantastic, wonderful people for their guiding these people.
I don't know who either of these people
no, this is what you're doing. This is what you're doing, though,
the governor of California and the mayor of LA.
No. Like I don't pay attention to them. I'm more speaking on the people on the ground, not
on
the
ground. Fine, that's fine.
Governor.
But you're arguing that saying, hey, one of these is morally justified because I agree with it, right? However, if we're in this world where one side loses, then you don't have any justification to sit here and go poo-poo when Texas is trying to like do whatever they want to do after we voted these constituents in. What?
Gibbs, did either me, Ali, or Corey even mention Cory Booker or sorry, not Corey, Gavin Newsom? Sorry, Gavin Newsom or Karen Bass, right? Only the conservatives here have mentioned them.
I understand that. I understand. Right. No, that's not what I'm arguing. I'm arguing like
this
more
is the leadership.
That's the leadership.
Relevant?
Yeah, that's why I'm picking them because I think they are leading. I think they're leading the coordinated movement. That's part of it. Y'all can put.
They're not relevant to like me.
But what I'm saying is what you're saying, even at the local level.
Topic.
Yeah, but
I didn't say they're not relevant to the topic. I'm saying we didn't mention them. Go ahead.
I have mentioned them several times, but when I'm bringing it back down to the local level, like what you're talking about, sociology, I'm saying that it's hypocrisy for them to turn around and go, oh, we're going to riot, we're going to destroy these things, and we're going to say we're morally justified. And it's like, oh, our morals are superior to yours after we voted these people in. And that's what are supposed to be determining are. Like, that's what a democracy, that's kind of what Fabian's arguing with the might makes right argument here, is we are agreeing with our social construct that when a new group takes power, that we're going to allow them to make decisions partially based on how they define morality. And if their defined morality is, hey, we want to enforce border laws, and you're going to sit here and riot, well, and then turn around and simultaneously like, oh, well, the guys doing it on the other side when they're fighting the government are bad, that's literal hypocrisy. I
would have to say the guys doing it on the other side were bad. Like I don't necessarily think January 6th was that big of a deal. So like I understand why it was a big deal and the fact that like insurrection, the big words and the like so on and so forth. Like, I understand why it happened. I'm not like it's not that crazy.
Do you have a problem with that?
I'm sorry.
Do you remember having a problem when Texas sent the Texas National Guard to fend off federal agents down at the border and stop them from tearing down property? Do you remember when how y'all were like, "Oh, I'm against that"? You said
I
we
don't
were just being
necessarily think I
crazy.
would be against that. I don't know.
But you were against that. We were on panels here. Y'all both.
And you know I was against
I need
this?
Corey. I need
Everybody
Corey
here
to,
spoke
with
against
his
it.
with his fucking memory to come in here and tell me whether or not sociologic
Every one of y'all probably
was
spoke
for
against this.
that.
I need to
we can do this later. I actually don't know that I would be against that. It doesn't seem like something I would that I have any
Well,
like,
at
objection
least
against.
then you're consistent. I mean, Prime, were you
Yeah.
against it?
Could you repeat it, please? I'm sorry.
Do you see? I don't see any fundamental difference if we're going to sit here and say how y'all are gonna, like when Texas has elected officials and they send the Texas National Guard to enforce the border, and the U.S. government comes in with federal agents and tries to stop them, and it ends peacefully. I see that as fundamentally justified, at least because the local people elected these people, and it's government versus government. Now, what we're having over here is government, local and foreign nationals are all involved in a coordinated effort to destroy property, and y'all are sitting here with this logic, sociologic, making the argument earlier. It's like, hey, we're going to sit here and go, hey,
We haven't substantiated that.
this moral, well, he said this part earlier. He said these people morally feel justified in doing so, but whenever it's on the other foot, suddenly, we don't believe in states' rights.
I said rights
it's
are bad.
moral
So if I think the conversation that you were referring to previously was the whole thing where Texas was putting up the containers, right? The shipping containers, and then whereas like they put in the water the buoys with like the razor blades in between them.
Part of it. That was one.
Yeah.
That's the buoys and the razor blades. That's a different thing.
Yeah, there were
is
razor
it?
blades in the water.
It's different from
like,
destroying
the
somebody's
Rio
business.
Grande or whatever, right? And
I
so
agree.
people were
I
trying
agree.
to
One's way
get
worse.
across, like they were slicing themselves on there, right? So specifically with
Wait, hold on. One of those is a passive action, so someone has to swim and slice over themselves to like do something illegal, right? Versus, which is just a wall, it's a buoy with razor blades. So I would actually have to actively swim and do that.
Listen,
and
man, if protesters were walking around with chainsaws, I'd have a problem with it. Okay.
Versus, I own a business, and a
and
protester destroys
cops
it,
would
and
have to run into the cops would have to run to the chainsaw, right?
I think there's
you're being silly, but like there's a real argument here.
Admiral,
Like, go ahead.
Admiral, I think there's a much better example of the hypocrisy here, right? Like, obviously, I've given my argument in terms of public versus private, and federal agents versus civilians and property, right? But I just find it interesting that when January 6th happened, the left was all so happy for the rights of habeas corpus to be denied for many of the people that were arrested under J6. They were also happy that they were isolated from other members of the prison. They were all saying, throw the book at them for the insurrection. We've got to make sure that these violent insurrectionists go to jail for years and years and years. They were so happy to see
those
the
people here?
QAnon shaman arrested.
Are they with us right now? Who are you talking to?
Do you?
Our prime guys, are you going to say
use that example? That's why I didn't use that example.
Going to jail?
Don't ever say that I was for suspending habeas corpus. I never said that. I have never said that. Never.
Well, you're right. I don't believe that you specifically did. Other people did.
Example I
said
That's
the left.
I
didn't name you, but I started with, were you for these people being jailed for a significant period of time?
Being
January 6th?
Probably, yeah.
To be clear, specifically the violent ones, right? Who were destroying the Capitol. Not necessarily everybody, but the violent ones who were doing that particular group. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, yeah,
but,
of course,
like,
of course. So you would by
they
what metric?
Right.
By what metric do you believe the January 6th protesters that were violent towards public property and potentially police officers? By what metric do you think they belong in jail?
What metric? Because
why do they belong in jail?
Violent and destroying, because of the being violent and destroying that property. Yeah.
Okay. So what level? Right. So what level? Like, what is the proper sentence for someone that attacked a police officer and injured a police officer at the January 6th incident? What do you think? In your opinion?
Whatever.
How many years?
In my opinion, I don't know. 5 years.
2 years.
5 years. Okay. So would you agree that every violent protester that's fighting against ICE right now that injures a police officer or injures LAPD or injures an ICE agent?
Yeah, I would.
Also should be in jail for 5 years.
Yes. But that's my thing. You guys have never let me actually get my point out.
No,
here.
I'm asking.
So I haven't actually.
I'm asking questions, and you're giving answers. I'm not interrupting you right now. I'm asking. Do you think they should go to jail for at least 5 years?
Yeah. Like I said previously, right? I said like you can protest. Just peacefully protesting should be able to do that anytime, right? You can interfere. But then if that's the case, you should be prepared for any consequences. I never even said injure, but if you do injure, well, certainly you got to go to jail.
Of course. So now absolutely. So you believe that violent protesters that injure police officers in protests should be jailed. Let's say 5 years is your standard, give or take. You know, obviously, some people throwing a rock and it accidentally hits a cop's riot shield, and you're like, oh, I got a sprained elbow. Not the same thing, right? But assuming that's what we're talking, right. So then moving forward, do you believe that Trump, when he's in Trump's speech, was responsible in part of January 6th? Do you believe Trump holds culpability for January 6th occurring?
Thank you for trying to do my point from earlier. I appreciate that.
Is Trump responsible at all for January 6th?
No. I'm trying to formulate my answer here. I think so for two reasons, right? One, for the speech he gave beforehand, and two, because when he was specifically told, right, when his aides came and let him know what the situation is, like from the reports, he did not like act immediately, right? He just like let it simmer, like there was a danger, and then he just go ahead.
Okay, so he failed to act appropriately, and in your opinion, like I don't necessarily agree that that's exactly how it went down.
You don't have to agree.
Like, let's just assume that those are the facts, right? Failure to act in the appropriate amount of time, and because of the speech at all. Do you think the speech has any influence on this? As well?
I said so. Yeah, I said so.
Right.
As well.
So in the speech where he condemns violence and says don't do violence, but also he's agitating and saying like they stole the election, etc. So by your own standards, you would absolutely say what punishment do you think, assuming he wasn't the current president of the United States, right? Let's assume someone else won the 2024 election, right? And let's assume he's not the current president, because I think that would obviously change how you view punishment of things. Let's assume he's just a civilian right now, right?
Sure.
What punishment do you think would be befitting of that crime? For Donald Trump,
I don't
what should
know.
happen?
So specific. So then we'd have to ignore the second part, being that like he didn't take an action because
no, I mean right now. Where like no, he didn't take action is all baked in. But let's assume in 2024 now, right? He's no longer the president. He loses the election in 2024. He doesn't come back to be our current president. What do you think?
I'm not sure that he should be punished necessarily, because like so this would be closer to stochastic terrorism in terms of that speech, and like I don't like we were talking about, was it last week? About like a range of responsibilities here. No, I was talking to someone else about that, but a range of responsibilities, like a spectrum, right? I don't know far enough in that spectrum that he should necessarily be punished for that.
So you think Donald Trump shouldn't be punished in any way, shape, or form for his actions on January 6th?
I mean, I think he should be condemned.
Socially, right? Socially, he's probably going to.
No,
but like I don't know if he should be legally.
It's fine.
Yeah.
If you like, I that's fine, right?
Yeah.
Like we can apply that logic to the current people that are saying no violence, and then like kind of doing things, and Karen Bassett is actively abetting or hampering in some way, doing a bad job and getting involved. If you want to take that logic, that's fine, so long as I have you on the record that you believe absolutely that Donald Trump should face no legal action whatsoever for January 6th. That you think he's morally bad in some ways, but he deserves no legal action for that.
Sure. I like I've said, I think I'm not taking a hard stance. I can be convinced otherwise. But like
don't weasel out now.
I'm not. I promise.
Our opinions could be changed by additional evidence. I get it.
Yeah. But to be clear, right? Like but
in this current moment, you are against legal action against Donald Trump, even if he wasn't the president.
Yeah. We have a spectrum of stochastic terrorism, right? Of encouraging violence. At some point, I think, I don't know where that line is. At some point, I think you maybe cross over and you might have more legal responsibility for encouraging the crowd, like get that guy, But like, I don't think, as far as I can tell, that Trump crossed that line. I can be convinced otherwise, but as of now, yes, I don't believe that he should face legal consequences for that.
Yeah, no, I mean that's fine. I mean, we don't have to go into the next thing because you believe Donald Trump shouldn't be prosecuted even if he wasn't president. I feel like that's fine. Yeah.
Karen, like for if we
Karen Bass
give you
treason.
statements from Karen Bass or from Gavin Newsom, like encouraging violence or something like that, like encouraging law breaking. I could be convinced that
I think it's a similar situation, right? Where they're saying like, we condemn violence is bad, and then they're like, but I support the protesters fighting and their freedom of speech, and like they're egging on the protests in a way, while at the same time condemning violence and things of that nature. I think it's similar to what Trump
is showing
did.
support to freedom of speech and protesting the same as like, hey, they stole the election.
There's one key part of that you leave out, Fabian. While they're also
when they're saying the fascist
simultaneously
dictator is coming
handicapping.
in. You know what I mean? Like,
and
it's very
handicapping
similar.
the police force.
Fair.
Well, I was going to say that too, but also while they're simultaneously handicapping their first responders and their ability to respond correctly. Like we've already seen this wholesale. That's an added layer. Trump didn't go in there and be like, "Hey, let's handicap local PD from like January 6th."
So
right?
I don't necessarily believe.
Hold on. Listen. This has happened
Treason.
This has happened within the last 2 fucking days. Okay, the media
Treason.
gets fucking everything wrong. Okay, like I do not trust deeply knowing what Karen Bass did or didn't do, or whether or not and how she may or may not have hampered fucking the LAPD stuff. Like that is a type of
Her
thing
existing
that needs
is
investigation.
hampering enough. That's the problem. Right now.
This is the problem. You're the exact same as the fucking left, man. It's like whoever I don't like that is against the things that I don't like is fucking the bad guy.
Nah. See, difference is I'm holding her accountable for her ineptitude. Her ineptitude is actually treasonous. That's the big point here. Yeah, it rises to levels of treason.
You hear this, Lactoid? Right? And that's
treason. This is a new legal theory I've never heard before. Go ahead and explain, Gibbs. How does that work?
When you somehow listen, I gotta give her credit. She bamboozled the people
so much.
Hold on. I gotta give her credit. She bamboozled her voters into thinking she was an intelligent enough individual to be able to be put in place for this job. And her ineptitude is so criminally bad. She ended up burning half of the city, burned down on her watch because of her DEI hiring practices. I mean, she literally has a commercial where she has the firefighter woman say, "If your man is too big and he's in a fire, maybe he shouldn't be in that situation." Outrageous.
And that's treason.
Hold on. Did she?
No, she says he was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, well, whatever. Doesn't matter. You know what I'm talking about. She depletes the water so they can't save it. It's just massive fires all over. Then she turns around and is hampering the police responses while simultaneously encouraging the protesters in conjunction with a foreign national president who said the same level of incitement that Trump did on January 6th. It is clear treason, and we should try for it to the fullest degree.
All right, so okay, before
America would be better.
Oh yeah, sure. Before we end here, because I think we're running down, but like I think we're coming to a consensus here, right? This is slightly, well, it's a different thing, but I wanted to ask Lactoid this, friend, about Obega Garcia, right? He's been brought back into the country, right? I have lots of things to say about that, but I'm going to refrain. I'm going to refrain from saying it now. We'll say it some other time. But I do have a question for you, friend. About the charges. The charges against him, according to our Attorney General, smuggling. He was human trafficking people. I think she specifically used the word smuggling. But my understanding from her description, maybe I'm wrong, right? So that's why I'm asking you, right? Is that she's saying that he was part of as was described even by the owner of this alleged business, a taxi service in which he would take people from job site to job site. At least that's what he described it as, but maybe not. Maybe he was doing something else with them, but he was moving them across the country, right? And then they're being charged with this. Friend, please explain to me. How is that illegal, right? Taking undocumented immigrants, right, and moving them from point A to point B, even across state lines. Because, because I saw the Texas governor send individuals, right, send busloads of undocumented immigrants to New York and other places, other sanctuary cities. So, if you could explain that to me, it would be really helpful.
Yeah, so He was returned to the U.S., which I'm glad Trump did. I didn't like the fact that he wasn't doing that. I don't think the Supreme Court did order or could order him to negotiate with El Salvador to forcibly force him to bring them back. But I'm glad that he chose to do so. And when I saw the trafficking chart, or people were saying it was trafficking for a while, I obviously thought what we all think when it comes to that. That's not what the allegations are. The allegations is human smuggling, specifically moving illegal immigrants who can. My understanding is who consented to being moved. So, assuming that he's not actually like trafficking people, I think this is like much less bad than trafficking people. If he's just human smuggling, right, moving people around the country. In terms of is that a crime? Apparently, it's a crime. Apparently, there is a difference between a state who's moving illegal immigrants who are taken into custody and designated in a specific area as to where they have to go, as opposed to, I guess, what Kilmar was doing was aiding them in avoiding enforcement, aiding them by essentially moving them around, evading ICE.
But Greyhound, then why doesn't Greyhound shut down? Because undocumented immigrants use Greyhound all the goddamn time to get across state lines. Like,
I'm assuming that if you could show that Greyhound
that must be why Greyhound sucks so fucking bad.
Well, Greyhound doesn't check IDs, right? Like Greyhound doesn't do any of that. They just you got a ticket, right?
I think
Greyhound doesn't even sweep their buses, much less.
We looked this up. We looked this up the other week, I think, on here, Prime, and it was 50-50. It depends on the franchise owner of Greyhound if they check IDs or not.
Oh, okay. Well, I've never.
I also think
I've been on
we Googled that. I feel like we Googled that.
There's going to be a
panel,
difference too. There's going to be a difference too
else.
between like a don't ask, don't tell kind of like mindset, or like, hey, we're just drive whoever, we don't check IDs, as opposed to I think what they're alleging that Kilmar did here, which is like that they are. Here's a very similar example. Okay.
Yeah.
It is a crime to knowingly hide a criminal in your house. So if you know this guy has committed a crime and you let them into your house, and you hide them, you give them place, you give them solace. This is a crime. But if you just let somebody in your house and it turns out they're a criminal, then you're not in trouble.
Okay, all right. But if a person has broken immigration, like has come into the country illegally, they're not a criminal, right? It's still
a crime though. It's still a crime.
But hold on. But yeah, so what I'm asking you here is that no, they're not criminals. They're not criminals. They just did a violation, not criminals. But if a person, like, let's say you're related,
Primecast just became a libertarian, chat. Like, he doesn't actually care whether or not someone broke the laws of the nation. He only cares about whether or not they're aggressive.
No. I'm just saying categorically, right? That's all. I'm making a descriptive statement here. But
yeah, libertarianism, descriptive, natural law philosophy. It doesn't matter whether or not they broke a law. It matters whether or not they aggressed or harmed another person. I love it.
Well, first of all, I've always been more of a social libertarian. You know that, right?
Oh yeah.
You already know that. You know that about me.
Sure. Chipping away at it.
That's
chipping away, Chad.
No, wait, hold on, guys, come on. You know that, right? Like, I've talked about, like, hey, like, I'm against drug law enforcement, and then you should be able to sleep before you want to between two consenting adults, whatever that arrangement looks like.
Oh yeah, those are moral opinions, right? But like now you're saying they're not a criminal, even though they've broken laws because of a natural law philosophy.
No. I'm talking about civil. Okay. Oh my God. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna let Scott bait me. Sorry. On. Sorry.
Hook, line, and sinker, my friend.
If you are related to an undocumented immigrant, you happen to know they're undocumented. If you take them from their house to their job, right? Are you smuggling now? Is that human smuggling?
Maybe.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying this is complete bullshit.
I think in this specific case, like, there's a little bit more like egregious facts, like legally egregious, that would, I guess, make it easier to prosecute. So, like, I'm looking right here. Apparently, he specifically would pick up undocumented aliens after they cross the border, which does make them criminals. You're not necessarily a criminal if you overstay your visa, That's normally like a civil offense. But if you cross the border illegally, you are immediately a criminal, right? That is a crime. So he would go pick up people who just jumped the border, so he knew they were criminals, and then transport them. So that's what they, yeah.
So he was like the American end of the Coyotes, is what you're
Sort of is what it's looking like. I mean, that's what the allegations are, at least.
Okay. If that's what you're telling me, then I'll leave it there.
That's what NBC News says.
So. Yeah, I'm not saying you're a liar or anything. I'm just saying that like I've been trying to understand like what this is, because undocumented immigrants get transferred all the time, every day.
Yeah, like Uber wouldn't. Yeah, but
okay.
Lactoid, are you
Is it racist to say illegal immigrant alien? Is that racist now? I want to hear that. I want to hear somebody answer that question. That was a good one that's been posed me this week.
I mean, no person is illegal, right? That's the whole argument.
Well, hold on.
I'm just saying. Hey, I see inside.
Well,
I just wanted to ask Lactoid a question real quick.
Well, I got one more question here. I want you to answer here. It's real fast.
I'll answer it quickly. It's dehumanizing.
So it's dehumanizing. All right. So are we now saying that people can tell people of other ethnicities that saying certain things are now internalized racism? Is that where we're at? Like, if I was,
you know what internalized racism like?
Hold on. So if I say illegal alien, that's racist. Would that be like? I feel like that's almost getting to the point where if like someone
I didn't
says
say it was
the N-word,
racist. It was
okay,
dehumanizing.
Dehumanizing, that's fair. But like, is it arguably not the same as saying tell a black person they couldn't say the N-word because it's dehumanizing? Is that almost a similar concept here?
There's actually black people tell black people don't use the N-word because it's dehumanizing. That's a big thing within the community.
So you say they're equivalent, you think?
I don't. Maybe
I mean, you're dehumanizing people if they believe that the N-word, it'd be the same thing.
I mean, like, I don't know. My thing is, I don't know how other people look at, like, I know how people especially with the black community feel about the N-word.
Two terms?
I have a very clear about that. But
what are the two terms in question?
Illegal immigrant and then N-word.
Well, the reason I'm asking,
I don't know how
versus what is
the N-word?
The N-word. Because I'm Latino, and I got told it was racist to say call people an illegal immigrant, and I'm like, I don't.
And then what do they want you to say?
Internalized racist. They want me to say undocumented migrant.
Okay, so say illegal immigrant.
Illegal immigrant.
Now say undocumented migrant.
Yeah, undocumented migrant.
Okay, now just next time they say that, just say that you're being fat phobic because the other word is harder for me to pronounce because I've got a lot of fat around my neck. This is actually bigotry against fat.
Oh my god! That's funny, and I give you that.
Cisgender is a hard word.
But I almost think this is it just seems like. It seems like who are deciding what are these words and what's offensive, because it's kind of like that Latinx thing. I feel like Latinos are being screwed here with this shit because it's like, oh, we have these uppity elitists telling, oh, Latinx, that's racist. Oh, Latinx you are Latino, but if you're a Latin guy, you can't say fucking illegal alien. That's internalized racism. Like it's just like, when do we stop with these people telling us?
I don't know. We weren't the ones who made that argument. To be clear, all right, let's go.
I know. That's what I was asking y'all.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Actually, we can just move it on to closing, and I can just ask Lactoid after.
Okay. Well, then we'll do that.
Ask me now, coward.
I was going to ask you, where are you on your I regret using my vote for Trump instead of my libertarian principles? Like, where are you on your regret for the Trump vote?
Kilmore's back, so we're all good.
We're at 100% okay with your vote? Like, we
failed the meter just for that.
I feel like every 3 to 6 months you should be asked, like, if you regret your vote or not.
I've asked him this before too, and he was very reticent. He put up a big fight with me, right? He was offended by that question, but don't worry, I have more.
I had contention with him before. I hope he remembers. I had contention with him before. I said I don't think that his vote for Trump is principled, right? I think he should use it for his libertarian I don't think it's good for his principles, and that I do want to see if. The further we get, if I was correct in that.
I have something else I want to just.
I voted for John Galt, just to remind everybody.
That I want to ask him about this. I wanted to ask him about this today, but we ran out of time. But I have it written down. Hopefully we can get it to him next time. But anyway, hey everyone. Thanks for coming through. Hey, if you appreciate... Oh, wait a minute, hold on. God, what just happened? Sorry. Well, we can't hear me now, but Sean, thank you for the gifted membership on YouTube. Like I've been having it. Like last time, I had a interruption in my internet connection. Like, and that might be when I was having trouble with grid. Maybe, I don't know.
You're offline on Twitch.
Really? Okay. No, it says that I'm not.
It says you've been online for 5.5 minutes. I just checked.
Fuck. So it must have just happened. Okay, whatever. It is what it is. And I don't know what's going on with my connection here. So if you're gonna listen to me, like, hit me over YouTube, Super Chat, or anything. Support the channel. Subscribe. Keep us up and running. We need your help. But I doubt anyone's listening to me now because of this interruption.
You're back. You're back. Someone said, did Trump deport his ISP?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's
it's
like 3 weeks. This is like the third time, right? Remember it happened? Yeah, it's like the third time. Sorry.
It's okay. Just blame. You're good leftist. Just blame global warming and the heat wave for affecting your.
There you go. Global warming.
All right.
It's all about the global warming.
All right. Well, I'll just let you guys do your closing statements and be done with this. Lactoid, thank you for being here. It was a great conversation, and like I kind of sprung some things on you, like that pasta commentaries thing. But if you could look into that, later on your own time, of course, when you have something time available, I'd be curious. Am I missing something, or maybe I don't know. But thank you, Lactoid.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for having me. If you like what I had to say, you could find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Last thing I'm going to say is when I watched the first conversation, that clip from Girls, when you saw, I was looking at the comments, and the comments on X were pretty righteous and in line with my personal philosophy, right? But don't go look at the comments on Reddit. It will make you lose faith in humanity. And I read the comments on Reddit, and I realized that I think maybe like living in a country with people with a different cultural standard than you could be impossible.
What are you going to do about that? I mean, you seem to be well on.
I don't know. I honestly, I don't. Here's what I think that what a lot of like the right now is doing is they're identifying that, and they're just identifying that in immigrants. They just don't like. Like, I mean, right now, for example, what you're seeing, I think Charlie Kirk and somebody and maybe Stephen Miller. I wouldn't surprise me if Stephen Miller said this, but saying that like they were calling for a complete moratorium of all immigration from any third world country, and their definition here would include all of Latin America. And this is like relatively mainstream conservative voices. I think what they're doing is they're identifying, I guess, what I would disagree with, because I don't think I don't think Mexican culture is a problem. Okay. I think they would probably agree with me on the whole abortion thing, considering their religious proclivities. But I think we can't deport the feminists, but I don't know how to fix the problem because this is pretty fucked up. Anyway.
Okay. You should now I'm actually curious as to what the Reddit thing. If you could send me a link to that. I'd be curious as to what they have to say there. But yeah, I don't know. I'm still all over the place on that one. I think it's a nuanced discussion. But thank you so much, Lactoid. On to our friend Scott. Thanks. It was a great conversation, I think, overall.
Yeah, well, just spitballing with Lactoid. I agree, right? I absolutely agree with you, Lactoid, and that's why you need to actually embrace libertarianism, full throated. Right? Stop this pussyfooting minarchist shit. Okay. There's no reason for a nation of 330 million plus people to try and coexist like we all have the same fucking values. We're from different places. We have different religions. We have different values and philosophies.
There is a bumper sticker that says otherwise, Scott. All right.
Or else. No, just embrace, and that's the solution to this immigration problem as well, right? Get rid of the Civil Rights Act, get rid of the state's rights, get rid of all of these things in the state, and then we can finally have covenant communities where you can live with people that share your values, etc. I mean, in terms of the first topic, that was fun. You know what I mean? I'm an evictionist. I think, I think everybody is evil. And in these conversations, except for maybe Adam Driver there, and because he's acting a role, I don't know. What I'll say is this is, there's a difference between what is morally justified and there's a difference between what is morally right. What is ethically justified, I should say, to be more specific, right? And ethically justified is all violence against all state agents, to include LAPD, ICE, all public property, that is used.
This is that full throat libertarianism, by the way,
as well as all women who have had abortions, right? All violence is justified against any woman that's had an abortion. She's a murderer, so she can't argue against rape, murder, or anything like that. Now, what is morally right is none of those things. What is morally right is to engage in your own rational self-interest. And so you're winning nobody over by, attacking random women that had abortions or, killing cops. It's just not going to work out in your favor. Many of these protests are, you're not winning over any favors, and so, as much as it sucks, vote harder kind of thing, move to New Hampshire, maybe move to Prospera, separate in a lot of these things and keep fighting to hold Republicans to the standards they pretend that they have, right? Because Republicans, Trump and people like that, they don't believe in individual rights. They don't believe in private property. They don't believe in the non-aggression principle. They only believe in might makes right, just like the leftists. They pretend to be somewhat more consistent, but they aren't. And that's a big problem with what's occurring with these ICE raids. And, you can't really call out the hypocrisy of all these lefties that pretend like they actually give a fuck about mass deportations when at the end of the day, they're just picking up their brick TM from an NGO funded by some fucking leftist billionaire shoved through a bunch of different other, things because the phrase of the day is no human is illegal. And, maybe we'll get back to free Palestine. Who knows? It's just kind of, put a black flag back on your Instagram filter. Who fucking cares? None of these people have any actual values except libertarians. And if you want to learn more about libertarianism, if you want to actually be principled, if you want to actually be a good person, if you want to actually learn philosophy, come check me out at Fabian Liberty on all the links.
Okay. As always,
if you
Scott's
need a new
an
religion,
experience.
find that,
Scott. Let's go to our friend Corey, please.
Well, Lactoid mentioned, his experience watching the clip on X and all the comments agreeing with him, and then watching the clip on Reddit and all the comments not agreeing with him. And that's not surprising to me. I haven't looked into the exact demographics of people on X, but from what my impression that I get is largely right-leaning these days. But what I do know and what I'm more confident of is, last I checked, I could be wrong, but generally Reddit skews largely more educated and higher income.
Very left.
Yeah, and so no surprise that they agree with me and my correct position. You're not entitled to that information unless you actually have that conversation and you actually behave like an adult and actually establish things. And I don't know if you watched, I think Wick's conversation with, I think her name was like Diane Yap, who is like a noted person on Twitter. And they have the exact same position as me. Which again, from what I understand, they're also educated as well. And I would say if you're upset by that clip, like someone like Lactoid, you probably just have a fragile male ego. And maybe some anger issues if you get to that level of anger as well. And you might want to learn to maybe manage your emotions. But yes, as usual, this is always great. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. Gibbs, Ali, Grid, Scott, Lactoid, always a pleasure. Love you, Prime.
I just want to say that my friend Lactoid would not harm a fly, right? He's not a violent individual. Pay no attention to the many, many weapons he has in his house. That's just a coincidence. But in terms of towards women, unless I see evidence otherwise, I'd say he wouldn't take any actions there. But shout out to my friend Lactoid. Let's go to our friend Grid. Thanks for being here as well.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. Always a pleasure to be here. Yeah, you can find me at An Unreasonable Man on YouTube. I had a great time tonight. As always, I represent the angry gun-toting, meat-eating fucking people, and I'm proud of it. And the rest of you soy boys can just kind of suck it, and enjoy crying and ruminating in your rooms in the dark, knowing that you were wrong about Jan 6, and now because all of this has come home to roost, you're crying about the ICE, the poor ICE agents. So suck it and move on with life. And again, enjoy a nice rare steak and live long and prosper.
Indeed. Thank you. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. Let's go to our friend Ali, who's just struggling here right now. I see. Ali, how are you?
I'm just glad that on this panel we found out that it takes longer to become a dog groomer than it does become an ICE agent. So the great ICE agent.
So not
anyways, to Scott's point, we didn't talk about Palestine enough, so I'm gonna just end off with Free Palestine, River to the Sea. Thank you so much, Scott, for reminding us. Free Palestine, River to the Sea. Thank you, Prime.
Free Palestine, absolutely, every time, every day. Gibbs, thank you as well for coming. I thought we had a pretty good conversation, except for that one point. But other than that, I'm really happy you're here, Gibbs.
I'm glad to be back. I heard last week was exciting. If you want to see what Palestine looks like, just go downtown LA right now. It's pretty much at the same place. I mean, we're really gonna get down to it. Whatever. Let's go ahead and start the abortions here in LA and get it over with. Whatever. Anyway, I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs. We got a lot of good fun stuff coming up this week. I'm excited.
Okay.
Viva la California,
Yeah. Oh my God, just got to deal with that. All right. So
we'd say from the river to the sea in California, but they gave up all their fucking water.
Well, I mean, it's about to fall over the sea already. I know, right?
They had to steal the river first.
I'll stick around. I'm going to raid out, but I'll stick around and we can have a discussion if you want.
That'll be good.
Yep.
Why don't you just go by Unreasonable Man on your handle? Like, what is Grid One Motorsports? I've always wondered that.
That's his.
So Grid One Motorsports is a company that I had, and a race team. Actually, I spent my whole career in racing, and
nice.
So when I actually started being active on YouTube, that channel was dead. I wasn't doing anything with it, and so. That's the one I was using when I would sign in and donate to channels and things like that. And when I started this channel, I kind of wanted to divorce it from the idea of the racing, and I put an Unreasonable Man as the channel, and then hosted by Grid One.
Nice.
So,
all right.
Yeah, it's a long story to say that I fucked up. Basically, it's all right. It's all good. Hey, you guys have been cool.
Doesn't that suck so bad when you've been in the game for like a year or 2 or 3 and you're like, oh man, if I only knew then that I should have launched a new channel with like branding and like put out 5 videos and waited to make them all public. Like I'd be so like the algorithm tricks you don't learn because there's nobody to really teach you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But I'll stick around and let's have a conversation. Let's talk. If anyone,
I'm going to take off, guys. I'm getting up early to go fishing in the morning. So.
Yeah, have at it, bro. Unless you have something specific to ask.
Yeah, actually, I will. Right. So this is the thing I'm going to ask Latcher. Latcher already left now, so I'll talk to him.
Have a good one, Grid.
Later on.
Good luck fishing.
See you guys.
I'll ask him about it later on, and I think I know your answer. Actually, I don't know your answer. Let me just ask it about Palantir. In that situation where
I don't want to say too much about Palantir because I've heard a lot of reporting and a lot of commentary on it.
Okay.
No. Like I just haven't.
I'm kidding.
I've heard a lot about it, but I haven't gone in and done my own research on it. And this is something I actually want to get right because you know, my suspicion is always against any fucking corporation with Peter Thiel working with the Trump administration. Like,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to find a bunch of fucked up shit that I don't like, but I don't know of what I've heard is actually true or not true. Because I had my kids this weekend, and like, you know, the big beautiful bill has, you know, like I've looked into some of it because I was more worried about like, okay, how much. Like most of the research I did on the big beautiful bill was like, okay, the claims of the cuts, what are they actually cutting in reality, and how much pork is in it and things like that. And I didn't have an opportunity to like research Palantir in a higher degree. So like I just, you can ask what you want to ask, but I'm probably just not going to have much to say about it.
Sure, you don't have to. Sure.
I don't fucking know. I just my gut reaction is not trusting centralizing data by the state for a private corporation. You know what I mean? But like I want to know how deep that rabbit hole goes.
That's what I figured you would say. Because like it's and actually, you know, this should not even be so much a question for Lactoid, more for Gibbs. Because Gibbs, you know, and other conservatives, like right-wing conservatives, you're a libertarian, right? But they
I'm conservative in my values. I'm not conservative as far as that's what people mean when they talk about like political ideology.
Yeah. So like for you know the MAGA types, right? These are the types who've been for decades bitching and moaning about a
real ID and shit, you know.
Well, even before then, a database for gun owners, right?
Mm-hmm.
And saying how much is a danger to democracy that is, and you know we can't, like it's a threat to us because now the government has this information. You know, who knows what they'll do to us if they know we're armed. But then now, Trump is assembling this database seemingly of fucking everything, right? Maybe everything except guns. But fucking everything else.
Mm-hmm.
And if you support that, I mean, the hypocrisy is real. I know that's why I thought you wouldn't do that.
So like I have this opinion, right? And I'm you know, pithy quote aside or whatever, but like the way I'm viewing the current political landscape is that the left is a cult without a cult leader, and the right is a cult of personality. Like that is kind of how I view the current political landscape. Like you have a lot of cult-like beliefs in the left. You know, I you know, there's this Gnostic ideology of like wokeism, whatever you want to fucking call it, right? Critical theory that's in there. There's a lot of cult-like tactics of like canceling, or you have to toe the party line, or you're one of the bad guys and things like that. And then the right is like a cult of personality, which is like, they have some of those behaviors, but it's all aligned to like Trump. It's like, this is the Trump movement, this is the MAGA movement, et cetera. And it's like, it became, I think, really obvious for a lot of people when Elon broke off, because you had to pick a side. And it was like, no, Trump's the right one. And it's like, it didn't like, obviously Elon went too hard with saying dumb shit about fucking, you know, like the Epstein thing or whatever. Like that was obviously like, it's like, yeah, we all know he's in the Epstein files. Like that's like, but you didn't have any special access to them. And on top of that, like to what, like what you're implying is probably not necessarily true. I don't fucking know. Like there's you know, whatever. But like when he was calling out the big beautiful bill and spending and things like that, they were like, oh, we hate Elon now. We got all hate. And there was other people that were like, oh, I don't know. And then there was a whole bunch of like accounts and pundits and stuff that's like, fucking get behind Trump. And it's like, are we not allowed to criticize Trump for not making any fucking cuts and for increasing the deficit ceiling and telling everybody to vote for like a 1,100 page bill of slop? Like we can't talk about that. And it's no, you're either MAGA, you're with us, or you're against us. Get behind the cult leader. Whereas like the left doesn't have a cult leader. They have no leadership right now, right? Like they just have like pockets of people that are popular in like for periods of time. But they have like this, they have the purity, they have a lot of cult like things with them, purity spirals, and you know, like, or like just like Gibbs was just talking about, right? Like how dare you, a Latin American, say illegal immigrant? Like you have to say undocumented migrant. And it's like, you know what I mean? Like this is cult-like behavior. So I don't know. That's kind of how I view the reaction to some of these things. It's like they were freaking out about, ATF database, rightly so, I think, right? But then once Trump is behind it, all of a sudden these fucking databases aren't a problem because there are people. It's like, how fucking dumb do you, even if you trust all the people that are currently in power, like you do realize that like we're not getting God Emperor Trump. Even if he did a fucking military coup, he's going to be dead in like 10 years from old age. Like, you know what I mean? Like what world are you living in where this shit, even if you like it and you like the people in charge, won't be used against you by Democrats later? Like there's no thought process there. There's no critical thinking there. It's just Trump is doing it and Trump is draining the swamp and Trump is good. And it's like, and you saw it even with the beginning of the appointments in the Trump administration, right? Like how, when we were like, hey, this guy's a fucking snake. Hey, this guy's a fucking, like, he doesn't align with the values that Trump is supposedly getting elected on. And that was like 4 or 5 people, like pro-Israel shills.
There are a lot of neocons.
Like neocons, right? And then they were like, trust the plan, bro. He's actually fucking realizes now, because he's smarter, that he has to, like, make sacrifices and be pragmatic with the state. And it's like everything is trust the fucking plan. And it's the same thing with tariffs. It's like the dude will talk out of 2 sides of his fucking mouth and he's telling you 2 different fucking plans. And everybody is just like, the tariff's good. And it's like, oh, okay. So you guys just fucking abandoned fucking all beliefs you had 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I see it as a huge problem. And I'm glad I never fucking voted for Trump because I didn't trust the motherfucker.
Fair enough. Yeah. I guess I can't have, I have no objections against you. As always, you're really, I
try to be principled. You know what I mean?
Scott is principled, if anything. Scott is principled and educated, if anything. I will give those 2 things. Wrong.
I mean, I appreciate the compliments.
But,
but yeah, I just don't like. I don't know. Like, I just like. I'm like the more I see of the right, it's like the more I'm just like, you guys are so fucking hopeless. Like you got, like, it is just like every fucking time. Like it's just the left has no principles as far as I see it, right? The principle, the only principle they have is no principles. And the right pretends to have principles. And literally, since I've been alive, every time they've governed, those principles have been non-existent. I mean, the RNC platform for the last 30 years has had audit the Federal Reserve in it. That is a document that says these are the principles and the beliefs and the policy goals of the Republican Party. For 30 years, they said, what the fuck is, okay, sorry, I'm getting DMs. This is what we want. And how many times in those years have Republicans had all 3 branches of government? There's been no auditing of the Federal Reserve. Like, they pretend to have principles. They don't have it.
Absolutely. This, like, even in the context of this administration, right? Like, if you believe in the project of Doge, well, this one bill will wipe that out, like, by orders of magnitude. Like the 100. If you believe that Elon admitted, got rid of $150 billion of fraud, he didn't even do that much. But let's say that he was take his estimation, right? But then we're gonna explode the budget $5 trillion. Like, it's crazy. And they're like, no, this is fine.
I mean, to be fair, right? Like,
I'm
there's
outta
a
here,
difference.
guys.
There's
Have
a
a good
difference. Have a good one, sociologist. There is a difference between discretionary spending and entitlements, right? And so the bill is predominantly dealing with entitlements in terms of cuts, right? So to give the devil his due, this isn't a bill for cutting discretionary spending, right? This isn't a bill, like, it's not how bills work in that regard. But it's 1,100 pages. It's full of all kinds of new spending. You know what I mean? So it's like the Doge cuts couldn't happen in this bill because most. But
no, I'm not saying they could happen in this bill. I'm saying that the mission. Yeah.
Right, but if the mission is reducing spending, like, this bill is the exact opposite of that. Now, we don't. To be fair, right? Like, I really want to be fair. No one can know what. It's like the CBO will put out like estimations, but nobody actually knows what a bill costs. right? Unless a bill says 50 billion for this specifically, right? But the moment that a bill says, you know, we're going to cut Social Security funding for illegal immigrants, like the big beautiful bill does, right? And you'll hear the left say, well, there is no funding for Social Security for illegal immigrants. That's a complete lie, right? The federal funding goes to the states, and then the states utilize that funding to pay for illegal immigrants, like this happens in California, and legal immigrants and people that are not American citizens. And so, like, yeah, but like, what's the population? What's the population going to be next year? How many illegal immigrants are there? Like, nobody knows what that cut actually means in monetary value. You can only know what increased spending, like a project, you can know how much that costs, right? But even then, you don't really know, because how much inflation is going to occur between now to the project's completion. So what is the value of $50 million for a project when the value of the dollar changes, right? Like, nobody really knows what a bill costs and doesn't cost. But it seems pretty fucking obvious that this bill is going to cost more than it saves.
A fucking lot, yeah. So on a completely different note, going back to something we said at the very, very start of the stream, we're talking about you know, AI and you know, kids and teachers, right?
Yeah.
So I've been I saw some articles, and I'll send them to you. 404 Media they did one article about like how American schools were unprepared for like ChatGPT. And like, you know, part of it was like, hey, we you know, when it first came out, you know, we went and talked to the industry and like, hey, what's going on with this new technology? Is it okay? And the industry was like, no, it's fine, it's great, guys. Like, it'll be a massive benefit. They're like, oh, cool, I got it, and then they just kind of went all up their life, but then they weren't prepared for like the actual backlash. And then a second article, right, of teachers who responded to the first article, talking about like what it's been like living with ChatGPT and LLMs. So I'm going to send you both of these. I'll DM them both to you.
Yeah, I'll look at them at a later date. Obviously, I'm not going to read two
Yeah,
articles.
no, it's fine. No, you don't have to do it now. No,
Yeah.
I just was going to share them to you. But my point is that like, and I didn't really get to go into this previously. Like I'm always again skeptical that, you know, the sky is falling when we have a new technology. And I actually think about what you had said previously about like how, you know, generations adjust when new technologies come through, right? They find new ways.
I'm just saying, like, the difference between boomers and Gen Z and their ability to be able to perceive misinformation from AI is just leagues apart, right? Like, boomers cannot fucking tell what's going on, and Gen Z are better than I think, you know, you and I are. I don't know if you're a late Gen Z or early millennial, but you know what I mean, right? Like
Gen Alpha, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you're totally the same age as my kids. It's the temper tantrums. I see it now. Yeah, but you know what I mean? But like, so like, I think part of the sky is falling mentality shit is a little bit bullshit. I you know, like, I do think we have a serious problem with education in this country, but I don't think it's that difficult, right? To like here's why LLMs are a problem in our current education system, is because you are giving children homework that is questionnaires and short answer, and you are inundating children that go to school for 6 hours, and then you're giving them even more shit to do at home that is busy work. And LLMs are really fucking good at doing busy work. And it is, in my opinion, if you want to deal with LLMs, then yeah, maybe you do have some busy work, and you let people use LLMs for that. And then, because I think education needs to be revolved around that. And at the same time, I think you ought to be like, hey, this semester or this, 9-week period, we're reading this book. And then you go in and you give them a test of relatively easy questions in the class that they write with pen and paper that answer questions about it. And if there's no fucking LLM interference here, and they have the time to read the books, etc. But at the same time, like, like we are going to be living in a reality where LLMs are part of the workplace, and so some familiarity with that in answering things isn't fucking bad.
Yeah. So, but there's some nuance here. One, I forget one of the articles stated this, or it was a video that I was watching that, because I watched some videos on this as well. Talked about that. Like, it's not. This isn't a costless proposal that you just made. People have been talking about exactly what you said, right? Like, hey, all right. So we understand that, like, they're going to use LLMs. People have been trying to like design around them. Like, okay, like this is an LLM approved question, but like, it's very, very difficult to do anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, because as soon as you put out that fucking test, you know, Chat GPT 5 comes out or some shit.
Exactly, right. So it's that seems like a hill they can't really climb. So then the other option is what you said, right? Like, okay, well then we should be having more tests like in class, pencil and paper, and then have them do that. Like
tests
that also
require,
takes.
I would say the important fact here, right, is tests that require delving into the material in a meaningful way, not rote memorization, right? Like you read this book and now I need you to not just regurgitate it, but tell me in your own words how you felt about this or what you think this means, etc.
I agree, and I think the teachers in the second article that I sent you will also agree with you. You'll find that.
Right.
So sure, you can do that, but that's not costless because that also takes time from instruction, right? Like it can't be the case that all of the real examination or the real checking we do to make sure kids are understanding this knowledge comes in the classroom. There's a reason why we have homework, right? Fill the time up in school with instruction, and then take that instruction and then do the busy work or however you like to put that, and then give it back to us and we grade you on that. If you don't do that, if you do it in classroom, then you have less instruction overall. So that's a problem in itself.
I think I mean, like I hear what you're saying, but I think that is a fundamentally wrong. I think we need to restructure our education completely. I think that the pedagogy in this country and the standardization has gone so far away from an effective form of education. You do not need to adequately educate children in from kindergarten to 12th grade in what it is that they need to learn. You just do not fucking need 6 hours a day plus 2 hours of homework or 3 hours of homework every day. You do not need 9 hours a day there is so much research to show that you are losing. Like kids are just doing the busy work and it's not helping. And what we have done is in a means of attempting to force standards of learning and tests and now No Child Left Behind. We have layered on top of layers on top of layers where we have gone with a process of rote memorization, which is short-term memorization of things, and then kids forget all of the shit that they learn because there isn't a building block of fundamentals and more importantly, learning how to learn as opposed to learning what to know. And so I would say, I would say, if you're going to give me homework, I'll give you homework, right? Which is a pretty small article from Stirner, who is an egoist, right? He's kind of the precursor to Nietzsche, as well as like an anarchist, communist sort of. He's an ethical egoist. He fits a weird place, right? But he has an article called "The False Principle of Our Education," and he talks about the transition from the wealthy elite class learning philosophy and the way that they were educated to this mass form of education to create obedient workers and to create people that understood, basic math, basic English, etc. And I think we're in almost a third phase of that, where we have taken rote memorization to such a degree, and now of course with Chat GPT or Grok or Claude AI or whatever comes in, it's taking advantage of the fact that LLMs are really good at rote memorization. They're really good at spitting out a fucking fact. They're not so good at critically thinking because they're not thinking. And that is what humans need to do. They need to know it's ever more important where anything of any fact is really fucking easy to find with a cell phone, it's ever more important that we reshift our education away from learning the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell and learning how do I read a difficult piece of literature? How do I understand the scientific method and how research is conducted? How do I read a piece of research science and look at the methodology and see where problems are, right? Like those are the types of things that we need to know, because the facts per se are at our fingertips. So the idea that we still have an education system where it's all about regurgitating facts and we have to inundate people because they forget so much information is the exact opposite direction we need to go, because we can find the facts now. It's very easy.
Oh, but that's no but there's a problem there too. So I got a few things I got to respond
Yeah, of course.
to, but specifically on that one, like you need to combine what you just said, right, with what we talked about previously in that misinformation. There is like a critical mass, like you have to understand about the world, right, so that you can spot misinformation, right? Like in terms of like the government and how that's run. Yeah. So like in terms of how the government and how that's run, right? Like you have to know a certain level of knowledge, right? Basic information about that, then to spot, okay, that's bullshit, right?
So I halfway agree, right? Like if you have zero understanding of history, then if someone gives you misinformation about historical data and events, you won't be able to see it. At the same time, I would say that what we have done is we've swung way too far into memorizing important historical events as opposed to having a good, strong foundation of logic where, yeah, maybe you don't know as many details about the major battles in the Civil War and the specific, slave revolts and the specific Missouri Compromise and these specific things. But if you were able to better understand logic and logical fallacies and things of that nature, it would be so much easier for you to go and find out that information and spot the difference between misinformation and biased information, because you have a good foundation of logic and you can tell when someone's bullshitting, or you can tell when contradictions exist. You can tell when those things, and then you can research those things for yourself with a strong foundation of being able to tell the difference between bullshit and not bullshit, as opposed to memorizing all these. Especially when you look at education with history, it's like, oh, you learn one history in fucking elementary school, and then you learn a new history in middle school, and then you learn a new history in high school, and then you learn a new history in college. It's like you're unlearning and learning historical data and facts as you get older, and you're supposed to be able to understand more complexity and context, instead of just learning a good foundation of logic and learning a good foundation of reason and learning some history for sure, but being able to tell the difference between a biased source and an unbiased source, being able to tell where good information is and where bad information is. I think that's far more important than learning, the King Cotton speech and its relevance of, in the Civil War, or learning about the caning of Charles Sumner on the congressional floor.
I can only half agree with you. So we're running into a little bit of divide here. So one, I had seen a video that, and I can't evaluate this because I'm not a teacher, but they kind of said the opposite, that like we were moving away from the rote memorization to more of like, instead of knowing like stuffing fast in people's mind, teaching people how to think, right?
They make that claim with math, and I think it's false, but that's fair.
They were talking specifically on literacy. Specifically, as a video on literacy.
Sight reading and bullshit like that is in my opinion false, but yeah.
But that's the claim they made, and again, I can't necessarily evaluate that. But
yeah,
in any case,
we've moved from phonics to things like sight reading, and I think that's a really bad way to teach, right? Like we've moved away from like sounding out words and things like that, and moved towards like you look at a picture and you kind of like you look at like how to think about it. But I think how to think in literature, I would also say, I think without a doubt, teaching English grammar is is a bad idea, and I'll explain. I think we way too much attempt to teach grammar to children in their language, when in reality, more often than not, it's really difficult to learn grammar in your own language because you already know how to speak because of your interactions in speaking the language. And so like learning what a superlative is as like good, better, best is like a difficult concept because you already understand good, better, best because you're speaking the language. And so it's like learning shit that doesn't make sense. Whereas I think we would be far better off learning less English grammar and learning more a Romance language or a different language, because you learn your own grammar so much better by learning another language and then having to learn the grammar rules and then being able to compare it to your own language, as opposed to trying to force feed grammar
I hear you.
as like in your current language while you don't speak another language.
I hear you, and in fact, I think I agree with most of what you're saying there. But it just going back to what we were saying before, yeah, I think that you basically just reiterating what I was saying before, that like you're talking about the King Cotton speech and all that. Like, I think it's useful to learn from, assuming your teachers are a good source of information, right? We just have to assume that part. But learn about these historical moments, right? Because that gives us context for other things. Like, I think there is a lot of value in both of these things, that you learn the fact that this speech happened, right? And what were the contents of the speech, and like what's its historical significance? Because then that gives you a greater context, like for the era, right? Like this was like the thoughts of the time, and then when you are encounter a new bit of information in the wild, right, that contradicts that, you're like, okay, well maybe this is true, but now I should be skeptical of this because this doesn't line up with my understanding, the general feelings of that time that I've known before. And so like
What I'm saying isn't like we ought not, like we're teaching too much history, so we should teach less history in favor of like logic. That's not really what I'm saying, right? Like what I'm saying is you should be able to combine teaching history along with teaching logic and the narratives of history, and less so about rote memorization of like battles, rote memorization.
Yeah,
like
100%.
This concept where we're like, what year was the Missouri Compromise? So maybe that's important, right? Because it's a turning point, and like knowing the year and having a basic understanding of a timeline is important. But like, you don't need to know the date of Cold Harbor, right? Like you don't need to know that. But maybe what I feel like would be a much better way to teach the Battle of Cold Harbor and the final days of the Civil War would be a narrative that is written about and has letters intermittent from like imagine I made like a little booklet, a little 50-page booklet, and in that 50-page booklet I told the story of Robert E. Lee and General Grant, and why the President Lincoln put in Grant and talked about why we needed to win, and like and then talked about that, and then had letters like intermittently when the story was like droning on, a letter from like back home from a Confederate soldier and from a Union soldier to their family, and then kind of wove those in and gave you a 50-page narrative that you went over in class, and over like a 2-week period that covered the 7-day several battles of Cold Harbor, into the battle at Petersburg, into Richmond City, into the surrender at Appomattox Courthouse. So that's the kind of the final phase of the Civil War. So if I'm in a U.S. history class, we read a 50-page booklet that has a narrative, that has emotions, that is interesting, and has the logic and reasoning of Confederate soldiers and Union soldiers, and some quotes by both of the people about their, quotes from Robert E. Lee and quotes from Grant about the time. And instead of being like, when was this battle? What were these dates? Memorize these facts about this thing. Instead, we have a class discussion about like, what did you feel when you were reading a Confederate soldier's account of these things? And then we have like, you bring children into it, and you can learn about history and at the same time learn reason, see what war is like, understand the horrors of war, understand the emotions that both the North and the South were having at this time, understand the philosophy of Lincoln and General Grant in this time, as well as the philosophy of the Confederacy at this time, while at the same time having a story that makes sense in that regard. As opposed to like, we're going to have a quiz, memorize, like read chapter 6, and then nobody actually reads chapter 6 because nobody fucking does that. And then what they do is they take out a fucking highlighter and they highlight all the important dates from this time. And then they write down in a notepad the dates, and then they read and memorize those dates over and over again. And then they show up to a test and it's like, what was the date of the Missouri Compromise? What was the date of the surrender? Who surrendered. Where did they surrender? Multiple choice. Was it Appomattox? Was it Joe? Was it, this? Was it that? It's like that shit's not, nobody's learning that shit. And then as soon as they go on to the next topic, everything they learned is gone. And then the next history teacher for U.S. history, when the Civil War comes up, has to reteach them all the shit they supposedly learned, as opposed to connecting a full concept of their emotions and the data and thinking critically about like the conflict and their own moral conflicts.
I 100% agree with everything you said there, so I'll leave that there. But you talked about knowing how to use LLMs be useful for careers. I think that's really interesting here, because we see that, right? We talk like lots of jobs, especially like since businesses are going to be run by older individuals, right? They're like, okay, I can see that there's a lot of energy around LLMs, and I want to integrate that into our work process, and I'm going to put that into a job application. Must know ChatGPT or some shit, right? Like, God, I can imagine what those job postings look like right now. Ugh. Right, like from boomers, like you have to understand ChatGPT. What does that actually even mean for our business? We don't even know yet, right? We're just still working this all out. So, I think that yes, there is going to be some use there, but the way that children are using it, according to teachers, the way children are using it now is not actually helpful for any of that, right? Because they're
just copy and pasting, because the tests are not designed around using LLMs and things of that nature. They're designed around
exactly.
rote memorization, and then they're just skipping the presumed.
Well, not even just rote memorization. Even if you're
short
trying
answer
to
questions,
LLMs can do lots of things. They can produce lots of kinds of text, and even if you're trying to say, ask something that requires a deeper level of thought process, it can spit out something, right? Like that kid cannot even judge the quality of that answer, right? Like, should I actually copy and paste this thing? Is this an actual good either summary or analysis of this text, right? Like, I have no idea.
Give me an example. I'll give you an example of like what I mean, right? So like, imagine we're in a let's say we're in a high school class, right? And the class is utilizing AI for research purposes, right? And then what I want to do is I want to give you homework that says use AI to find 10 really good scientific articles on this topic, and then use AI to describe the methodology and potential problems, etc. Take notes. When we come into class, then without AI, you're going to make an argument in a short paper, a 1-page paper on one versus the other, and what you think the research says. So I'm giving you permission to use the power of AI to quickly find the research that you want. And then what we're going to do is we're going to find out who fucking has research papers that aren't real, and be like, this is a problem. This is why I'm going to teach you how to verify it. Here's Google Scholar, find the actual article. Okay, I'm going to teach you how to read the methodology. I'm going to teach you these things. And it doesn't really matter what your opinion is. It doesn't really matter whether or not you're right or wrong. I'm teaching you to use AI to quickly find information that traditionally took like a lot of fucking work and quickly get it, and then find problems, and then we can talk about like whether or not you're using it correctly, whether or not you're missing things, whether or not you're actually verifying that those articles are real, right? But I want you to use AI to find information quickly, and then you can read it and you can come to your own conclusions, but your conclusions actually have to be based upon the research, right? And so that's a way that I would like teach AI usage.
I love everything you just said. Love it. And I think that's where we're going. So, like I said again, I'm always skeptical to saying that this new technology will end society. Like, oh no, we'll never be able to imagine. They said the same thing about like fucking calculators when it came up, right? Like,
yeah, and then they kept telling us you're never going to have a fucking calculator in your pocket, so you have to do it this way. Yeah. It's like no, dude. I went to elementary school. I know how to do multiplication shit. Give me the shortcut that gets me to the things that we're trying to learn
exactly.
now.
So I think, and something we talked about before, that society will adjust. We'll understand what tasks actually need a human mind attached to it, right? What is like valuable now? If like these like basic research tasks aren't valuable, okay, well then what is? What can we apply to this? So anyway, I love what you just said, right? And I think it's all useful, but that's a class. That's a class, right? A class on how do we use AI? Like, what's the most responsible? That's why I've been using it, right? I've been using it, and a few times that I do make a search, right? I use it to get like basically a list of sources, and because most of them now do that, right? They give you those sources where they got it from, and then I go through those sources,
and then I also use it to come up with potential arguments that my opponent might make. Right, because I'm like, from this left-wing perspective, from this economist perspective, what would they argue against anarcho-capitalism in this specific topic?
Exactly.
And then it gives me a lot of ideas of what arguments they may take. And I don't need to verify that those arguments are true or false. I'm preparing for potential arguments that I might encounter.
And understanding that's even an option, right? Like for that particular subject matter, right? And this particular way, you don't even have to verify. You're just using it to come up with ideas. That in itself takes a level of understanding that you're applying. For this particular thing, not necessarily when we're talking about like health issues, right? Like, what are the possible what do these symptoms mean, right? Well, maybe the AI might be hallucinating what it's the prognosis here, right? So maybe you shouldn't take that so seriously. So you have a level of understanding. So the thing that I'm saying that right now we're in a transitional phase that we don't know what that will look like in the end. But right now it seems like what these children are doing, at least from the reports that I'm seeing, that they are using it for everything. That they can't read long form traditional books at this point because they can't pick out that important information, and they're literally begging teachers to use AI. When the teachers say that they can't, or they design their assignments so that it's not easy to use AI, but just by saying you have to deliver it to me and pencil and paper, right? Like that's how you'll give me your assignment. They're like, what are you doing? This is impossible. This is unfair for you to ask us of this, right? So that tells me that right now, for this group of individuals, especially coming through middle school and high school, especially those groups, we are doing a disservice for them. We don't know how to teach them within this current environment.
It was just look, we're gonna have to get back towards teaching kids how to think. Because the old way before LLMs were widely available or even available at all, right? Of the last 20 years, the old way of doing things was, when they didn't have those aspects towards them, they had to figure those things out on their own. And it was the process of figuring out those things on their own that at least gave them something. Right. But that process is being gone because we're allowing the LLMs to do the process for us. And so we're going to have to be read this book. Okay. And then we're going to have to be now we're going to take a test on this book, and you can put that in an LLM and not read the book, and you can write a summary and memorize the summary. but 2 of the 10 questions on the test or 3 of the 10 questions on the test are going to be things that have nothing to do with the main theme of the book. But if you actually read the fucking book, you would know because they're not hard questions. They're 3 bonus questions that you should just basically get no matter what you know, like if I assign you the reading of Atlas Shrugged, I know it's a huge fucking book, right? But I brought this up earlier about Dagny Taggart. That is, if I put in, give me a summary of Atlas Shrugged and the main themes, it's very unlikely that Dagny Taggart's suicide is actually going to be one of the main themes of the book. You're going to put it in, and unless you want a 10-page fucking summary, right? If you give me like a 3-page summary of Atlas Shrugged, that's not going to be in the book. But if you read Atlas Shrugged and you were just like, how did Dagny Taggart die? It's real fucking obvious she committed suicide and jumped off a bridge. That is a freebie question. But as a teacher, if I put that question in, I know you didn't fucking read the book. I know you read the Spark, and Spark Notes has been a thing that people have been using for a long time, right? And so it's not just AI. People have been reading the Spark Notes, and it's like you have to get more into that, where basically they're punished if they don't do the actual reading, and you have to build up to that. You can't just implement that right now with a bunch of kids that went through COVID in middle school that are now in high school that lost a lot of those foundations. That's going to be a process to get to that, but we have to get to a point where we have much less homework about doing a worksheet, doing 100 math problems, doing, you know what I mean? Like doing this busy work, and more about maybe not complicated, but like texts and things of that nature. Math is probably, I think, going to be the hardest one, because math is the thing that you need practice to do.
You need practice. I was going to say this exactly
Matt,
that.
Yeah, Matt. I think in order to adjust for things like this, you're probably going to have more math physically in the schools. Like you're going to have to increase the amount of math instruction in school, and like not have math homework, so that you have time to read a book.
Like have 2
English
separate
class.
periods, one for instruction and then one like, hey, now we're actually going to do it, right?
Right. You might end up having to have like double the in, and I think math is really important for logic as well, right? And so you're going to have logic in class, and you're going to have math in class, and you're going to have less instruction for English in the class, but more homework assignments for English of like read, you know, not a fucking section from a famous piece of work, right? But read this book, or read, you know, these 3 chapters from this book, and we'll talk about it. And like, you know, like we're going to read The Circle, right? Which is like kind of about Facebook and AI and you know, and social media and social credit systems. Like read interesting shit, you know, but like that people can engage with. But it's like, yeah, you're going to have to read 3 chapters of this book at home. And then we're going to have a half-hour class period, or, you know, 45-minute class period. And once we get settled in, we'll have a discussion about those 3 things and a short quiz that proves that you actually read those, you know, those 3 chapters. And then less instruction in class, because you're going to need more in-class instruction for math and logic.
One last thing before I let you go, about your own kids. Have you, and I forget, I know we've talked about this before, but have you said you are going to homeschool them?
I'm an every other weekend dad. Like I don't have full custody of my kids.
Okay.
You know, I don't really have that option. Well, number one.
Okay.
Number 2, my son is autistic.
Okay.
So like my ability to meaningfully educate him compared to, you know, some of the other systems. There's a lot of other I don't want to get into too many details because it might actually give away too much information. But yeah, I mean, like we have different things that we're doing in that vein. I don't want people finding out where my kid is. You know what I mean? Like,
absolutely. I guess the only reason I'm asking at all is like, okay, what if I had a kid? I don't have a kid. But if I had a kid in this current era, what would I do? I still believe in public schooling, so I send my kids to public school. But like I feel like I would have to do like supplemental work with them. Right?
Yeah, you absolutely do. I think so. Like one of the things that my father did with me that I think was really based and awesome, right? It's because I went through public education, right? But one of the things my father did with me is about 3 or 4 times a school year, he just took me out of school, and he was like, "Write a truancy. I don't give a fuck. Fuck off. We're going." And then he would take me to a Civil War museum, or he would take me to, like I went to every museum in the state of Virginia, basically, at a minimum. And then sometimes I went camping, and he taught me how to fish or like how to do certain things. And I did that as well, like on the weekends with him, right? But he taught me practical skills that required thinking, and he taught me, he taught me like he would go through and be like, no, you're gonna learn you're gonna learn to make a roux. Like you're gonna sit down, you're gonna learn this. You're gonna learn how to do the basics of like a mirepoix, like how to do basic cooking, like like practical things like that. That my dad like made sure that he understood that my education in school and then just kind of things as they come up is not enough. Right? Like you have to make a meaningful decision to teach your children basic skills and things and set time out of your day or your weekend or out of school to genuinely go, this is supplemental education. But he knew that I was smart enough that if I missed a day of school, it didn't fucking matter. I was going to catch up anyways. Like I was going to memorize all that shit and be fine.
So I agree with that. Like specifically what your father did, like I think I would do something similar to that. At the very least, I would, be taking them to museums and, having conversations with them about, things. But beyond that, like just something even more basic, right? Like I would be doing math work with them, right? Like with them in front of me. Okay. Like I'm looking at you, kid, right? You little twerp, I'm watching you, and you're going to do the math. Or like we're reading, right? We'll read it. We'll do it together, right? We'll do it together. We're going to read through this. And we're going to talk about the themes. We're going to pick out important information, and we'll have discussion. Maybe you don't even have to. Well, maybe we would make them write something because you need practice writing. But beyond that, right? Like we could just have discussions back and forth about the thing we're reading.
So what I would say is, if you're going to do supplemental education with your children, this is where you really don't want to be. Where you don't want to create. How do I put this? If your child is an artist, then you focus on that. You want to discover what your children's interests are and then forcibly educate them in greater detail than what they get at school in that domain, and use that domain to teach other things, right? So if your son is really into history, then you read history books together and you go to history museums and you talk about the themes and you think about things and you challenge them with ideas about the historical process. If your kid's an artist, you go to fucking painting classes. You go to an art museum and you talk about history and you talk about the narratives that influence the Renaissance, influence the Impressionist period, influence modern art and where it comes from, and you engage them at their level, where they're at. Like one of the most important understanding things we learned in education and pedagogy is Vygotsky's work on laddering, right? Like you want to meet them where they are and then challenge them just a little bit more above where they are. But if your kid has no interest in history and then you force them to learn more history, they're going to hate the idea of learning, and it's going to sour your relationship with that child. And so what's more important is, if your kid's really into art but not history, you teach them history through art, right? And that's how you teach them those things, is meet them where their interests are, because if they're interested, they'll want to learn more.
So I think I largely agree with you. But I'm not sure everything can necessarily be combined in that way, like learn like math through art. Maybe there's a way to do that. But like I would say that I would do what you said, but also like I'll use that as a reward. So okay, like hey, we're gonna go to art museum, right? Right. I know you've been interested in Rembrandt or whatever the fuck, right? And there's a Rembrandt exhibition. We're gonna do that. But if we're going to do that, we also need to get through this math. right? So like,
no, I think they're getting a basic education in public school, right? And so if you want to, if they're really into art and you know that they need to learn math, then start teaching them geometry and how it applies to art, and start teaching them how to use tools, maybe even ahead of their time, like protractors and how to line up windows and like how to do certain things. And you use the process of drawing and creating art to teach them to supplement and make it better their understanding of geometry. And then you teach, and then you go on a fucking LLM, go on a fucking Grok, or go on something and say like, hey, how can I use art techniques and reinforce geometry and certain mathematical equations and things of that? Like how is that useful and helpful in
I
the
think
production
that's
of art?
fine, but like the part of the reason why I'm doing this in the first place is because of the era that we're living in, or going into at the very least. With the LLMs, right? Because I can't trust that without my supervision, the child would have like gotten those basics in the first place.
Oh, for
right?
sure, for sure.
So the point is to
I mean, like,
reinforce
yeah, if
that.
we're talking about an elementary school kid, like, yeah, like you're gonna have like at a young age, you're gonna have to like instill. You're not always going to be able to meet them where they are, but in every instance where you can't, you got to balance, right? Because you know, you will find so many children, like when we look at Asian communities, for example, and Indian, you know, obviously being Asian as well, but we tend to think of them separately because we think East Asian, you know, but regardless, like Asian families, right? You will find that Asian families do a really good job of supplemental education of their children. And part of the problem with that is that a lot of Asian families have difficulty communication between their children and their parents, and a lot of that stems from this tiger mom perspective of like, you will get educated, you will go to the supplemental math school after school because you're not going to be like these other people, and you need to go be an engineer or like it forces them in a track, and it feels oppressive, and it breaks down the ability of the child to be able to have a meaningful emotional bond with the parent, because they
which is what I'm not
them
talking about
as their like instructor, right? And so I agree that you're probably going to have to provide supplemental education that they don't like, but whenever possible, if you're going to do supplemental education, try and meet them in their own interests.
Agreed.
And then bond over those interests.
Agreed.
And,
I
it's
think,
a much meaningful it's much more meaningful education.
We are completely aligned there. Yeah, I guess it's just like the details around that. But right, that's what I just wanted to like.
I need to eat some food and go to bed. Yeah,
yeah. But yeah, thanks for talking to me about that. I really appreciate it, friend.
For sure, it's fun. Someone just put in chat emotional damage.
I've seen that channel too. It's a good channel. Stephen He. Have a good one, friend.
Peace. All right, let me. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to click this over here. All right. Silver Ogre, I am impressed with you being here all night. I'm pretty sure of the dwindled down viewers here at 12:41 in the morning Eastern. It's like you and Null. I'm pretty sure everybody else has this on in the background and is asleep or something. Because it's been a long day, you know, 7-hour stream. It's come down. Lots of yapping by me, LOL. No, it's fun. I appreciate you guys. You know, like, share, subscribe, join the Discord. If you found any cool clips, put them in the stream clips, and maybe I'll turn them into YouTube shorts. I have some that I wrote down. Maybe you guys find better ones that I forgot about. We'll see what we're doing tomorrow. There's a couple of things I want to react to. There's a debate by the Leibowitz against Christian ethics versus objectivist ethics against Jim Bob. I really want to look at. If there's anything else you guys really want to see, like, let me know. Put it in the media recommendations. I might look at some articles I want to read on stream. I feel like that might be kind of fun to go over ANCAP errors and the validity of anarcho-communism and just shit on that. That'll be fun. And if there's anything else, you guys let me know. I appreciate you guys, and hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow. I have a perverse sense of loyalty. Oh no, it's okay, Silver Ogre. I appreciate you. You don't have to be loyal. You can go to bed. But I should be back tomorrow, and it should be fun. Good night. I kind of just want to let this lo-fi just kind of fucking. I wish I could fade. I need a scene when it's like chill lo-fi music to just like fade to black over like a 30-second period and then in stream. I feel like that'd be fun. Probably fuck me in the YouTube algorithm because like people will just be dropping because it's the end and they know it's done, and then like fuck up my viewer retention or something. But peace, guys.